This live and free stream from the 2021 Top End Nationals at Darwin's Hidden Valley is proudly brought to you by ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, Summit Racing Equipment, Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Hidden Valley. And of course, this is the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round one of Summit Sportsman Series. Our Andra starter has given us the go-ahead. We are ready to qualify. Big thanks to Kimberly, who is our Andra starter here this weekend. She's given the authority. We're about ready to get underway with some motorbikes. How about that, Sean?
I can't wait. Street bikes put on a great exhibition yesterday, and I'm sure there'll be there's a qualifying 5 for street bike coming up, so it's there's one more chance to basically stake a claim in the sand, and then we move on to the eliminations a little bit later on.
Where we go. Of course, the first two of our street bikes up on the track is Mark Taddingham and Mary Rose Henry, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, last night, so these guys were pulling some pretty damn good times on the track. Of course, Mark Taddingham being the fastest of our street bikes with a 10.021. He's hit the red light.
He certainly has. A little bit keen.
A little bit keen this time, I tell you, but he was a bit keen last night as well.
He was.
But let me tell you, have a look at that. Mark Taddingham, a 10.02 with a 1, and Mary Rose Henry not far behind with a 10.36 with a 0.
Exactly, 142 miles an hour versus 139 miles an hour. Good pass there for Mark Taddingham. He's very happy, although he, as we've said, he does need to sharpen up on those red lights.
He certainly does. And of course, Daniel Dumsney next up on the track. He's coming over on the NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. As he does his burnout on the burnout pad. You can have a look at that on our on the YouTube screen. Welcome to those who are watching us from all over the world, and of course a big thanks to everyone for all their support. And of course, Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2 is empty on this one because we're doing a buy run. This is the NT Electrical Group lane number 1. Daniel Dumsney, another cherry. That's 2 cherries so far in a row.
Yes,
Sure.
Daniel's pretty keen to get out there and put in a good run. He's left a little bit early, and he goes through with a 10.492 at 149 miles per hour. Yeah, good pass. He still remains in 3rd position, just behind Mark Taddingham in 1st position, and Mary Rose Henry in 2nd.
Streetcars are coming up next for their 5th qualifying session. We're doing qualifying streetcars up until we'll be doing streetcars and super streets. Then we go junior dragsters, modified bikes, top sportsman, super sedan, and then modifieds. And then we'll be taking a wee short break. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to start getting into the pointy end of round 1 of what is the Summit Sportsman Series up here in the top end. 6 rounds in total, starting now, finishing up in the Perth Motorplex on the 22nd of March next year. No, 5th of March next year in 2022. Getting a bit ahead of myself there. And of course, next weekend down in bright and cold, chilly Alice Springs.
Beautiful Alice Springs. Looking forward to getting there. As we just see the launch, we've got Grant Mora up against Dylan Wegner. Very close as we head towards a 1,000-foot mark. Cross the stripe.
Let's have a look at those reaction times. A .117 from Grant Morga there. And let's have a look at those ETs. A 14.539 from Grant, 97.21 mile an hour. And Dylan Wegner a little bit behind there, 14.97 with a 1 at 90.77 mile an hour.
Good reaction time there for Grant Mora.
Yeah. Having a look at Tony Fury in the red. Chev Camaro, the 2019 red Chev Camaro. He's done a little bit of work to it. Apparently he changed, did a couple of changes to the vehicle last night after racing. He's up against Tony List in the XE Falcon. Have a look at that, 2 very nice looking cars.
Oh, yes.
I tell you, as I said before, Tony List, who's over there in the Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2, this guy's 7'12" tall. I do not know how the hell he fits into that car, but I tell you what, he manages to do it. Let's have a look as they both go into pretty much into full stage now. The lights drop. Good start there. Tony Fury, the first one off. 0.325 reaction time from Tony Fury in lane 1. Tony List in the Falcon, a 0.639. A little bit behind the lagging there a little bit, but Tony Fury with an 11.34 with a 2 at 130.4 mile an hour.
Yes, up against Tony List there, who went through with a 13.054 at 104 miles an hour. And they both exit the track, heading their way up to the pointy end. So we'll now move on to our next super street. Next super street, well, looks like we're just having a little bit of a clean of the track. We've got Glenn Sturkenberg coming up in lane number 1. Glenn Sturkenberg and Northern Territory Electrical Systems. I just had a chat with Glenn a little while ago, and he's absolutely loving this facility. He loves Hidden Valley, loves Darwin, and he's looking forward to a very promising, although he's number one qualifier so far, he's looking forward to a good promising run and a big weekend.
Okay, over here on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2, Sarah May Bates in the HQ. Nice looking car there. That the HQ will be lifted front end off the ground there. Have a look at it as that car makes its way down the track. Side by side they go. 4.3 to the 330 mark, both of the cars. As we get to the 1,000-foot mark, look at how close they were. But Glenn Sturgenberg, the 10.43 with a 2 at 130.19 mile an hour.
And Sarah May Bates with a 10.698, very close behind at 125 miles an hour. A very small margin, so the margin was just on 0.367 seconds.
Getting to soak in all the ambient noise and fuel down there trackside. Of course, we've got Matty down there. How you doing, Matt? He's having fun, he can hear us, but he's just ignoring us by the look of it. All right, as we get to their next two cars, of course, Alan Appleby in the Beat the Heat Commodore, the VYSS, up against Sean Boyer in the Toyota Hilux. Two very quick cars, two very strong cars. We'll see how these two manage to go with their qualifying 5-number session here this afternoon. Welcome to those who are watching us on our YouTube channel. Of course, you can jump on, you can say hi. If you've got someone you want to say hi to, more than welcome to jump on and say hi.
Absolutely. Alan Appleby, again, a little bit too quick off the mark, gets a red cherry on the tree. 40th qualifying, so it doesn't matter, but he goes through with an 11.212 at 121 miles an hour, up against Sean Boyer at 11.409 at 118 kilometres an hour. Good even pass, very close across the stripe.
And the next pair down here on the start line over in lane 2, Michael Bridges, all the way from South Australia, up alongside Bruce Kim on board the Holden VL, running the 5.7 litre. So here we go, nicely presented cars, Northern Territory alongside South Australia. That's a pretty quick 265 on board the Chrysler Centura. And this guy here is well travelled around the regional tracks as well as interstate. And take nothing away from Bruce Kim down here on board the VL Commodore. So we'll check it out. Both cars just coming into stage for the final qualifier. Bridge is a bit light on the pre-stage. There he goes. And both cars just inching forward. There we go. Kim is in full stage. And it's waiting for Bridges to tap the full stage beams on. And we're on for the final qualifier.
Oh, have a look at the Centura as he takes off. Of course, Bruce Kim a little bit quick on the throttle there. And having a look at the reaction time from Michael Bridges in the Centura. 0.92 reaction time. Have a look at that. An ET of an 11.825 at 108.3 miles per hour.
Exactly. And
So
Bruce Kim,
sorry, guys, if you look at those times for Bridges, taking him out of the equation there, 11.78, I think he had two of them last night, 11.82, so he's only within a 400th of his qualifying times all across the board.
The next two cars to make their way up is Paul Garbellini over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, with Lisa, Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Exactly, the husband and wife combination all the way from Perth, just done their burnout. Had a good chat with them earlier on today. And yeah, I know that Paul's keen to take the mantle off Lisa, who had the edge over him yesterday.
Just a little.
Yes, indeed. Paul's actually number 1, wearing the number 1, and he's so far 8th so far in the standings.
Have a look at that. Not a bad start from both those cars there. The reaction time from Paul is a 0.14. A 0.43 from Lisa. As we get down to the other end of the track, the quickest car will be... There we go. Lisa once again with an 11.50 and a 116.9 mile an hour.
Exactly. Lisa's just got that slightly larger engine, or even though both cars are virtually identical, and she goes through with an 11.50, 116 miles an hour up against the 11.856 of her husband, Paul, with 114 kilometres an hour.
Junior dragsters to make their way up next, Matt, as we have a look at the first two which are coming out. Of course, the first pair, Scarlett Sherwood in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, with Cooper Plummer, Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Yeah, Cooper Plummer all the way from South Australia. He's a B junior dragster, so that means he's just under 13 years of age. And Scarlett Sherwood is an A junior dragster, so her index is an 8 flat, whereas Cooper Plummer, being a B junior dragster, his index is an 8.6. And the idea is to get as close your index as possible, not under by too much. But speaking of that, we're expecting some darn good times. I know Brodie Zapier, who has an index of an 8, he was an 8.04 yesterday, so close to his time.
Certainly was. I'll tell you what, we got some really good racing happening, and of course some of these juniors. It's good to have the juniors up here, and of course it's good to see the juniors on the track, because I tell you, these are the guys. These are the future of our motorsports. These juniors, whichever motorsport it is, these guys. This is what really pushes our motorsports, and of course it's our succession planning with motorsport, I suppose.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, sorry. You look at the likes of Nathan Coles, and of course you look at the likes of some of the other genres who have moved their way through go-karts to, let's say, for instance, they go from go-karts to junior sedans or to junior dragsters, and they just work their way up through the system, and then some of them become very good and very quick drivers and riders.
Absolutely. I was speaking with Brodie Zapier on the radio a couple of weeks ago, and he said that he's looking forward to getting into his Uncle John's car one day. But Brodie's got another 2 years. He's only 15 years of age. He's got another 2 years in junior dragsters, and meanwhile he'd like to bring home an Australian championship in junior dragsters.
But you never know. Look, you know what? Things happen, and that's what can happen. I know that one of our locals here is trying to do the same, trying to get into her old man's car, but he's saying no because she can drive it better than him. As the junior dragsters make their way down the track, have a look at that, a 1:35 from Cooper Plummer. Not as quick as Scarlett Sherwood, but Cooper Plummer with a 9.44 with a 0 at 67.23 mile an hour.
Modified bike, please make your way to the staging lanes. All modified bike competitors, please make your way to the staging lanes. We need you there immediately. Modified bike.
Scarlett Sherwood with an 8.97 with a 2, 8.97 with a 2 at 72.85 mile an hour. As we continue on with our junior dragsters, the local boy Aidan Abel coming out in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. With Brodie Zapier coming out on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Yeah, Brodie Zapier very keen to. He's aiming to win the package award, having nailed a reaction. It's a good reaction time. And yesterday, with his index of an 8 flat, delivering an 8.04, he wants to get that package, the all wanted package of the best reaction time, the best elapsed time, and closest to your index. And Brodie's keen for that. But yeah, we've got his work cut out with Aidan Abel. Aidan, a very talented young local Northern Territorian who's going to be hard to beat, I think.
Certainly is. I'll tell you what, we've got some very quick races out here after seeing some of the qualifying times from last night, and we'll fill you in with those details soon as there's a few more of them come to hand. But Aidan Abel and Brodie Zapier are on track next as we get these guys ready to line up to the staging line here tonight. And once again, welcome to those who are listening to us on our YouTube channel and, of course, via In Pit Lane on YouTube. And those who are here us on the hill as well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome trackside here at Hidden Valley. Great to have so many of you already here. Of course, it's only, we're only just gone past 5 o'clock. We've got a good contingent of people out there. Of course, all our regulars sitting on the hill, welcome to those. I'll tell you what, tonight you will not be disappointed. Make sure you get yourself something to eat, something to drink. The bar's not open yet. The bar will be open shortly, though, by the look of it. But great to see so many people here already as the junior dragsters are getting ready to get onto the start line, staging line already. Let's have a look. Aidan Abel and Brodie Zapier.
Yes, Aidan Abel's in pre-stage. They're both in pre-stage now.
Looking good as they line it up, getting ready. We're in full stage in lane 1. Just waiting for Brodie in lane 2. There we go. Both cars are ready to roll as the lights drop.
Aidan Abel a little bit quicker for Mark. Unfortunately, a red light for Aidan.
Let's have a look. 1.8 to the 60-foot mark from Brodie Zapier. 1:15 reaction time, and have a look at that. 8.108 at 81.84 mile an hour.
Gee, up against Aidan Abel, who unfortunately red lit, but he still nailed an 8.686 at 79 miles an hour. He needs to sharpen up on that, get a little bit quicker. Obviously, the reaction time needs to be sharper. He can't afford to get the red lights, especially moving into eliminations a little bit later on. But Brodie Zapier, with an index of 8 and 8.108, very impressive.
Well, if you have a look at that, basically in Victoria earlier on this year, we know Brodie can do it because you can have a look at some of these ETs, in March this year down in Victoria, 8.010. That's pretty good ET. So let's see if he can get close to that here tonight up here in Darwin.
Yeah, he certainly can. Unfortunately, Brodie broke out up there in Mildura, which cost him the championship, but he's still got 2 more chances to do it as we move on to our next category, which is modified bike. And all modified bike competitors, please make your way to the staging lanes if you're not there already, please.
Alrighty, as we're moving into modified bikes as we're starting, as we said, Baldy Sainsbury. I had a quick chat with Baldy earlier on this afternoon when I got here, and of course he was having I was having a chat with him last night, qualifying session number 5 for our modified bikes. Baldy was telling me that during the course of the start of the season, he was having some clutch issues. He seems to have nailed those issues now. He said, now the issue's me. So, hey, look, you can fix the bike. I'm not sure if we can fix Colin, but we'll give it a go. All right, Baldy. He was happy with some of his earlier times, so let's have a look and see where we end up. Baldy Sainsbury, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, with Heath Costello in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Okay, we're just waiting for him to get into stage. Looks like Colin in the Northern Territory Electrical Services, lane number 1. He's in pre-stage. In fact, they're both in pre-stage. Now he's in full stage.
Well, it's looking pretty good. It's both bikes ready to roll.
3 counts down to greens. Good reaction time there from Heath Costello with a .053 reaction time.
Not too bad. Let's have a look and see what we've got.
Very close across the stripe.
Ooh, yeah, have a look at that. Heath Costello, 10.51 with a 0 at 102.6 mile an hour.
Absolutely brilliant pass. It's great to see the modified bike so competitive. And the next pairing we've got to come up is Alan Henry up against Gary Flat. So they're both A modified bikes. Alan Henry at this stage is in first position, and in 7th is Gary Flat. Gary Flat hasn't really put in an indicative pass just yet, so he'd be looking forward to doing something a little bit more impressive today with this particular pass.
Well, I was having a chat with the guys earlier on. As I said, Gary's been having some issues, and we saw those issues last night. Hopefully we can see something come out of this bike this afternoon during our 5th qualifying session for the bikes. And of course, a big thanks and big welcome to all our photographers who are trackside as well. You can see them all running around in their high vis, taking pictures and photos. Of course, you can check them out on our the Hidden Valley Drags Facebook page. And of course, you'll see some of these photos in the Andrew Drag Racing magazine as well.
Great launch there by Alan Henry, as you would expect, being in first position. A little bit early on the tree, unfortunately, got a red light and needs to sharpen that up, but he goes through with an 8.701 with 151 kilometres an hour, great pass. And unfortunately there, Gary Flat, again another issue, going through with an 11.42, which is slower than his previous time with 100 miles an hour. So he really did back it off going across the stripe. Disappointing there for Gary. And Gary really needs to put in some good passes. If he's got one more opportunity of qualifying, he'll really need to do better.
As we continue on with our modified bikes, I was having a chat with Robert Harrison earlier on. Of course, Robert Harrison, a former local boy. He's been out of Darwin for 3 years, and this is the first time he's been on the bike in 3 years. And it's not his bike either. He hasn't been racing for 3 years, and have a look at these times he's pulling. 9.58. This is what his best time was last night. He's back on track in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2, with Mark Taddingham over there in lane 1.
Absolutely. Mark Taddingham in 3rd place at the moment with a 9.472. See if he can sharpen that up and get in the 8s. I'm sure he'd be keen to do that.
Well, look, I'll tell you what, he's doing pretty well. Let's have a look and see what happens. There's Mark Taddingham in 3rd, currently 3rd quickest. Robert Harrison just behind him by by 1/100th of a second. So this could be very interesting to see how these two bikes perform as we line them up into pre-stage now. We are in pre-stage. Let's go into full stage. Both bikes are in the hole. Let's drop it. There we go.
Beautiful launch by Mark Taddingham, as you would expect. I'll tell you what, looks like Robbie's catching him. Robbie Harrison's catching him there in the lane number 2 as they go across the stripe.
Oh, that was close.
Well, it certainly was, Wayne. So Mark Taddingham goes through with a 9.472 at 146 miles an hour, and Robert Harrison with a 9.582 at 150 miles an hour.
Tell you what, not bad for a person who hasn't been riding for 3 years.
3 years, that's impressive.
3 years, that's pretty impressive. But I don't think you should count last year because everyone wasn't racing last year.
You're right, indeed.
Okay, so 2 years. Let's go with the 2 years.
No, fair enough. It was a bit of a Mickey Mouse season last year, unfortunately. In Perth, we actually did get on with the racing in October. We did have almost a full season, but not a complete season.
Not quite sure what's happening over there on lane number 1. Jeff Sonnet getting the bike pushed back there a little bit. No, he's just going onto the burnout pad. Apparently couldn't find R on the bike. Most bikes don't have R unless you've got a 3-wheeler or you're old and decrepit and you need to have a reverse on the bike. But we've got Jeff Sonnet up here in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, with Dean Hersey, the boy from Catherine, in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Exactly. Dean Hersey's in full stage. Just waiting for Jeff to get into full stage.
So it's the Harley up against the Suzuki. The Suzuki. Let's have a look. Not a bad start from the Suzuki. 0.43 reaction time as Jeff Sonnet plagued with problems again here this afternoon. This is not good. That's a shame there. So he's done the right thing. He's unable to do it, so he's pulled over. One of the reasons why these guys do it, if you don't know, for the crowd, if you all watching it on the YouTube channel, one of the reasons why they'll do that is because if there is a problem with the bike, be it an incontinence problem, what it does, it tends to actually drag. If anything's coming out, it drags it to the end, so there's less of a, I guess, of a hassle to clean up, that sort of stuff. So, Matt, you're down there trackside at the moment. What's the vibe, my friend? What's the vibe?
Well, just running through the qualifying, as you know, not everyone's coming out to qualify. They may have already done so, so this field is slightly smaller than normal. Although we've got a bike down the track and there's a burnout happening up here as well, so you've got to wait until a bike has been pushed back before you start firing up your burnout.
Normally.
So hold your horses up there, buddy.
They're getting a little bit excited, and of course that's Gordon
for
Crawford.
sure.
Gordon Crawford, that's the...
No, but apart from that, down here now it's really pleasant actually. It's really quite nice being up here in the warm and being out here alongside the track. All the sights, smells and sounds of a drag racing facility in full song. And it's only going to get hotter on the track as it gets cooler off the track. So it's going to be a nice night. And thanks for joining us nice and early, folks. Quite a lot of you have joined us out nice and early for the final round of qualifying. And then we have our presentations for the top qualifiers at 6. And at 6:30, we kick off round 1.
Looking forward to that one. I'll tell you what, this is where it's all going to be happening. Of course, 6 rounds in total when it comes to the Summit Sportsman Series. 6 in total. And of course, kicking off. And I'm quite happy and proud that we kicked it off up here in the top end.
Oh, well deserved. You've probably got the best drag racing track in the country, closely followed by Perth, I would have said. But
not probably.
Yeah,
we do have.
But then Alice Springs next weekend, the 24th and 25th of July. Then we go to Adelaide Raceway in October. Back to the Perth Motorplex in November, off to Calder Park in Melbourne in January, and we finish off at the Perth Motorplex 5th and 6th of March for the Western Nationals.
Well, that Gordon Crawford, hopefully he was also having some issues last night. Let's see if he can actually get a pass here this afternoon in our qualifying 5 number session here this afternoon. And coming up after the bikes, we got our qualifying session number 4 for our top sportsman's class. Looking forward to seeing what these guys can pull out tonight as we get underway. Here we go. Gordon Crawford, he's on the line. Let's see what happens. NT Electrical Group, lane number 1 on the Kawasaki 1200. He's in pre-stage. We got a globe out on that pre-stage line by the look of it. Oh no, we got a double. He looks like he jumped it a little bit too quick on the throttle, or he may have stalled it or something. Oh, it looks like the guys have got some problems there. Just having a look on the big screen, looks like he's got a couple of problems with his, some problems there with the bike. So we'll see him pushed back as we move into our next class. I believe we'll be moving into our once the modified bike. Yep, qualifying session number 4 for the top sportsman. Qualifying session number 4 for our top sportsman class. And of course, our top sportsman class, we've got a great bunch of guys in there. We're looking at the likes of Todd Knight, Kim Fidella, Kevin McIver. I want to tell you what, we know that Kevin McIver's got a bit of stick behind the throttle of his car. Vlado Turek, and then we go with Leon Davies and Ashley Smith, along with Corey Green.
Oh, the top sportsmen are here. It's great to see the lineup of cars. We've got a 65 Mustang, an 04 Pontiac, an ED Falcon, another Pontiac, the LC Tirana Pontiac, Nissan, great to see a Nissan S14, Camaro, another Camaro, in fact 3 Camaros, and an XF Falcon. I know you're pretty fond of the XF Falcons there, Wayne.
I love the XF Falcon. Just having a quick look there, of course, Kevin McIver, as we saw during qualifying in Victoria, we know Kevin can pull some good times there, because if you have a quick look at his time there, 5.1139 qualifying in Victoria in March earlier this year. So we know he can pull some times, and I think he's I can't remember what his time was last night, but looking at some pretty impressive impressive movement there. And let's have it also too with Leon Davis. He can also pedal that car pretty quick with 5.19, so that's during qualifying. I think that could have been, the mature age time. We'll turn all that out. But we know the car's been actually pulled his time. Having a look at Kevin McIver there. He's not a bad... Oh, 002 reaction time and a 004 reaction time from Leon Davies. Wow, have a look at that. Kevin McIver with a 7.916 at 174.98 mile an hour.
Gee, the boys from South Australia really showing us how to have reaction times at 0.02 and a 0.04. Magnificent, Leon Davies and Kevin McIver.
Look, we know these cars have got the poke. We know these cars can do these times, as we said in a lot of this stuff in the... as we see in some of these previous results and track orders. So these guys really know how to drive these cars. Corey Reed is up next. Alongside of him is Ashley Smith in the Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2 in that beautifully presented car of his at Camaro. But have a look at the that's an XF. Love the XF.
Yep, absolutely. I think the other one might be the Pontiac actually there of...
Ashley Smith is the Camaro, the 582 cubic inch Camaro. Up against that awesome-looking Falcon there. I love the Falcons.
Yeah, I know you do. As a Holden man myself, but no, as I say, I had more Fords than Holdens through my life, but I saw the light eventually, got myself a HSV Maloo. Okay, so now we move on, as you say.
Won't hold that against you, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Wayne.
Let's have a look here as we move these guys up into the track now, as we get back to this page. All right, Corey Reed and Ashley Smith.
Oh, look at Ashley Smith. Huge burnout. Great reaction time by both drivers.
This could be pretty evenly matched as we get down to the other end, but have a look at that. Ashley Smith, an 8.30 with a 4 at 162.02 miles per hour off that reaction time of a 0.30.
And Corey Reed with a 0.23 reaction time, also 126 miles an hour, but an 8.706 pass.
Well, the next two cars to make their way up, Kim Fidella, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. With Vlado Turek over here in lane number 2. And, of course, Vlado's driving that awesome Nissan S14 as we were talking about before. 632 cubes underneath the bonnet of that South Australian car. Up against Kim Fidella, who's got the ED Falcon, 310 cubes.
He certainly has, all the way from West Australia. So we've got West Australian lane 1 versus South Australia in lane 2. And Vlado Turek, a very experienced racer, travels all around Australia racing. And he's currently in 2nd position so far after our qualifying session, with Kim Fidella a little bit further back there in 7th place.
So where are the trophies going to go tonight? Let's see. Round one trophies are going to have to go somewhere. And, of course, we've got a couple of states to choose from. I'm hoping they stay up here in the top end, but who knows what may happen come 6:30 when we kick off with our with the round 1 racing here at down here at Hidden Valley. And of course, actually, we've got a couple of qualifying two more qualifying sessions after 6:30 with the junior dragsters and our super spreads.
Kim Fidella from WA a little bit quick on the tree, but another great reaction there from Vlado Turek. And across the line, he goes with a 7.954 at 169 miles an hour.
Kim Fidella, 8.63 with a 2 at 158.17 miles per hour. So we got some still doing some pretty good qualifying times happening at the moment as we're going through our top sportsman qualifying session number 4. With the solo pass coming up next.
Yes, very even racing, Wayne. I see barely half a second between them as they went across the stripe, the South Australian and the WA boy.
Well, you were talking about this car last night. You're saying that you love the look of this one. This is Todd Knight in the 2004 Pontiac. 632 cubes underneath the bonnet. We're hoping he's making his way. Yep, there he goes, making his way up to the burnout pad. Nice little power skid there. Nice little burnout there in the...
Beautifully presented car too, Wayne.
Oh, look at these.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It may be grey, but it's just something about it that sticks out, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's like a gunmetal grey. Beautifully presented.
Pretty quick car, this one. He's actually, currently, he is the quickest in qualifying so far, 6.670. And let me tell you, my hat goes off to the guys from Pecky's Performance who do a lot of work with his car. And, of course, this is a car that can absolutely pedal and giggle all its way down the track there in that Pontiac Grand Am. 632 cubic inches with a little bit of giggle gas underneath. That's why I said giggles his way down the track, because he gets down to about the 60-foot mark and then hits the giggle button. And I tell you what, I don't think he's giggling, but by the time he gets to the other end, he probably is, especially with some times like this. 6.67. First in qualifying at the moment. Is he full stage as he makes his way down the track? This is pretty good going. If you have a look at that 60-foot mark, 1.03 to the 60. Have a look at that.
Great passes, 6.674 elapsed time at 207 miles an hour. I thought he got a little bit close to the centre line, but that's a completely perfect pass. Magnificent.
If he was backing up that time, he's managed to back that time up. Have a look at that. Last night he qualified with a 6.670. He's just done a 6.674.
Wow, geez, in the slightly warmer conditions. So, yeah, Todd Knight's right on it all the way from Humpty Dune, the Northern Territory, just southeast of us.
Getting ready to get into our qualifying session number 5 for our super sedans now. Qualifying session number 5 for our super sedans as we almost get ready towards the end of our qualifying session for day 2. And then we're going to take a short break and then we'll getting into all the fun stuff at 6 o'clock.
Oh, plenty to come, folks, and it's great to see a good crowd here. I know you're going to enjoy it with the sun going down as we're looking forward to Super Sedan here. Wait for the burnouts there. The one-tonner of Peter Kirkpatrick there in lane number 1 up against the number 1 national champion, the reigning national champion, Marty Murko from WA in lane number 2.
That 68 Chevy Camaro, beautiful looking car. But I tell you what though, Peter Kirkpatrick is pretty good on the button there. Also, that being the Q1 tonner, 414 cubic inches, not as big as Marty's car, but I'll tell you what, let's have a look and see what times we can pull out from here. As Peter Kirkpatrick lines up on NT Electrical Group lane 1 with Martin Murko in Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2.
Okay, reactions all important here as we are in pre-stage. Marty's in full stage.
Ooh, here we go.
In fact, it's Peter in full stage, sorry.
Just waiting for Martin to come up. There we go. Psyching him out a little bit as the lights drop.
Oh, red light for Marty Murko.
Well, we're going side by side at the moment till we get to the 330-foot mark. Peter Kirkpatrick seems to tick off just a little bit quicker. 8.56 with a 7. 8.56 with a 7 at 123.31 miles an hour.
That was a superb pass by Peter Kirkpatrick. Let's just say, better reaction time. Marty a little bit too quick and goes through the 9.136, so 147 miles an hour. So Marty need to go back to the garage, have a little bit of a rethink about that. You can't afford to keep getting these red lights. It's as we get towards eliminations, you've got to sharpen that up in the tree.
Absolutely. Craig McGregor coming out in Summit Racing lane number 2 in the Holden Rodeo, with Alex coming out NT Electrical Group lane number 1 in the BA Falcon.
Huge burnout by the Rodeo, right up past the burnout pad as he reverses it back up, and I think Alex just did a very mild little burnout.
Well, if we're going to have a prize for the best burnout / power skid, I reckon that'll have to go to Gary Baker in the HR.
That was
last
special.
night.
That was special, Wayne. That was absolutely brilliant.
He knows how to do. I'll tell you what. He knows how to warm up the tyres in that HR. Hopefully, we'll see him come out for qualifying session number 5 as we wiggle on. Here we go. Alex up in NT Electrical Group lane number 1 in the BA Falcon, all thanks to Mobile Electrical Services, and of course Craig McGregor. Thanks to Macca's Earth Moving in the Holden Rodeo.
Good launch by Alex Brutus. This is. Oh, looks like the Rodeo might be catching him.
I think the Rodeo has actually overtaken him. 8.99 with a 6. 8.99 with a 6. 155.08 mile an hour.
Yeah, a little bit slow reaction time, but Alex Brutus there with a 0.31 reaction time with a 9.688 at 141 miles an hour. Looked like he got the best start, but didn't Craig McGregor hunt him down and thrash him in the end.
We got Matt over there, trackside there. How's it going? How's it going over there, Matt?
Yeah, things are pretty cool down here at the moment. We've got the HR Holden coming up our way at the moment. What a beautiful looking piece of machinery.
As we said earlier on, if there's anyone who knows how to do a power skid in the burnout, that's this guy.
And there's Gary Baker trying to make his tyres not quite so much in diameter, just trying to shrink his tyres down a little bit.
I reckon he goes through about 10 sets of tyres a drag race meeting.
Absolutely. Great burnout. Nearly as good as last night's burnout. Beautiful looking HR. Absolutely love the HR, Holden HR. Stunning in white. Beautiful appearance. Up against Desmond Jeffrey.
Yeah, Desmond Jeffrey, he's also a quick peddler on the track in that VZ Ute. 632 cubes of, all the way from Victoria. Let's have a look and see what we pull out when we get onto the track here with this one. And of course, let's have a quick look at Currently, we're sitting on 30 degrees at the moment with a relative humidity of 52%. So the humidity is at 50, temperature's at 30, and you'll see those change as the sun goes down.
Gee, Gary Baker doesn't have the quite same cubic capacity, but look at the pace of that as he goes.
So we look at there, Desmond hitting the cherry there, but Gary Baker, 9.004 at 152.5 mile an hour.
Yes, unfortunately for Des, a little bit quick on the tree. Very small margin being quick, a .002 reaction time on the negative side, but he goes through with a 10.612 at 126 miles per hour, I must say.
We're getting close to our final qualifying session for the afternoon. Of course, we've got modified cars coming up very, very shortly. But the last of our super sedans, Peter Zekos, over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1.
And Rene Cockrell in lane number 2. They're both second and third respectively so far in qualifying, after qualifying 4, I should say.
So we got,
so
what,
far.
4 from 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 from South Australia.
Yes.
We've got Rob Evans, Rene Cockrell. We've also got Brett Matthew. We've got George George
Tipikoutis.
Yep, and of course we've also got Peter Zekos as well. So 5 South Australians on the board here this weekend, and of course 3 Territorians, 3 Victorians, and I think that's in 1 Western Australian in the super sedan class.
Exactly, yeah. Marty Murko wearing the number 1, being the reigning national champion for super sedan.
So we got 5 South Australians could possibly take home the blue ribbon here for round 1 up here in the top end. Round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series. Welcome to those who are watching us on our YouTube channel. Of course, that's the Andrew YouTube channel, and of course via In Pit Lane. Welcome to those who are watching us at the moment. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We're going to be taking a short break very soon, where racing will start in about pretty much half an hour's time, roughly thereabouts. As the guys make their way down the track, have a look at that reaction time from Rene Cockrell. 0.26 reaction time, but a 9.12 with a 0 at 147.9.
Yeah, Rene was the first over the 60-foot mark, very even across the 330, but as you say, Rene Cockrell with a 9.120 at 147 kilometres an hour. She's just behind, unfortunately for her, Peter Zekos with an 8.930 at 152 miles an hour.
One of the biggest class of cars we've got here trackside this weekend is our super sedan class. Still to come, we've got Mark Bushka in NT Electrical Group. I think I got that right. In lane NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, and Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2 sees Neville Bayer. All the way from, where's Neville from? Neville is from...
Another South Australian, probably.
South Australian? Can't see him. Why can't I see him on my list?
He's not on our list, but Mark Busher certainly is, and he's the Victorian and the 1-tonner.
He is. I can't remember why he's not on my list. Maybe I forgot him. But we still got him. We still remember him at least anyway.
Absolutely. It's a thought that counts, Neville.
I'm just going to say he was a late bloomer. He was a late comer.
Exactly. He wasn't born yesterday though, but no, as I say, Neville Bayer on the in lane number 2, the Summit Industries racing lane. Nice little burnout up towards the cameras. And going back, Mark Busher in lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services Group, lane number 1.
Well, it's good to have, of course, good to see these guys. We've got our camera crew on track as well. We're looking down the barrel of 6, 7, 8 cameras currently down here at Hidden Valley. Well, we can see 8 cameras, but you guys can see 1. 5 cameras. Well, how come I can't 8? Different angles. Oh, multicam. Oh, there we go. That's technology.
Multitasking. Yes, so Neville Bayer yet to do a pass so far this weekend. He wasn't available yesterday, but he steps up to the plate for qualifying number 5 so far today. It'll be his first qualifying pass. Keen to do well.
That certainly is. Let's have a look as we line them up. Still sitting at 30 degrees at the moment, 52% relative humidity. In the commentary box, it's about a lovely 24. Great crowd out there tonight. Have a look at you guys. Welcome, Darwin. Hope you're having fun tonight so far during our qualifying session. This Neville is our local boy, all thanks to Dimmitt Tools. Here we go.
Another red light there for Mark Busher in the 1-tonner from Victoria.
We have a look at that. The LC Tirana gets down the other end of the track at a time at 9.64 with a 9. 9.64 with a 9 at 126.72 miles per hour.
And Neville Bayer with a 9.649 at 126 miles an hour. Neville was the quickest at the 60-foot mark, but from there on it was all Mark Busher. Unfortunately got a red light, and we keep saying you need to sharpen up on the tree, but another good pass there for Neville.
Well, as we get ready to get underway with Rob Evans. Matt, your turn trackside. What the hell does that car look like? It's a gorgeous looking car, isn't it?
A beautiful Chrysler hardtop with 394 cubic inches of mumbo jumbo on board. I mean, what it would be about 2 tonne of steel, you reckon there, Wayne? It's a very heavy looking car.
A Chrysler's usually about 4 tonnes worth
4
of steel,
tonne,
isn't it?
exactly.
And as I said last night, it's probably the only time you ever see. I used to see the smoke come out the front end of a Chrysler as opposed to the back end of a Chrysler. But have a look at that. 0.200 second reaction time. 1.2 to the 60-foot mark. 3.6 to the 330. And does the pass at a time of 8.85 with a 3 at 152.69 mile an hour. Trackside, we've got Matt Bubner. How you doing down there, Matt? All right.
That was great to see Rob Evans getting the front left wheel up in the air, hanging the Dunlop in the air for about 60 feet. Great to see, great for the spectators, and great for the photographers to get some photos. That is, they'll all be up on the website pretty soon.
All right, as we move into our modified eliminator class right now, and of course Chris Moore is in, there we go, he's behind the wheel of that undercover dragster over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. Have a look at that beautiful looking car. Alongside of him is Craig Baker. Now, Craig Baker from Victoria in that rear engine dragster. So both of them are rear engines. We had this discussion last night. I'm not quite sure if I'd prefer the engine behind me or in front of me.
Well, I personally prefer it behind me, just in case something goes wrong, but I'm a wimp. So Craig Baker in the lane number 2, the Summit Racing Industry Equipment lane, up against the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane of Chris Moore. And both beautiful dragsters, beautiful A-modified dragsters.
All right, as both cars get ready, they're lining up. Ooh, lane 1 already in full stage. Ooh, I'll tell you what, he's psyching out Craig Baker. Chris Moore's in the hole, he's ready to go.
And a red light, a double red light, both red lit, both keen to beat each other. And that was the foxing that was going on the start line, Wayne.
I think it was, but have a look at those times. Chris Moore with an 8.25 and a 4, 161.83 miles per hour.
Absolutely great pass, very even across the stripe. So yeah, Craig Moore, he'll remain in third place with Chris Moore in third place with Craig Baker in fourth place, just behind Dennis Bayliss in second and Bradley Hicks in first position.
Solo pass coming up now with Bradley Hicks in the NT Electrical Group lane number 1, and of course he's the quickest with the modified eliminators tonight. So far he got a 7.40. 7.402 at 183.2 mile an hour.
Engages reverse. He's got the beautiful gold or bronze rims on the front of the dragster. No brakes on the front of a dragster. They rely purely on their rear brakes and, of course, the parachute to reach full blossom and retard their progress as they go across the stripe there. 1,320 feet away from us.
Bradley Hicks lining up to the start line there. He's just backing up to get it back into forward and get ready to do his pass.
Yeah, Bradley Hicks from wine territory there in Harndorf, South Australia, not far from the wineries.
And
beautiful.
The sausages.
Yeah, oh, yes, exactly. Harndorf's a beautiful street when you go to the main street of Harndorf. It's absolutely beautiful.
It smells of lovely German sausages.
German sausages and German beer.
That's the first place I go to when I go that way.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, here we go. He's lined up. He's in full stage. And I think it's gone quiet.
He's got the track to himself. He's in full stage, but did you say, Wayne? Oh, no. He was just foxing.
Let's have a look at the time. He was sitting there for a little while. 1.2 to the 60, so 7.60 with a 0 at 176 mile an hour.
Yeah, so not quite improving on his previous time, but, gee, the reaction time wasn't the best there at 11s. So I believe that might be the end of modified at this stage, unless we've got Dennis Bayliss coming out for a single pass, a solo pass also, and he'll be taking off from lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, with the whole track to himself. And I mean, it's straight after this pass, we'll be having a little bit of a break. We'll be preparing the track and having a little bit of a rest for us all. And I implore you all to head over to the merchandise tent with the merchandise area. They're just behind the pits. A lot of the teams have their own merchandise.
Nice burnout there from Dennis Bayliss. Of course, he is the second quickest in this class. Of course, 7.63 with a 1 just behind Bradley Hicks there as Dennis makes his way back to the staging line. Warms those tyres up a bit. Another nicely presented car. Of course, some of the awards that we'll be giving out tonight will be best presented cars.
Oh, yes.
I'm glad I wasn't judging that one because I tell you, from the look of some of these cars, there are quite a few of them that really actually make the mark tonight. So looking forward to see who gets the number 1 prize for that one as we line Dennis Bayliss up to the line. Well, thanks to Kirby's Trophies and ProGrind NT. This is the 388 cubic inch altered as he lines up to the staging line.
Got the whole track to himself, although he's got to stay inside his lane.
Shouldn't be that hard.
No.
Full stage.
Looks like he got down to the centre of the track a little bit, steers it to the left, and he goes through the 7.278 at 181 miles per hour. So that's actually his fastest pass, a 7.278, 184 miles an hour, I should say. So Dennis Bayliss is first position. In fact, he moves up to first position, popping out Bradley Hicks. So we've got the altered in first place and the 3 dragsters right behind him.
Well, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break and we're going to come back trackside in about 15, 20 minutes' time, where we'll start getting underway with some of our top qualifier awards and, of course, our opening speeches and the start of the pointy end of round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series here at Hidden Valley.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Red Senators, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade, cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red Senators, September 3 to 5. Head to redsenators.com.au for tickets now.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, SummitRacing.com.
The show may be over, but the motorsport chat continues with Full Course Yellow, the in-pit lane after party. We're on the In Pit Lane YouTube channel live most Thursday nights at 9:30, straight after In Pit Lane here on Channel 31. So, why not join us?
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Red Senators, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs September 3 to 5. There's cruising, racing, burnouts, music, and more. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass for just $50. Head to redsenators.com.au for tickets now.
Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
As we're back trackside down here at Hidden Valley for, of course, what is round one of the Summit Sportsman Series here at Hidden Valley. Could the following cars you need to come up to the staging, please? Brody Zapier, Super Sedan Glenn Sturgenberg, can you come up? Modified Bike Alan Henry, Super Sedan Craig McGregor, Modified Car Dennis Bayliss, and Top Sportsman Todd Knight. Can you please make your way to staging, please? Can you guys make your way up to staging, please? We want, of course, Brody Zapier, Glenn Sturgenberg, Alan Henry, Craig McGregor, Dennis Bayliss, and Todd Knight. You guys need to make your way up to staging, please.
And as the sun sets over Hidden Valley, the beautiful sunset about to take place. Beautiful day we've had. Got a lot of action coming up a little bit later on, folks. We're into not only qualifying, we've got a few more qualifyings. We move on to eliminations, and it's just going to get hotter and hotter. Okay, the temperature's going to drop outside, but the action on the track is going to get super hot, and we're looking forward to bringing that to you very, very soon.
Well, we've got currently underway track preparation going, so our John Deeres are out there, and I'm not allowed to play my John Deere song.
No, just the John Deere Classic, as we call it.
Well, apparently someone said to me the two Harleys are on the track. I thought, how rude was that? And, of course, coming up at 6 o'clock, of course, we do have the top qualifier awards and opening speeches. Looking forward to that. And then, of course, all our official openings and startings and all the good stuff to get round one underway of our Summit Sportsman Series. Of course, 6 rounds in total, starting here at Hidden Valley and ending in March next year, all the way over in the Perth Motorplex. I'm looking forward to a fantastic series. 6 rounds in total. And, of course, round one starting here in the top end, all part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship. Looking forward to it. So as we said before, can we get the following cars up into staging, guys? You need to make your way up here now, please. We are looking for the following vehicles when I push the right buttons. I'm looking for Brody Zapier, Glenn Sturgenberg, Al Henry, Craig McGregor, Dennis Bayliss, and Todd Knight. Can you guys make your way to staging, please? Let's go. We need you up here in staging. Come on, guys. As we said, we've got track preparation underway before we get into as we start with our qualifying 6th session of our JDs and a Super Streets. But we're going to be underway with, of course, the top door slammer coming on track first. That's why we're getting this track preparation underway. And, of course, kicking off very shortly with our top qualifier awards and opening speeches. Looking forward to that. And, of course, trackside, we got Matt Bubner. Where are you, Matty? Can you hear us? You're down there somewhere? Well, I've still got my blinds pulled down, so I can't see it because the sun setting slowly over Hidden Valley here on our Saturday evening. The crowd is looking simply spectacular. Of course, a big welcome to all our photographers who are trackside as well. We've got Craig Radcliffe from Craig Radcliffe Action Sport Photography, who also does some photos and pictures for the Andrew Drag Racing magazine. And of course, so too the guys from High RPM. We've got Mike O'Neill and Ed Foreman, and of course our production crew. Welcome, guys. You guys are doing a fantastic job trackside here at Hidden Valley. First time the guys have been here. Bit of a challenge for them. We've all crammed into our little box, and we're looking forward to what's going to be a fantastic night. And as I said, can you guys start making your way up? As they are making their way up to staging, of course. Thanks, guys. You need to make your way up here now, please. We are looking for, as I said, Brody Zapier. Can you make your way up? And, of course, along with Glenn Sturgenberg, Alan Henry, Craig McGregor, Dennis Bayliss and Todd Knight. And I did see Matt Mubner. You're over there on the trackside at the moment. How's it going over there, man? What's the vibe? It's all about the vibe. What's the vibe like down here at Hidden Valley out there?
I see Glenn Sturkenberg just walking past our commentary box a minute ago. Richard Zapier there just cruising past, getting prepared for the top door slammers, which will be coming up very, very soon, just after we finish track preparation, which is still going on. As I say, we're just calling all these, waiting for Brody Zapier and the others to head their way to the staging lanes. Got a little bit of a presentation for you.
As we said, top qualifier awards and opening speeches happening. Happening very, very shortly. There's Matt. I can see Matt Bubner over there on the down a bit. Oh, not too high. Down. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Okay, Matt Bubner, can you hear us over there, trackside?
Yes, I can certainly hear you guys in there in commentary for sure. Just out here waiting for our official presentations to top qualifiers, as well as the meeting will get underway shortly, folks. What's happening over your way?
Well, everything's lovely and dandy over here. I was just sort of asking you before, it's all about the vibe. So what is the vibe like trackside here at Hidden Valley?
Well, at the moment, they're all enjoying a bit of dinner. They're all waiting for some action. There a lot of people just arriving at the moment, actually, have just arrived in the last probably half an hour or so. So, no, it's pretty good. I've already dished out some sugar hits to the young folk in the crowd. So they have certainly stocked up. If a few grabbed a few handfuls of them, so we'll hand out probably some more between elimination rounds, I dare say, or any other chance we get. So we got quite a bit more to hand out to the young folk in the crowd, and it should be a lot of fun, I reckon.
Oh, it's going to be a huge lot of fun tonight, and of course we'll be, as seeing last night, the times that were coming out of the qualifying sessions last night. I really do believe that we are going to be seeing some fantastic, exciting racing here at trackside as part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round one of our Summon Sportsman series. And of course, a big thanks to Andra, who's been behind all of this. These guys have worked, all these people that work hard and long and hard behind the scenes. And we've got to say a big thanks to the guys from the Summit Racing Equipment for their huge support. And of course, we do know that they are listening to us over the big wide web on YouTube. Hi guys, welcome. Hope you can understand us Australians over here. But we got plenty. So we'll see. We'll be zooming across to the crowd during the course of the night, and you'll see what crowds that we can get here at Hidden Valley. Nice shot there of the Summit Racing Equipment sign on the wall of the. This is our big burnout pad. We call this the Coliseum. It's been there for 10 years. When we first started 10 years ago, the pad was very, very concretey. Now it's very black and rubbery, which is looking good. As we have a quick squeeze over there, almost getting ready to get underway with our top qualifier awards and opening speeches.
Good to see Brett Stevens out here going to present the awards along with Maddie Bubner, just getting our cameras organised. It's great and great to see some of the competitors making their way to the staging lanes, ready to receive their Sportsman's Awards.
You know what? A lot of these people don't expect the awards. You know what? It's one of those things where they don't expect it. They get here because they race, because they do what they do, because they love what they do, and it's always good to get that accolade of, oh wow.
Exactly. I was speaking with Glenn Sturkenberg just a while ago with the purple VR Ute, and he's just absolutely stoked that he's the #1 qualifier. He just can't believe it. It's a dream come true for Glenn, and he's obviously looking forward to making his way to all 6 rounds of the Andrew Drag Racing Championship this year for Super Street. But yes, he'll be receiving his award. That's the gentleman with the black and green shirt with the big cowboy hat and the braces. He's Glenn Sturkenberg, a great young man, a great gentleman, I should say, from Western Australia.
All right, guys, we're going to hand over the microphone trackside to Matt Bubner. Matt, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. And we've come along to just before all hell breaks loose out there on the track. And what I'd like to do before we go too much further is I'd like to bring Brett Stevens, the CEO of Andra, to the microphone and have a bit of a chat with us about proceedings. Brett, welcome, mate.
Thanks, Matt. It's great to be up here again in the territory. Maintaining our COVID, it's impacted a few people, but it's awesome to see crowds start coming in as we have round 1, Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. And round 1, of the Australian Drag Racing Championship. We're not going to do the top qualifier for that because they got one more session to see if anyone can knock John Zapier off the top. But I think we'll kick off right now, Matt, and do the top qualifiers for the sportsman guys. If you want to call them out. Just a reminder, I won't be shaking hands under our COVID protocols. Congratulations to all.
Okay, boys and girls, let's start with this. In the HVDRA, we have the volunteers, of course, to thank as well before we actually do any of the top qualifiers. So, folks, I don't want to put your hands together just quickly for our volunteers. They do a great effort to put these sort of weekends on for your benefit. So thanks to all of our competitors and spectators for coming along, and also the volunteers for the job they do. Okay, Summit Race Equipment, Sportsman Round 1, top qualifier. Thanks to Deco Glazed Glass Splashbacks in Victoria. And then the Junior Dragster, the top qualifier is Brody Zapier with an 8.042 from Western Australia. Brody, mate, how you been, mate? How's the trip up here to Darwin? And congratulations on the top qualifying.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good trip up. Been a great time. Really hot, different to the weather in Perth. But yeah, it's been a great weekend so far.
Mate, good luck tonight.
Thank you. Just quickly though, I'd like to thank my Uncle John for bringing the car up here last June. Without him, I wouldn't be racing here. Summit Racing Equipment and Andra, thank you for their support and for the sanctioning of the event. Mum, Dad, and Adam, who unfortunately couldn't make it, thanks for crewing on the car. My sponsors, CIC, ADR, and ACS Computers, thank you so much.
And great words by a great young man. Put your hands together, folks. Great work there by Brody Zapier. Okay, let's cruise on to Super Street. And our top qualifier with a 10.43 is Glenn Sturkenberg. Congratulations, Glenn. Bit of a elbow knock. How you doing, buddy?
Very well, thank you.
And great work on the top qualifier in that purple ute of yours.
Yes, hard work under these conditions. Bit hot for me up here.
So what sort of things do you have to do to tune the car to get the thing to do what it did today and yesterday?
Played around a little bit with the nitrous petrol side of it, trying to get the tune right on the AFR, but I think I've got it nailed down.
And anybody you'd like to thank for where you are here tonight?
Oh, certainly first I'd like to thank Summit Racing Equipment. I am the customer of theirs. I do buy from them as well as Australian companies. But also my wife over there who's come with me under sufferance. She wasn't all that keen. Well, I did promise her a touristy time, but it just happens to be some drag racing up there in Darwin if we're going to go that way. So, yes, that was all very good. And terrific track, guys. The preparation's fantastic. Yeah, straight as, smooth, terrific. Thank you very much.
Great work there. Brilliant stuff there for Glenn Sturkenberg. Put your hands together, folks. Okay, moving on to modified bike. And great work out there. And with an 8.67, we have got from the Northern Territory, Alan Henry. Great stuff. Well done out there, mate. How was the track so far?
Oh, the guys that prep the track have done a fabulous job. It'll pull your sand shoes off if you haven't done them up properly. So, no, well done. I'd like to thank some guys, Cyclone Motorcycles. They help us out. Auto Smart guys with brake clean, that sort of stuff. And you've also got Stan from ePrint. He does some great stickers and wraps and stuff like that. So also the Section 8 team over there, I mean, I just ride it. They tell me which way to go even, so happy days. So looking forward to a good night tonight. Hope everyone's having a good time. Let's go racing.
Indeed, great words there. Great competitor, Alan Henry. Okay, moving on now, we have got Super Sedan with an 8.730 from the Northern Territory, Craig McGregor. Great stuff. Tightly contested field tonight too, so it's going to be a good one for you. Well done, man. Some good qualifying passes.
Yeah, it was good.
As far as you're concerned, how's the field looking tonight? Tough competitors out there for you tonight?
Definitely tough competitors tonight, yeah. Should be a good night.
Congratulations once again, man. A very few words. Good luck tonight, buddy.
Right, can I just thank my dad, Mac at Macca's Earthworks, Damien and Tom, Glenn Off-Road Autos, and Matt Abel as well. Thanks.
Great stuff. Yeah, Matt's helped out a lot of us on the weekend, actually. His house is a cast of thousands over the weekend, so thanks to Matty. Okay, moving on now. We have got modified. And the top modified qualifier was Dennis Bayliss. So we will post the award to him. Congratulations goes to Dennis Bayliss. Okay, moving on. We have got top sportsman. There we go. That's an unusual one and a rarity. Is on his birthday, our top sportsman, top qualifier is Todd Knight with a 6.67. There we go. Not looking bad for 41. Okay, good stuff. Thank you very much. And here we go. Great work, buddy. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. The track guys have done an awesome job on this track. I'd like to thank Summit Racing Equipment, Andra, Hidden Valley, all the officials and volunteers. Yeah, it's just awesome.
Mate, well, you got your work cut out for you tonight, so you guys are going to head back to the pits and do whatever you got to do to get back out on the track. Good luck.
Thanks, mate. I also like to thank my crew, Job Coyne, Keelan, my two sons, Brody and Matt, and a couple of sponsors, Darwin Carpets and Vinyls, Pecky's Performance, and Darwin Access Service.
Yeah, great stuff. Without the sponsors, folks, these guys certainly can't make it to the track at all times. So what I'd like to do also, put your hands together for all of our top qualifiers. And then what I'll do is I'll also have a special thanks to all of our interstate competitors. A great number of the field has travelled many thousands of kilometres across this awesome country of ours to end up here in Darwin. Myself from Adelaide, I had an easy trip up, but a lot of these guys drove days and many days out there on the road. So I'd like you guys to put your hands together for all the competitors from Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, and any other part of the country, even Northern Territory. You guys have done a great job of putting a great field together, and I'm going to hand you briefly back to Brett Stevens. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Before we go too much further, I'm just going to grab this gentleman on the start line. His name's Stuart Rowland. He's the crew chief and tuner for Kelvin Lyle and his top door slammer Mustang. Sorry about moving so quick, Dave. And Stuart's got an item between his legs right now. That sounded weirder than it meant to. What he's actually doing is checking the traction on the start line, which will aid them in tuning the car. They'll look at ignition timing on the start line. They'll also look at RPM on the start line based on what Stuart's measuring now. I'm going to grab him when he's got this measurement. It's a torque wrench on a rubber pad. A great tool that a lot of the competitors use, and Stuart doesn't want to talk to me. He wants to run away. But we'll see him out with Kelvin Lyle's car shortly. We see Rob Taylor in the beautiful pink Camaro getting ready down there for his last shot. And we'll go into qualifying, the compulsory qualifying session for top door slammer shortly. See if anyone can knock off John Zapier from that number one spot. And as we continue, Matt, while they're doing the track prep, I see Dennis Bayliss wandering towards us, our modified top qualifier in his last shot. Ran 7:27. Dennis had a bit of a concrete-based incident on his vehicle a couple of weeks ago here. Got it all repaired and ran 7:27 today. Congratulations on top qualifying, Dennis.
All right, thank you very much.
Well done out there, buddy. And how was the track you raced on here? And it's a good track.
Yeah, it's pretty good tonight. Better than last meeting.
Man, if you don't try hard enough like that, then you're not trying hard enough, they say. So good luck, buddy. Take it easy.
No worries, thank you.
All right, folks, there you go, folks. Who wants to see some top door slammers? Oh, come on. Wake up. Bit of noise. Come on. I heard Darwin was the party town. You guys got to live up to that reputation. We're going to go door slammer qualifying, and then we'll break into our official event. So we'll hand it back to you guys over there in commentary.
Thanks very much, Matt. Thank you once again, Brett Stevens. I'll tell you what, without you guys up here, it'd be a bit of a quiet weekend this weekend, but I'll tell you what, this is what they say. Australian Drag Racing Championship, round one for Summit Sportsman Series. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get underway, we just got to do a couple of important things. on that there is a possibility of an accident causing injury or property damage. By purchasing a ticket to this event, spectator and competitor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there we go. The official business has been done. The Australian National Anthem and, of course, the acknowledgement to the Larrakia people for where we are here this evening. We acknowledge those past, present and emerging. As we get ready for the top eliminators to make their way out, of course, the top door slammers. I'm looking forward to seeing these cars make their way down the track this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to round one of the Summit Sportsman Series. 6 rounds in total, of course, starting here in the top end and finishing up over in the Perth Motorplex, over there on the western side of the country. It's a little bit wet, dribbly, and apparently they've got some floods happening over there as well over in Perth. But Matt Bubner, all the way up from South Australia, he's here from down that way. Down that end, you're just cold, aren't you?
Mate, at the moment we have got a bit of water and it's a bit cool down that way, but it is July in Adelaide and it's typically quite a cold place during July.
Yes.
And we have stinking hot stuff in February, March as well. So it's one of those places where you do have a few seasons, not just wet and dry. So I'll tell you, in the middle of winter you do wait for summer and then sometimes you get stinking hot days and you wish it was cool again. But it's just a great place to live. And I'll tell you what though, I'm super happy to be up here amongst you folk in Northern Territory. I've been up here a couple of times now and look for any chance to get back up here. So hopefully I'll come back another time and enjoy the evenings with you guys. Come up for a bit as a tourist actually and hang out in Mindle Markets out there on the beach and do all the stuff that tourists do. Mitchell Street. I hear you got a lot of pearls up here, Paspaley pearls and a few other wonderful things that happen only up here in the top end. So
yep,
it's a great place to be. I remember going to a place, I think it was called Monsoons.
Yes.
I've been there a couple of times, and there's also a place I think called Shenanigans.
Yeah, nothing like Shags and Monnies. That's the place to go overnight time up Mitchell Street.
There we go. So I did come up a number of years ago, went and hung out at those places. I think there was a toga party that night at Monsoons. So everyone wore tablecloths.
Yeah, tablecloths, bed sheets.
Yeah, mate.
You're lucky you didn't come up during the hookers ball.
Oh man, tell me about it. When's that on?
Well, due to, unfortunately, the current pandemic, we've put the slide hold on those until later. I'll let you know when they happen next, if you like.
No worries. Flick me a quick little DM and I'll be up here, man. But apart from that, folks, we are set for a great night of racing. As we said, one more qualifier for the top door slammers, and then it's on for young and old. So pretty much what it means is 2 cars come out, one goes around to the next round, one goes back on the trailer, and they can sit and watch the rest of the night. So up until now, it's been side-by-side cars just qualifying, so no racing to this point. They've just been qualifying, so no one's actually racing anybody. A red light doesn't matter in qualifying, and it's just one of those things that you do. And you're after the wonderful miles per hour down the top end of the track. You're after some good ETs as well. But coming tonight, you need to have it right at both ends of the 400 metres. You got to cut a good light, get a good time, and have your wits about you. So our drivers are back preparing and getting ready for, some battle on the blacktop, and they'll be out a little later on. So I'm going to hand it back to you guys for a few moments. Take it easy, and we'll join you back on the track shortly.
Well, we got plenty of people trackside here this evening. Welcome to those. I can see some of our locals over there. I can see some of our mud racing people over there as well. There's Greg and Rhonda Logan, who are here tonight. G'day, guys. Yeah, of course, we've got a lot of our regulars on the hill. How, guys, who've got there? Also, too, we've got one of our friends over there in front of the bar where she lives most nights. Hello, Julie. She's over there. She loves the tractor. She's the tractor fan. Sean, she loves watching the tractors go down the track.
The John Deere Classic, as we call it in Perth. Yeah, it's much sought after. It's a good day out.
Well, of course, we've got plenty more people making their way down trackside as everything tends to happen here in the top end. As the sun goes down, people start to slowly come out and verge on there. You're brushing the flies away, Matt.
What I will also do before we do start the engines on these cars, I'm just going to run through a couple of things. We do stream live and free from this event.
We are.
And it is from the 2021 Top End Nationals here at Darwin's Hidden Valley. It's proud to be brought to you by ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association. Also Summit Racing Equipment and the Summit Sportsman Series. Thanks also to Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory. They are the helpers and the sponsors behind the live feed, and the production facilities have been provided by In Pit Lane, a wonderful channel to watch, and with thanks to Calder Park Drag Racing and RMI TV Student Television. So that's being broadcast around the world. We had plenty of comments last night. Let's see if we can keep going.
Yeah.
So you folks out there, jump on your social media pages, take a few photographs and put it up, and let's just project this event to the world.
Well, I'll tell you what, so far we've received g'day guys from Fletcher Walsh, wherever Fletcher's from. If you're actually going to put some comments up, tell us where you're from. Love to know where you're talking to us from. And of course, Jason Size has also said, yeah, let's go.
And Curtis Nakora from New Zealand tuning in. Great to see our Kiwi friends from the other side of the Dutch joining us.
New Zealanders, thank you, Guy. We've got a couple of New Zealanders who are watching us as well. I know a couple of the guys who are over there and who are watching us and listening to the feed live. Great to have you guys on board. And, of course, my family listening to us all the way from over from Freo in Perth over there. Of course, Trudy and Dan and Simone love drag racing. And, of course... My nephew's got a burnout car. You know what sort of car he's got?
Oh,
he's got
tell
a
me.
Fairlane.
A burnout car.
The white Fairlane.
Now that's going to be hard to turn around in the pit.
Well, no, he does it. I tell you what, though, he does it. And I tell you what, fantastic job. These guys love it down. Look, drag racing is, of course, becoming, it's getting bigger and bigger and better and better. And of course, some of the cars are getting faster and faster. As the technology improves, so too do the cars, and it's really exciting stuff. And of course, what we've got happening this weekend starting, which is round one, of course, is part of our Summit Sportsman Series.
Absolutely, yes. And they head up to Banaraby in Queensland in August. That's the Summit Sportsman Series. That doesn't include the door slammers, but the rest of the teams will be heading up there. I know, just speaking with Glenn Sturkenberg and the Garbellinis, they're certainly going to make their way up there for the championship. Round number 3, I think it is.
So I'm going to try and find the what do you call that thing? Oh, you've got it? Oh,
yeah.
You're a good lad.
Exactly, yeah.
What do you call that? The event calendar.
That's the event calendar, exactly. Got the Desert Nationals at Alice Springs next weekend, the 24th and 25th of July. Then we go to Adelaide in October, but before that we go to Banaraby in Queensland for the the Summit Sportsman Series, and then off to Adelaide International Raceway, October 21, and then to Perth Motorplex, November 21, and then, of course, obviously Calder Park in Melbourne, and we're all looking forward to going to the slightly cooler part of the world, slightly cooler part of Australia in January 21. And then we finish off at the Perth Motorplex, and actually, in fact, it was in March 5th and 6th.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Western Nationals.
I was having a bit of a chat with my family over in Perth, and they've said that I can stay.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, you'd be very welcome, Wayne, including you, Matty Bubner. Come over and join us here in Perth, or not here, but in Perth for November and also in March. It'd be great to have you come over and join us.
Of course, we are into the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round number 1, the Summit Sportsman Series, as we get ready to wind up our top door slammers for their first session for the night, and then we'll get underway with qualifying 6 for the junior dragsters and super sedans. And then we will kick off with the elimination round 1 of 4. the top sportsman coming up very soon. Looking forward to that one.
Well, it's funny, Wayne, you were talking about your nephew who's got a burnout car, a Fairlane in Perth at the Snake Pit there at the Perth Motorplex.
Yep.
I think one of the most amazing things we've got in Perth is we have a stretch limousine that comes out in the burnout pad on a Wednesday night. Its registration plate is oversized, and yes, it's a stretch limousine, does a burnout. Obviously, it wins the prize every time it comes out, but it's amazing to see the guy turn it around inside the pad. It's roughly the same size as your pad here, but he even goes up the entry and exit chutes and turns it round.
Really?
Very classy driver.
Nice. It's all about getting there. See, that's one of the things with the burnout pads and doing burnouts is trying to use up as much as the pad as possible without hitting the wall. And some of the Corollas hit the wall. So how the hell does the limousine manage to do it without hitting the wall?
Well, it's amazing the way he turns around. We call it the aircraft carrier when he's out there, or like a pool table on wheels. But yeah, the idea of burnouts is to get instant smoke, continuous smoke, keep it off the wall. It's all about using as much of the pad as possible and exit under your own steam.
That's the key.
It is, isn't it? No good breaking rods and having to get it pushed off.
I know we said thanks to all our volunteers and officials earlier on, but there's a guy standing on the track at the moment over here on track lane 2. That's John. Hey, turn around, John. Turn around for us. I know you can hear us, but he's not going to turn around because he doesn't want to be embarrassed. This guy does a fantastic job at this track 1 week before we start racing. That guy over there standing in, there he is, turning around, lane number 2. Give us a big wave, John. John actually does a lot of our track prep. And he rides up and down. He's done more laps of this track than most drag racers have. And John does a fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for John, who's got his arms up at the moment, having a stretch. There he goes. He does a fantastic job, and he found $2. He got paid. He got paid $2 last night for doing a fantastic job.
Oh, that's where it went.
It's a gold coin. See, at least it's gold, like a gold Dublin.
He can hear you, that's for sure.
I know he can hear me. He's just choosing to ignore me.
Exactly.
So,
now the gentleman in lane number 1 with his back to us at the commentary tower, now with his back to you, turning around to us. That is Mr. Andrew Sharp. Good on you, Sharpie. Good to see you, mate.
And Sharpie comes up and gives us a hand from WA, along with our dear friend, who he doesn't like talking on the microphone much, Ray Treasure. Our race and meeting director. This guy does a lot of work behind the scenes, does a fantastic job of making this show run pretty much like clockwork. And that's really good that he comes up and helps us out with all our meetings. So big thanks to Ray Treasure. And of course, all the volunteers and officials who you see running around in purple shirts. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. These guys do a fantastic job. And, of course, a big thanks to Matt Dubner, who's come all the way up from South Australia. He's sort of beat the cold. I did spend some time in Adelaide for about 4 years. I did some work in Glenelg in the middle of winter. I don't know if you've stood on the beach, standing in front of one of the banks out there. That bitterly cold wind can go through... That can go through long johns, very thick bomber jackets, like a knife through butter. So this is the best place to be at the moment, isn't it, Matt?
Well, I'm certainly enjoying myself, but
the pants
I'll be on a plane tomorrow morning back to Adelaide.
Oh, that's nice.
It is actually not bad. I love flying, and I can't wait to go back overseas again somewhere. And
good luck.
No, I'll enjoy my short and sharp stay up here, and I'll love every minute of it.
As long as you have your COVID shot, you can fly anywhere, apparently.
Well, yeah. If I want to pay...
They gotcha.
Well, currently flights are a little bit on the XE side, so I'll wait until the flights come back down in price again before I venture overseas, because at the moment... it's a bit crazy.
It certainly is. But, hey, it's what sign of the times. It is what it is, and we just got to learn to live with it, like us Darwinites up here. I tell you what, these guys do a fantastic job, and it's great to see so many of our locals and our Territorians here for round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series. You guys is what makes these events as big as they are, because you guys can make some noise. You guys come down and you watch the cars, and that's what it's all about. So a big round of applause to all you guys for coming down and supporting drag racing up here in the top end. And of course, as I said, we got our photographers on track as well, the High RPM guys in the bright yellow vests. Of course, Mike O'Neill from High RPM. Give us a wave, Mike. Thank you. He's got his headphones on. And of course, I've got Ed Foreman. Where's Ed? There he goes. That's Ed over that side. Yeah, and then of course I've got Matt waving at me as well in his lovely fluorescent.
Okay, looks like the crew's down beyond the start line and firing up, boys and girls. So we're about to go qualifying for Top Door Slammer coming your way shortly. So 2 engines fired up down there with the remote starters. Great stuff. Always looks pretty funky when they put those starters on the front of the superchargers.
Funky.
And we are about to do the final qualifier for Top Door Slammer. up here at the Top End Nationals.
As they line up. Oh, Funky, well, how old are you? He's not going to say. I thought Funky was something from the 70s.
He looks like he's mid-20s, I would say, is our Matty.
Andrew Sutton, lane 1, ladies and gentlemen. Lane 2 sees Robin Taylor, Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Oh, look at that car of Robin Taylor. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? I've actually even bet my vote as the best presented car here this weekend, but there's some stiff competition also from Daniel Gregorini, I see parked up there. But here we go. We've got Andrew Sutton in lane number 1 up against Robin Taylor.
We got a hello from, we got a hi from, hopefully I'm going to try and pronounce this correctly.
Taupo.
Taupo?
Yep, I believe that's in New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yep.
So hi from Taupo, the Bumblebee Racing Team. Hi guys, hope you're enjoying the show. And of course, hi to Paul. Hi, Paul Daffodil. I'm not quite sure if that's but hi, Paul Daffodil. There is the Mad Professor over there in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2. What do you reckon, Matt? What's the vibe like as the top door slammers get ready for their first round here this evening?
Andrew Sutton coming into stage. He's getting guided in. But Taylor taking a little bit longer.
Okay, they're moving their way up. This is where they psych each other out,
It
folks.
is indeed, yeah.
It's all about getting up to the best way of psyching them out is they slowly creep up to that staging line. They illuminate the top line of lights, and it's like, come on. This is all about psych. It's all about psyching out your opponent. Andrew Sutton, Robin Taylor, both in pre-stage as they move up into full stage now. The engines rev up. The cars take off. 0.078 reaction time from Andrew Sutton in lane number 1. A 161 reaction time from Robin Taylor.
What do you reckon about that, boys and girls? How's your ear holes? Man, that is one of the best things in sliced bread. Oh, man, that is great. That rattles the old brain amongst the skull bones. But I tell you, it is damn awesome.
Tell you what, not a bad pass. Hey, 6.100 at 235.6 mile an hour, Matt.
Yeah, and I think Robin Taylor might have got very close to the fence, if not touched it. May not have touched it, but I did see a lot of dust coming up there. And I think the car in lane 2 got very, very close to the fence. In actual fact, I see the cars pulled up down the end. I thought he pulled the chutes a little bit earlier.
Man, that is some good stuff indeed, actually. So while they're going out early on and while they're running some red lights down the bottom of the racetrack, making sure all is A-OK on board, I ran around earlier on, had a bit of a chat to some of the drivers. So those two cars went down the track just now, starting with the white Corvette, Andrew Sutton. His best over the quarter mile has been a 5.83, so that is stonking with a 252 mile per hour pass. He's been playing with drag racing for about 25 years, 12 years with this car. And I tell you, he won the Winter Nationals 2013 in Top Door Slammer, so great effort and great stuff. And he had a bit of an incident a few years ago, so he's only just getting back into it, and he's got back into it in a big way, so that is magnificent. Thank you very much for coming out here to Darwin's track. Also, Rob Taylor over in lane 2 there, the Mad Professor. His quickest mile per hour has been 250 at 5.81 different times, but they are his fastest ET and mile per hour. And the car he's had for 5 years, got it from a guy called Chuck Olsch in the US. It's won lots of events. I'm putting it not mildly. He's won lots of events in the US, and he's won APSA 3 times, Jamboree times 2, also down there in Adelaide. And he's got a new car underway. So that's the information from those two cars as they make their way down the track. And the next two cars coming our way in a couple of moments, folks. I'll give you a bit on those two cars before we fire them up. One of them is Matty Abel. Apart from being the president of the Hidden Valley Drag Club, he's run a 5.82 and a 254 mile per hour pass. So these are up around 400 kilometres an hour, folks. That's actually quite quick. And he's been playing around with this car since 2011. Top door slammer at Summerfest. Great work in Mildura. And he does his talking on the track. A quietly spoken gentleman, and does his talking in the 57 Chev. Yeah, going over to lane 1. Sorry, guys. Going over to lane 1. We've got Kelvin Lyle from the Mustang from Western Australia. His quickest has been a 5.72 at 261 mile per hour pass. And 30 years in drag racing. And he's very well travelled, has run around the place and covered a lot of miles. And second in WA SummerSlam in 2021.
Yeah, or as you're saying, yeah, Matt Abel, he's pretty quiet when you show him the microphone. He tends to run away. But like you said, he tends to do his talking on the track. And I tell you what, coming up, 2 solo passes as we speak. And Kelvin Lyle is the first one to come on out. And of course, he's on the NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. The Direct Mining Mustang, 509 cubic inches of pure muscle behind underneath the bonnet of that one. Sean joined in the commentary box with Sean McCabe, and of course trackside Matt Dubner. We've got a great night of racing coming up.
Yes, thanks, Wayne Coddle. Look, just watching Kelvin Lyle do his burnout there, speaking with Kelvin, and yesterday when he got really close to the wall in lane number 2 and we saw the dust come up and I suggested maybe touch the wall, apparently he got out of the car and he went back and he actually looked down the right-hand side of the car to see where he hit it, but he hasn't actually touched the wall. Gee, that was a shaky little moment. He was a little bit shaken by that, but he still managed to nail a 6-second pass despite getting out wide and nearly touching the wall.
Beautiful looking car as he backs up past the staging line. He's warmed his tyres up. See, some of the guys, they really warm their tyres up, like Gary Baker in the HR.
Oh yes, Gary.
Some just give it a little bit of a tickle and a little bit of a warm up, but some just, some go. It's all about the stickiness. Now, I do believe the stickiness of the track at the moment. I have heard the rumble down in the pits as this track is an excellent track tonight, very well prepared. So what'll happen is the times will prove that tonight. So if you're looking and watching us on YouTube, welcome to those who are trackside at the moment, and of course welcome to those who are watching us on YouTube. A .130 reaction time from Kelvin Lyle as he gets down the other end of the track. What do you reckon, Mac Dubner? 5.991.
Great stuff once again, man. I could stay down here all night and listen to this, so you guys enjoy yourselves in there. 599, 248.9 miles per hour. So that is a great time coming out of that car. And look at that little 5 at the top there, sneaky one. So great little effort out there by Kelvin Lyle.
Certainly is. For those, if you want to have a look, if you have a look down towards the Palmerston end of the track, you will see our timing boards. And of course, they want some of the biggest timing boards we've got in the Southern Hemisphere, those ones. And of course, as you can see, lane 1 proudly sponsored by NT Electrical Group. Lane 2, of course, a big thanks to the guys from Summit Racing Equipment, huge sponsors and supporters of drag racing.
Yeah, great backers, the Summit Racing Equipment team.
Okay, a bit of information here about Daniel Gregorini from Western Australia, from Scratch. He's got the Scratch and Match Camaro, paint and panel business down there in Perth. All his life he's been involved with drag racing because it came through the family, so he didn't have much of a choice, really. And a 5.65 is his quickest ET, 257.8 miles per hour he's done. And he's had this car 13 years, and it's running a converter, not a clutch setup. So only 3 cars in the field are running this type of gearbox, and he's one of them. And he's won the 2014-2019 Western Nationals, boys.
Absolutely. Daniel Gregorini had a nasty little accident there in November last year when he put the car into the wall accidentally. The car's been rebuilt. The team spent about 800 man-hours fixing it up, and it's in beautiful condition as he comes there through the water box, ready to do his burnout. Daniel Gregorini, West Australia.
Oh, have a look at that as he warms up those tyres. Nice looking car. Daniel Gregorini all the way from Western Australia, the Scratch and Match entry. He's warmed up. He almost ended up halfway down the other end of the track before he slowed down. It's good to see. And once again, a big thanks to our photographers who are at trackside as well. Of course, with their cameras, we were talking about them earlier on. We've got the guys from High RPM. And of course, Craig Radcliffe, Action Sport Photography. He does photos for the Andrew Drag Racing magazine. And of course, one of our local boys helping out with the production team, Brad Stott, over there from B. Stotty Media. So you can say big thanks to all you guys who are down here to put this wonderful show together. You do a fantastic job. And of course, without everyone's help, the volunteers, the photographers, the officials, and the racers, it'd be a very boring night without the racers.
Certainly would, Wayne. Absolutely, yes.
All right, here we go. As Daniel Gregorini lines up. He's out the removed before flight tag has been pulled from his parachute. One of the most important things they've got to take off, because if they don't take it off, it's going to be very difficult to stop down the other end of the track.
Absolutely. Yes.
When you're doing something like 200 and something odd mile an hour, and by the time you get down to the other end, you've only got about 100 odd metres to stop before you hit the dirt.
Occasionally it does happen. The chutes fail. The chutes may even break off, and the cars happened to John Zappi a little bit earlier this year.
Oh, what a start. 136 reaction time from Daniel Gregorini. 1.013 to the 60. And have a look at that. 5.878. 5.878. 258.4 mile an hour, Matt.
Oh, yeah, isn't that just the best? You guys enjoying this? You can't beat Top Door Slammer up here at Hidden Valley Drag Strip. Great stuff. Okay, on the right-hand side up here, from my point of view, we got an HQ Holden. Now, I didn't have enough room on the bit of paper here to write what this guy's done, but I'll give you a bit of it. He's won 11 Australian Championships in Door Slammer. His quickest time is a 5:58.5, so pretty quick. At 260 miles per hour, his fastest time here in Australia. But in the US, in the blown supercharged category, Pro Extreme, he's run a 5.42 in this car at 265 miles per hour. Being in the US where they are in the world, they have a little bit different air quality and a bit different pressure on the cars, and he can go a bit quicker over there. Basically, you name it, he's won it many, many times. And AC Delco Nationals in Sydney as well, and track record at nearly every track he's raced on. So there we go. And of course, that is John Zapier. And he also has the Andra Top Door Slammer record at 5.68. So that guy there in the 1971 HQ Monaro is basically the king of door slammers.
And Matty, if you look very closely at John Zapier's car, you'll see in the butterflies and the supercharger a 5.585, and that was his fastest pass in Perth. It was a 5.585 second pass.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one of the fastest cars in the world is currently on track here at Hidden Valley for round one of the Summit Sportsman Series. John Zapier. I'll tell you what, we will see some special rides out of this guy here tonight. And I'll tell you what, he has a point to prove, and he wants to go home with that blue ribbon for round number one. And let me tell you, if anyone can do it, it can be this man. But so too, Matt Abel. Don't push him aside, even though he's the fourth quickest tonight with a 5.916. There's only 0.02 of a second difference between these guys. And anything is possible down here in the valley. Round one of the Summit Sportsman Series.
Two good mates, John Zapier, Matty Abel, side by side on the track. It's going to be a great qualifying, this one. This is, of course, compulsory qualifying number one, just before they head towards the semis. In fact, the eliminations.
Oh, here they go. They're lining them up. Will they psych each other out? One of the good things is, of course, John Zapier is supported by one of our local businesses up here in the top end. Oh, here we go. We're up in the revs, ladies and gentlemen. The John Zapier's got the car full tilt at the moment. Where is Matty Abel? He's coming. Here comes Matty Abel's in pre-stage. Both cars in full stage as the line drops. Reaction times pretty damn close together. 0.658, 0.528. But the win, 5.89 with a 244 mile an hour. Matty Abel, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, that is great stuff. 5.8 side by side at 250 odd miles per hour. That is what it's all about, man. That is thousands of horsepower being put over 400 metres in earnest by two amazing drivers. So there we go, folks. Compulsory qualifier that was for those competitors. And that will then move us into our rounds. So there we go, folks. What do you think of that in there, folks? Our commentators in the box are going through a couple of things, having a bit of a pre-racing chatter. So I'll just talk to you guys for a short time out here. So we're moving on, folks. We are into qualifying for Junior Dragster and Super Street. So we've got a couple of qualifying rounds to go for these guys.
We do.
Yes, we do. And then we also get into a bit of Chicago shootout here and there, a bit of elimination rounds here and there. So it's going to be interesting going forwards.
We like to go here and there up here in the top end.
Apparently so.
We do.
And you're the king of here and there.
Sometimes.
Oh. So here we go. We've got a few cars lined up in the beautiful sunset over there in the west. I assume it's still west from here. The sunset's in the west.
Yeah, it does.
It does down where I am. And up here we got a few cars lined up. And, man, they look very, very awesome, I must say.
For those who are listening to us over in America, we're down here. You guys are up there because you're in the northern hemisphere. We're in the southern hemisphere for those who are listening to us in the States. Big welcome to those who are listening to us over there in the US of A. And, of course, we are live on the YouTube channel. And, of course, the Andra YouTube channel and via In Pit Lane. This is what it's all about as we line up our next two cars who are slowly coming.
Yeah, Junior Dragsters we're coming up with now. We've got some competitors coming up. And, of course, Junior Dragsters is run over the 8-mile track, which is, in fact, no, we're moving on to a different category. We've got...
This is not a junior dragster.
No, you're right. You're right.
It's a bit bigger than a junior dragster.
It certainly is not. Gee, I mistake
This is the birthday boy.
Ah, indeed, yes. No, unfortunately, my diary's a little incorrect. My run sheet.
Well, okay, boys and girls, out there on this car here, you'll see not only the sponsors, but a bunch of numbers. So 2380, license number, entrant number. The TSAA above that is Top Sportsman. And the AA, it comes from the engine capacities for the first A, being a V8. And the C means it's either got one of a number of power adders like nitrous oxide, turbocharging or supercharging. So the AA means you can expect something like that to come out of the front of the car, which is not letting off steam, boys and girls, but getting rid of any air bubbles in the nitrous oxide line. So when he goes to press the button, he knows that he's going to get nothing but nitrous.
I'll tell you what, though, he's dialed in a 6.60 seconds to do this pass. All thanks to Pecky's performance in Darwin. The Pontiac Grand Am is about to slide.
Beautiful launch down the centre of the track. Todd Knight. Another gear change.
6.60 with a 1.
Oh, he red lit. How disappointing he red lit, but so close to his dialed in time.
Well, he's solo, so it doesn't matter. You can do that. Hopefully he won't do that when he's got a car alongside of him. Hey, Mac. We've been seeing a few cherries over the last night and a couple this morning. I mean, this afternoon. What do you reckon?
Well, you're allowed to do that during qualifying. There's no issue with doing that sort of stuff. Tonight it might be a different story, so we'll see exactly how the cookie crumbles out here on the racetrack. And these guys will be trying hard, and you've got to get really close to that perfect reaction time. So that is a byproduct of trying to get really close, folks. So we'll see how we go. I don't wish any of that on anybody, so we'll see how we go. Let's hope for some good, clean racing at both ends of the track.
Absolutely, and talk about a great dial in there from Todd Knight. Dialed in obviously a 6.6 and nailed a 6.601.
Looking at the Top Sportsmen as they make their way on for the Elimination 1 round. Kevin McIver over there on the NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, dialing in a 7.89 second pass, and Corey Reed dialing in an 8.48.
Exactly, and Kevin McIver naturally aspirated up against the boosted Corey Reed.
So this is going to be an interesting. We're looking at the times, looking at the dial-in. So now it's all about dial-in times, getting as close to your dial-in time as possible with without either breaking out or hitting a red light, which means reacting too quick to the green light. Now, of course, I know a lot of people do that on the road, unfortunately. However, down here, this is what it's all about. You got to get as close to your dial-in time as possible. Watch that tree as it goes. You'll go into the sea of the lights on the top. That's a pre-stage. Then the other car should go coming very closely into pre-stage as well as they slowly creep forward. They've got 6 inches between pre-stage and full stage. Then they could go into deep stage, which is the top lights go out, but that really could be very exy and very touchy on the throttle. These cars can jump they're worse than a cat when it comes to jumping and getting schizoed. Let's have a look as the lights drop. First one to go is lane 2. Kevin McIver hits the red light. No, so the automatic win going to Corey Reed. A 0.24 reaction time. He takes the win in a time of 9.05 with a 9 at 133.35.
Exactly, and yeah, Corey, gee, looked like he backed off at the end. He might have seen that Kevin McIver got the red light, so he goes through with a 9.059, 133 miles per hour.
Well, the crowd's starting to build over there on the hillside there. What do you reckon from your side there, Matt? How's that crowd looking?
Yeah, man, it's a beautiful Darwin crowd. Beautiful people are out here tonight. So thanks, folks, for joining us out here once again. You guys are awesome, I must say. And thanks for being part of our event, the Top End Nationals. Next pair of cars coming our way. We've got Vlado Churik over in lane 2. He's got the Nissan 200SX. And we've got this beautiful-looking Camaro from the mid-60s over here in lane 1. I'll tell you, the paint on board that car out here in the night light of Ashley Smith looks absolutely stunning. So that's the two competitors coming our way for Top Sportsman.
Okay, we've got a guy who loves to live on the edge. For a hobby, he's got 2 hobbies. One of those, well, actually, no, he's got his hobby of drag racing, but his real job is he likes to jump out of perfectly good aeroplanes. So this guy who loves to live on the edge, and I'll tell you what, he's got a car and he's not afraid to use it. Ashley Smith, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, has dialed in an 8.28. Vlado Churik,
all the way from South Australia, and Vlado's currently in 2nd position in qualifying after round 5 of qualifying. And this Top Sportsman, elimination number 1.
Super Sedans, can you please make your way up to staging? Super Sedans, can you please make your way to staging, please? Super Sedans?
Just waiting for Vladic. Oh, red light there, unfortunately. Red light for Ashley Smith. That's going to be a big blow.
It's the weekend for cherries.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I guess you got Leon Davies punching the steering wheel about now because he just left the cherry on the start line, so he's not going to be feeling too good about that. Vlade Chiric lives to fight another round.
7.942 at 169.9 miles per hour, Matt.
Yeah, good run indeed from Vlado from Adelaide. And the next pair coming our way from your hometown, we have down here in Western Australia, we have Kim Fardella on board the beautiful ED Falcon. It looks like a quite unassuming car, you know. It's got a bit of a bonnet scoop, but apart from that, you wouldn't really think a lot of the car. But it is very, very powerful. And take nothing away from that beautiful orange Camaro over there in lane 2. That is Leon Davies.
You got to love it. Falcon versus...
Nice burnout there from Leon Davies.
Camaro. Love it.
Oh, outdid the Ford there in the burnout.
Whatever. For those who are watching this on YouTube, I'll tell you what, the banter is going to be coming thick and fast here tonight between the Fords and the others.
The Holdens, the mighty General Motors products, yes. Although we're heading towards Chevrolet, the generation of Chevrolet, but they're still Holdens to me.
Oh, looks like we've got the guys from Cheese TV saying, let's go, Dad, T. McIver, watching from home in South Australia. Welcome, guys. Hope you're enjoying the live feed we've got. All right, as they back themselves up past that staging line. As we line them up, rack them, stack them, get them in the hole, ready to fly down the track. As they come up to the staging line and moving slowly into pre-stage. We just watch those top lights come on. Lane 2, lane 1. Both cars are in full stage as the lights drop. First to go is lane 1. Hits the red light again, Kim Fardella. Lane 1 seems to be the bad lane tonight. Leon Davies. Win going to Leon Davies, 8.11 with a 6 at 168.45 miles per hour, Matt. Kim Fardella, what happened?
Yeah, well, there you go. So Kim's tried real hard on the start line, and as we were saying before, it is not much between red and green, and one of those things, unfortunately. So he's unlucky, and Leon Davies from Adelaide lives to fight another day.
Look, they all live to fight another day, don't they? We've got some news about Daniel.
Well, Daniel Gregorini from Western Australia in the top door slammers, he's just gone his fastest time. In actual fact, his speed over the stripe is the fastest we've had on the national level. What he now has to do is back it up to gain that record. But great to see Daniel Gregorini nailing the fastest top door slammer time in Australia.
I'll tell you what, that's the way to go, and I'll tell you what, we do a fantastic job, yeah. These guys are doing a fantastic job on the track tonight. Having a look at these times so far, these guys want to move. But you know what, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with you very soon.
Red Senat's, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade. Cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red Senat's, September 3 to 5. Head to redsenat's.com.au for tickets now.
What made you fall in love with your car? The chrome? The smell of gasoline and old vinyl? Whatever it was, we're glad it happened. Let Summit Racing help keep your ride on the road with performance upgrades and factory restoration parts. Plus, the tools and expert advice to put it all together. SummitRacing.com. You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, SummitRacing.com.
The show may be over, but the motorsport chat continues with Full Course Yellow, the In-Pit Lane After Party. We're on the In-Pit Lane YouTube channel live most Thursday nights at 9:30, straight after In-Pit Lane here on Channel 31. So, why not join us?
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing Equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. summitracing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Welcome back to those who are watching us on YouTube. I took a short break there. That's how unprofessional of me. Welcome to those who are watching us on YouTube. It's great to have you on board. And, of course, we're getting plenty of chat on the channel. And, of course, just docking off from work here in WA, can you post some times to the Top Door Slams when we get a chance? We'll see what we can do for you. But you can jump onto our Hidden Valley Drags Facebook page where we'll put up some results up there as well. Just having a look at the cars that are lining up here in front of the commentary tower at the moment. Have a look at them. Some very nicely presented cars making their way up. And, of course, we've had some people who haven't been trackside for a while as well. We're talking about in the modified bikes. Robert Harrison, who was a local boy for quite a bit. And, of course, on the modified bikes, he took off and he's retired. And he went off to Queensland, and he reckons he's loving it. He's loving retirement, and thought he'd come up to Darwin for this weekend for round one of the Sportsman Series. And I tell you what, it's been 3 years since he's been on the bike, and I tell you what, some of the times he's been popping on that modified bike is absolutely awesome. So, welcome back, Rob.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a beat, Robbie. Performed very well so far. But, yeah, drag racing's got that about it. Once it gets in your bones, once it gets in your blood, you just have to keep doing it, and it's great to see. And I mean, you just got to look at the age of some of the competitors here. We've got the young ones doing the junior dragsters. Then you've got your more senior people. Glenn Sturkenberg's a granddad, and he just loves his racing. In fact, his son wants to get in the car so much, but no way. No, Scotty has to wait his turn, wait for granddad to finish racing, which will be a long time. In fact, I'm pretty sure granddad will get buried in the car, but nonetheless.
It's funny you say that. We got a couple of our locals up here as well, and it's like I said to Wayne, I said, "Are you going to let the girls go in your car?" And he goes, "No, because they drive better than me. They drive the burnout car better than him as well." But we won't go there because he doesn't like it when I give him a hard time.
Well, I mentioned yesterday that we've got a young lady in Perth named Maddie Brown who has stepped up from junior racing, stepped up to her dad's car. And I actually made a mistake by saying it was a nitromethane funny car. The actual fact, it's a top alcohol funny car, but nonetheless, she's gone through the blindfold test and the licensing at the moment. She's done her launch up to half track, then full track, and then she'll get a license. But she's barely 17 years of age, stepped up from junior dragsters straight up into funny cars. It's just a great story, and that's the process that all the juniors will be doing. The most of the juniors, I see Cooper Plummer from South Australia. I see him stepping up into the senior category very soon.
Well, I could say Christopher Ritchie from Melbourne is watching us on the YouTube channel. Great racing. Hello from Melbourne.
Yeah, good on you, Christopher. Hope you're enjoying the show, mate.
Yeah, it's Melbourne. Are you allowed out of Melbourne yet or not?
I don't think so, but yeah, look, that's their issue, unfortunately.
And that's one good
Wish
thing
them all the best.
One good thing about the technology that we have today. We go live.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, live.
Thank goodness for the internet.
Yep, Andrew YouTube channel and via In Pit Lane. Yeah, come and join us. This is the Top End Nationals right here, Hidden Valley in Darwin.
So it looks like the kids we've done the first lolly throw, and of course as we're lining up the cars for getting them all ready for our next run. So basically what we got is we got our super sedans, modified bikes, street cars, and street bike. There we go, street bikes. Technology. I tell you what though, soldering. I've just figured out that I'm not very good at soldering.
Oh, you've done a magnificent job, Wayne, setting the studio up here. You've done a magnificent job.
All right, as we get ready to line these guys up, we've got plenty more action coming your way. Matt Bubner, you're down the track side there at the moment. We're waiting for some of the cars to line up. So from your end there, Matt, how does the track actually look? I know some of the drivers are saying it's nice and sticky, and you could probably, if you didn't tie up your sneakers, you'd probably leave them on the track. How's the track looking from your end? Don't use your key, okay? So don't use the key trick. Just have a look for us. No, he can't hear me at the moment, so he's having a drink of water.
No, it's like the Richie Benno thing. Take the car keys out from the hire car, stick them in the pitch, and hopefully they don't break off. But, yeah, look, very sticky out there. The track has been beautifully prepared. We see it probably 2 times a night. The track staff will go and prepare it just prior to the top door slammers coming out to play. And that's, we just need a nice sticky track, which we have here. And we're going to get some more good times. And just speaking of the times, we see Daniel Gregorini just setting the, not the fast time, but the terminal speed being the fastest for the national level. Look, he's going to come out and back it up again. Fortunately, it's going to get cooler and cooler. The weather conditions are going to be even better for when he comes out for his next 2 runs.
I got Matt Bubner over there. He's just under the speaker. Matt, having a look at this track now, without doing the Richie Benno trick, what does the track actually look like out there?
Well, I tell you, it looks like one thing, and as sticky as the proverbial, so it looks amazing. It looks incredible, actually. Well prepared, beautiful track, and it's faultless, really, so it can't be faulted. And from that point of view, I can't, as you said, there's a Tony Grigg who stuck the key in. It wasn't really
Tony,
a Richie Benno.
Oh, it wasn't.
You got the wrong person going there.
No.
So Tony Grigg used to go and shove the key in the crack, and I couldn't get the key in these cracks if I tried. So there we go, boys and girls.
Well, if you wear the Japanese riding boots, you never know what might happen. Your thong might stick.
You might have to repeat that again, because this crowd out here is getting really noisy. They're wanting some more racing.
Yes.
Well, absolutely. If you were wearing your Japanese riding boots, you'd probably stick them to the track.
Well, I think most things will stick to this track if you stood there long enough. I did walk across it earlier today, even before tonight's prep, getting any loose debris I could find, bits and pieces, little bits, stones and whatever else. And I'll tell you, if I stayed somewhere long enough, my shoe soles were going to be part of the track.
Well, that's what we love to do up here in the top end. Of course, nothing but some great track preparation. Big thanks to our track curators. I like to use that technical word, curator.
Curator. We were speaking of cricket just a while ago.
That's it. So John and the rest of the track curating crew have been doing a fantastic job getting the track prepared as we start getting ready for our next lot of rounds. And of course, I don't know about you, but the Summit Racing Pro Shop, have you checked them out at all?
Certainly have. Very impressive.
It's a great website. Check out the website, summitracing.com/pro shop, or you can jump on the phone actually. But they've got so many things. If you have a look, in addition, there's some Andra license holders. They'll actually grant you the same access as their US counterparts.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yes, exactly, and you get the same prices too.
You know what?
Yep.
I've got the computer here. I'm going to jump onto the summitracing.com website. So you talk while I dump on.
Okay.
All the
you can find us some goodies. Get us a nice...
I know. What do you want? Wouldn't you like anything?
A nice shirt would be nice, mate.
A nice shirt.
Nice shirt.
Who's paying for it?
Yeah, I guess the credit card somewhere will have to roll out. Matty, what you got over there, mate?
Well, just while you guys are looking up things on the interwebs, I'd let you guys know. So we've got a timing schedule for these cars at night time. So these cars know they've got to be out at 7:05, 7:10, etc. So if we get through a bracket slightly earlier, then there may be short breaks between subsequent brackets because they know when they've got to be ready by, and they're not always movable to come out any earlier than their advertised time. So there is a schedule, and these cars stick to it. So we will finish on time, barring any catastrophes, but we also have to run to time so these competitors know when they got to be and where they got to be.
Well, that's correct. So it's good that we're running on time. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you all very shortly.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
In Drag Racing Championship, round one of the Summit Sportsman Series, as we get back trackside down here in up here at Hidden Valley. It's welcome to those who are trackside. Hi guys, how you doing? Just having a bit of a look at the. Oh, that's a nice picture. We got to get yeah. Can you? Who's sitting on the wall over there out front of the? Thank you. Please don't sit there. There's a camera there. Alrighty, getting back racing.
Indeed. Nice little break. We all needed that just to rehydrate ourselves. And folks, if you're out there, which are sitting on the beautiful grass bank there, we've got the beautiful selection of slushies, ice creams. We've got the kiosk, and the bar's not quite open yet, but I'm sure they'll be open very soon. And make your way over towards the pit lane area. There's plenty of merchandise for sale there from a lot of the different teams. Go and put some money in their pockets. Be very much appreciated. And wear the team shirt and look the part.
Okay, sorry guys, while you guys are in there also, down here I can hear the bracket marshals, because these cars just don't come out and race up along who they're lucky enough to race alongside of. They've got to be placed in order based on where they qualified. So you don't just race your mate, it's basically you race against somebody who qualified in your opposing position, basically. And that's how it works. So they've got to rearrange the cars as they come out, put them into the right order, so they hit the line at the right time, and you're up against the car who's seated again as your opposition, basically. So that's the way it works with seated drag racing. And as you can hear and see, they're moving them all around the place like chess pieces on a chessboard.
Well, if it's anything like me, I'm hopeless at chess, but I'll tell you what, these guys are fantastic at motor racing, I can tell you. And as I said, once again, a big thanks, of course, Ray Treasure, who is our meeting and race director, does a fantastic job. Everything that he comes down and he does here. He does, of course, the Perth Motorplex as well. Does a fantastic job.
You know, he also set up drag racing in the United Arab Emirates.
That's in India, is it?
No, the United Arab, so that's like Bahrain and Dubai and those places. Yeah.
Yeah, Dubai, that's India, isn't it?
That's the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, you're not, okay, sorry. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, no, Ray Treasure's been all around the world setting up drag racing tracks.
I'm from Darwin. All right, here we go. Kim Fidella. No. Looking down here. Peter Kirkpatrick of the Super Sedan Elimination 1 up against Mark
Mark Busher.
Thank
Exactly, Mark Busher, who's got a dial-in of a 9.07.
Peter Kirkpatrick dialing at 8.50. Now he's having a bit. Matt Bubner's down trackside, so he's inhaling all the tyre smoke and all the methanol down that end. And he was saying about the vibe before, and we'll have a chat to him about the vibe once this pass gets done. Pre-stage. Both cars are in pre-stage as they line up, waiting for them to rock a little bit further forward. They're in full stage as the lights drop. First one to go will be lane 2.
Mark Busher.
Mark
Good
Busher hitting
launch.
the red light. We're getting a couple of red lights tonight. Peter Kirkpatrick taking the automatic win with a 8.350, also breaking out 8.35 with a 0, 159.87 mile an hour. Matt Bubner, what do you reckon about that one there? Of course, Mark Busher unfortunately hitting the cherry. The win automatically going to Peter Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, good stuff indeed. And I was too busy. I was very busy watching the one-tonner over here in lane 1 and watching the purge of the nitrous oxide, as well as looking inside the exhaust. Exited just in front of the front wheel, so it was very orange in there as they took off. And the nitrous oxide, of course, makes the fuel burn a lot nicer. And there was some orange that was in the exhaust pipe. Looked pretty impressive from a spectator's point of view. And as you said, some good signs by both cars, and the winner was the Burgundy one-tonner.
Even though Mark Busher actually, he hit the cherry there, so the automatic win going to Peter Kirkpatrick, which is great. But you look at that, he also broke out. It was lucky, Sean, it was lucky that that Mark Busher actually cherried it, because if he hadn't have, he would have actually he would have lost that one.
Exactly, and when you look at Mark Busher, he's very close to his dial-in time of a 9.07, coming through a 9.114.
What's going on, Matt?
Yeah, as you said there, the red light on the start line was the first infringement. So realistically, the Ute had a free hit at going out the back door as quick as he can and maybe reset his dial in for a future round. So
That's right.
He was able to see the wind light come on early and go, well, I can just do what I want here and smash it out the back door, which is probably what he did.
I think that's true, and I'll tell you what, Peter Kirkpatrick, he's one of those guys that he's not a slouch, and don't take advantage of him. Because if you take advantage of him, he'll see it, and I'll tell you what, he will use it as the next two cars get ready to make their way out.
Absolutely. I'm not sure he did back off when you look at his increased speed over the half track. But going on to the next round, we've got Peter Zokas in lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services, up against Alex Grudis from Summit Racing Equipment in lane number 2. Alex Grudis just waiting on the burnouts.
It's the Tirana.
Beautiful burnout. And Alex has a very small burnout. You see that? He doesn't actually go across the timing beams. Whereas, as you say, Peter Zokas, huge big burnout.
See, some of the guys, as we were saying before, some of the guys do little ones, some guys do big ones.
Absolutely. It just whatever works, I guess.
Have a look at the Tirana back.
Yeah, no, these cars down here on the start line, as you said there, Alex Grudis over there in lane 2, looking awesome on board that Falcon. And Peter Zokas from South Australia, so SA versus Victoria, alongside each other on the start line here for the top end nationals in their respective categories, and running beautifully out there for Super Sedan. So we'll check it out how we go for the Victorian over in lane 2. South Australian in lane 1. And taking a look on the board there, we're going to have the Falcon move off the line first, and then the Tirana's got to chase him down. So the dial-ins will tell us that the yellow Falcon should move first.
I love the look of that yellow Falcon. You can see the guys. You can see the concentration through those through the windscreen, through some of their helmets, if they haven't got them tinted, of course. As we look at both cars in full stage, the lights drop. Lane 2's off first. Not a bad start. 0.53 reaction time from Alex. A 0.46 reaction time from Peter Zokas as we get to the other end. Have a look at this, Mac Bubner. The lead win goes to lane 1.
Oh, yeah, great stuff. Great handicap race that was, and taken out there by Peter Zokas. Man, he had to chase him down. He had a fairly big lead, the yellow Falcon. So, Alex, Peter had to watch out. He didn't chase down Alex too hard and then shoot himself in the foot on the finish line.
And that's it. And that's the risk that these guys take. When they go chasing, you've got to make sure that you don't run too fast, because if you run too fast, you'll break out and you'll lose anyway.
Yeah, the other thing is, of course, looking at the green light for your opponent, thinking it's yourself, taking off and getting a red light.
There's two things you got to think of.
Oh, yes. And, of course, you're playing the psych-out game when you're on the start line. You want to psych out your opponent. You want your opponent to jump a little bit early. Yeah, it's all about getting in the right headspace.
That's right. Craig McGregor in the Holden Rodeo. You ever seen a Rodeo drag car before, Matt Bubner? Hey, Matt Bubner, have you ever seen a Holden Rodeo as a drag car before?
I tell you, they look awesome as a mini truck. There's heaps of them everywhere around the place in the US, and also we've got a couple, an bright orange one down in Adelaide, and I'll tell you, they look really amazing, actually, the American mini truck style. But going over to lane 1 at the moment, we've got a number 1 on the side of the Camaro of Martin Mirko, and number 1 means Australian champion, so he is the current reigning Australian champion in Super Sedan, and you only get to wear that number 1 while you are. So throughout this season here, he'll go through, and if he ends up winning the season, the series, he'll be number 1 next year as well. So they're all trying to take it off him, so we'll check it out for the Camaro up alongside the Holden Rodeo. It's going to be on the start line, pretty interesting, not a whole lot in it, only one light on the Christmas tree, and we're going to see an awesome burn down on the start line. Man, this is good stuff. The starter may tell them to get into stage ASAP if they don't stage by themselves. This is good stuff. Neither wants to stage first. It is fabulous. I can see the eyeballs in there. And they're saying, you, no, you. So, man, the starter may force them to go into stage if they don't do it by themselves. There's about a rule that comes into it. And it depends on the track you're at. They may force them to stage. But then again, they might let them sit there all night.
Well, hope not.
You guys bring a pillow or what?
Yeah, I got a pillow in here, plus we got air conditioning.
We got Mirko in there. He does not like staging first. And over there in the Holden Rodeo, Craig McGregor. He's not too keen on staging first either, all the time. These engines are getting quite warm on board these cars, so the performance of the vehicles may not be as it would be had they gone straight into stage. I tell you, I might sit down shortly, actually, because this is getting a bit tough on the old legs.
Here we go. We're in full stage.
Here we go. Mirko's gone in. Just waiting for the Rodeo this time around.
Well, the Rodeo.
And he's going to have to rock and roll it.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch the cars go.
Oh! There we are, down the bottom of the track, boys and girls.
Oh, isn't that excitement plus?
And the win to Marty Mirko. Marty Mirko with a 9.176 on a dial-in of a 9.13. Over Craig McGregor with a dial-in of an 8.73 and landed
great stuff indeed, I tell you. This is drag racing at its finest. And I'll just go through these couple of cars coming our way for a couple of moments, folks.
This is a
it
bit
looks
like a game
we've got
of Big
one
Brother.
more car coming out on the left-hand side.
This is
Unless
a bit like
we are
watching
moving on. No, hold a second.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a bit like watching an episode of Australian Survivor.
I love the head games they were playing on the start line, the last pair.
Looks like the Tirana might have moved out of top sportsman into super sedan, actually.
Neville Boyer about to land his second pass for the weekend. He's in lane number 2, the Summit Racing Equipment lane, up against Rod Evans in the NT Electrical Services Group. Lane number 1 just does a nice short burnout, stays behind the markers, whereas poor old Neville's gone down and, about 330 feet down the track as he's getting reversed back, getting the signal back, so he comes back over his tracks. But look at the size of that thing in lane number 1, Rod Evans. Man, the Chrysler hardtop, that is something special.
It's something very different. It's good to see the big cars on the track, and of course, especially the Chryslers. But yeah, Neville Boyer, the local boy, he's dialing in 9 seconds. Matt Bubner as Rob Evans dials in an 8.85. What do you reckon?
I reckon an 8.85 and something that's 4 tonnes heavy is a pretty good dial-in, I would have thought, Wayne.
I reckon it will be. Let's have a look as he goes into pre-stage. Lane 1's in pre-stage as we get Neville Boyer. He's in full stage now. Both cars in full stage as the lights drop. Lane 2 the first to go.
Oh, look at that! Oh, look at Rob Evans getting the car up on 2 wheels.
Rob Evans hitting the red light there. What do you reckon about that one, Matt Bubner? Neville Boyer taking out the win with a 9.83 with a 4 at 132.57 miles an hour. The Chrysler. Have a look at the launch on that one. Matt.
I'll tell you, that's a bit of a heartbreak. Actually seeing Robbie Evans over here in lane 1 taking on that Tirana. The Tirana was entered in top sportsman, now moved down in the Super Sedan for tonight or for the weekend. So Robbie Evans had cut a good light. He was up against a largely untested Tirana, and the Tirana certainly got the job done out there tonight.
He certainly did, with a 4:61 reaction time, done the pass in a time in 9.834. We're going to see some interesting times. It's going to be interesting to see what happens by the end of the night. The crowd's starting to build over there on the hill here tonight. It's great to see so many of our locals down. And of course, how many newcomers have we got to Hidden Valley Drags? Put your hands up. Anyone who's not been here before, stick your hands up. There we go. We got one on the hill.
The rest of us are regulars. Great to see. Good on you, Darwin. Great to see you come out and support the top end nationals. Well, here we go. Desmond Jeffrey in the Summit Racing Equipment just does his burnout, and he now will just roll back over the beams. And in the lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane is Renee Cockrell. Renee Cockrell's doled in a 9.06 second pass, and Desmond Jeffrey doled in a 10.5 second pass.
All right, both cars getting ready as they line up. We'll see if we'll have a psycho match happening with these two. Renee Cockrell, lane number 1, 9.05. Desmond Jeffries, 10.5. Both cars are in full stage. Lane 2 takes off first. 0.49 reaction time. 0.36 reaction time from Renee Cockrell. Get down to the other end of the track, and the win goes to lane 1. Renee Cockrell with a 9.106 at 150.8 mile an hour. Matt, what do you reckon about that one?
Well, I tell you there, I was looking at both the drivers on board, and I could see their crews out there as well. So unlucky, you got to have a winner and loser in a race. But Renee Cockrell from Adelaide did the job there out there over that wonderful one-tonner, that beautiful ute, of Des Jeffrey. But I'll tell you, beautifully presented cars out here tonight. And this HR coming our way now, something special. If he does a burnout like he's done during qualifying, that'll be awesome to see. And we'll check it out there for Gary Baker.
Well, we like to see the big, long power skid from the burnout pad to the 60, 70, right about the 80-foot mark. Love it. That's what burnouts are all about. Nice, long and hard. And as I said, he goes through probably about 10 sets of tyres per drag racing meeting.
I'm hardly surprised. I mean, poor old George Tipakoutas trying to compete with this now as far as the burnout goes. And look at the speed that Gary Baker brings the car back, the HR. Brings it back about 60 k's an hour.
And he doesn't even have mirrors.
No, I mean,
well, this time around, boys and girls, we've got George Tipakoutas. Tippo over there in lane 2, entering 3.654 from Adelaide. So South Australia for George Tipakoutas up alongside the HR Holden from Northern Territory. SA versus NT in 2 classic Holdens. We'll check it out. Will it be the HR? Will it be the Minoru?
Tell you what, though, that wasn't a bad start there. Have a look at those reaction times. Pretty close together, but lane 1 takes out the win. Gary Baker, 9.03 with an 8 at 144.91 miles per hour.
I'm really glad to see that. But George Tipakoutas, a dial-in of 10, come up with a 10.203, very close to his dial-in at 130 miles an hour. And, of course, remember that this is dial-in. This is Group 3 racing. So it's about basically dialing in a time and trying to match that. Don't break out by going under it. Get as close to it as you can, ever so slightly over it. And so George Tipakoutas loses that one, unfortunately, to Gary Baker. It's great to see the HR coming back a little bit later on. Matty, how do you see it?
Yeah, no, it was a good race indeed, actually, down here. Actually, it's been awesome all night, actually. And some of these cars have had some big gaps between their dial-ins, and you've seen some cars leave by a decent margin. That gets the car that sits on the start line a bit snaky sometimes, and the way it crookies down the far end, his cars are supposed to ride down there together. So what have we got coming up our way now? We've got moving on into the bikes.
Yes, modified bike, Matty, and you were just mentioning the Christmas tree raking down. You want to make sure that you leave on your green light, not your opponent's green light, as you mentioned, and that must be so difficult for a driver to hold yourself back. Okay, Matty, as you say, we're moving on to modified bike. And in the Northern Territory electrical lane, we have Alan Henry. He's dialed in an 8.55 up against Colin Baldy Sainsbury. And he's dialed in a 9.70. All right, this is Group 3 racing. Dial your own handicap. I said Colin Sainsbury, a 9.7. He's in the lane number 2, the Summit Racing Equipment lane, up against the Northern Territorian lane of Alan Henry. Alan Henry, the dial-in of 8.65. Now, here we go, the Christmas tree game. Looks like Alan Henry's into pre-stage. Waiting on Colin. Both in pre-stage. Come on, Alan, get in the full stage. Way to go. Oh, Alan has to wait an eternity for his green light to come on. He's catching Colin very quickly as they go down across the stripe. This will be a very close finish. And a great finish. And the win to Alan Henry. Alan Henry with an 8.693 at 151 kilometres an hour and a dial-in of 8.65. So very close to his dial-in. And unfortunately for Colin Sainsbury, he's gone a little bit too quick. He's actually broken out, so that's why he's had the loss. He dialed at a 9.7, gone a little bit too quick at a 9.503 at 139 miles an hour. Oh, so Alan Henry will progress, and unfortunately for Colin, that's a nasty little loss. So the next pair coming out, a modified bike, is Gary Flatt in lane number 1, and he'll be up against Mark Tattingham. Mark Tattingham has doled in a 9.53. He's in lane 2. Okay, can we have all street bike competitors, please? All street bike competitors, make your way to the staging lanes. That is all street bike competitors, staging lanes, please. So Gary Flatt has doled in a 10.8, I should say. And Mark Tattingham in lane number 2 with a 9.53, and it's all important to leave on your green light. Nice conservative takeoff there. Very lazy takeoff there for Gary Flatt. 3.8 seconds, a bit too late. And the win will go straight away too. Mark Tattingham, he had a dial-in of a 9.53. He's delivered a 9.912 at 131 miles an hour. And Gary Flatt, who dialed in a 10.8, has come up with a 10.891. So unfortunately, the win here goes to Mark Tattingham. The Gary Flatt from Northern Territory beaten by another Northern Territorian. That is Mark Tattingham. The next pair up, well, we've got Dean Hersey, who's dialed in a 9.59, up against Heath Costello with an 8.70. Heath Costello in second place so far after qualifying for modified bike, and he's in lane number 2. Nice conservative little burnout there from Dean Hersey. And very conservative burnout there from Heath Costello. How's it going over there, Matty?
Yeah, no, doing really well actually out here at the moment, looking at the eyes on these riders. They got the crew, the eyes are looking straight forward. They know what they got to do, and it's all going to be decided in only a few seconds. So these bikes here on the start line, there's going to be a small difference in them leaving the track, leaving the start line, probably about 1.5 lights. So we'll check it out for both these riders running out here for modified bike as part of the Sportsman Series.
Red light there for Dean Hersey, but unfortunately for Heath Costello, it's not going well at all. He's going to limp across the line. Heath Costello in lane number 2, the dial in 8.7. He simply delivered, although he gets the win because of a red light to Dean Hersey. I should have picked that up early.
Well, there you go.
Sorry about that, Matty.
No, it's all good, buddy. So over there in lane 2, the bike had some issues getting down the track, so he was gifted that particular run as the red light appeared in lane 1. And the guy in lane 2 had a lot of issues with the bike getting it even down the track. So he was handed a nice little win. So he'll go back to the pit area, sort his bike out, and come back out a little later on.
Yeah, poor old Heath Costello's bike really did cough and splutter, but he gets the win simply because of a red light there for Dean Hersey. Very disappointing there for Dean. Okay, so the next pair to come out in lane number 1, we'll have Jeff Sonnet. Jeff Sonnet's a dial-in of a 10 flat up against Robert Harrison, and we were speaking about Robert a little bit earlier on. And he's got a dial-in of a 9.6. Just waiting on them both to come into the staging lanes. At this stage, I can just see Robert Harrison. I can't quite see Jeff Sonnet out there. In actual fact, looks like we might be having a little bit of a delay. What can you see out there, Matty?
Yeah, no, only one rider out there in lane 2 at the moment. And then after this rider, we move into a bit of Chicago shootout style with the streetcar bracket here tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see these cars rotate around each other and come back out and versus somebody else a little later on. So Chicago shootout is an interesting race format with a limited number of cars. Nate, we've got 2 bikes actually. So coming out of the darkness is that wonderful V-twin, the red V-twin, which is been plagued with a couple of gremlins over the weekend, so we'll see how he goes out here tonight.
We certainly will. So that's Jeff Sonnet who kept us in anticipation. He's now moved into lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services Group. And he's got a 10-second dial-in up against Robert Harrison, as we said, in lane number 2 with a 9.6 dial-in.
As we said, it's been a while since Robert Harrison's been trackside, 3 years. And, of course, this is the first time he's been on the bike for that time as well. He doesn't go, he's retired, literally, and he hasn't even been on the bike for that time. So it's good to have Robert Harrison back here in the top end. Of course, was a local boy. He took off to Queensland for some reason.
I can't imagine doing that.
Why would you want to do Queensland?
Exactly. This is just paradise here, Darwin. You've got paradise, and it's an absolute pleasure being here, Wayne.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're getting some comments up here. We've got the Mexican stage off coming from Snaken. Well, we got Dale who just said good stuff, Marty. And of course, that was a while ago. But I'll tell you what, though, we've been seeing some good racing. But something that we were talking about last night and today, we were hoping that these guys would actually stop the red lighting, but it doesn't seem to have laid off a little bit, has it?
Yeah, good point, Wayne. We really were. We've had a lot of, in fact, we've got a very poor start here for Jeff Sonnet. He's going nowhere. And of course, Robert Harrison doing very well heading down the quarter mile, and he goes across, he takes the win, obviously. He had a dial-in of an 8.7, he's gone through with a conservative 9.61, but unfortunately for Dean Hersey, a dial-in 9.59, he's had big issues, and, well, barely 16. Look, he's barely run 16 feet, so very disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. The Jeff Sonnet bike is really having some issues here tonight, which is a bit of a shame. But done what he's normally done, which is a good thing to do, is these guys, if they have a problem, they pull over to basically to the wall side of the track to basically eliminate any issues that might happen out of the bike, Matt.
Yeah, it's actually a clutch on board the bike. They're playing with it for the weekend, so still needs more clutch, the crewman just tells me now. So they've been playing with the bike and haven't got it right, unfortunately, by tonight, but they will certainly come back to other events and they'll get their clutch settings set up beautifully.
Well, I was talking earlier on this evening, I was actually talking with Baldy Sainsbury, who during the course of this season, he was having the same issue. He was having some clutch issues, but he appears as though that he might have actually fixed his issues. But he reckons now it's just a him issue. So unfortunately, it looks like Mr. Sonnet's having the same issue, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, that appears to be the case indeed. So they'll go back and have a play with that beautiful red bike of his. But moving on now into our streetcar. This is being run as a Chicago shootout, folks, which means you get points for a win, no points for a loss, whatever the case may be, and you add them together by the end of the night, and you work out who's won the most rounds by the most points they've got. And here we have the beautiful pair of cars. That Fury, Anthony Fury, and Fury on the number plates and Fury in the car. And that car is furious. The Chevrolet Camaro 6.2 litre has run some pretty stonking times so far here today. And going over to lane 2 there, 7034. Looks like the VY Commodore of Grant Moore. And we'll check him out. He's also here from Northern Territory.
Having a look as Grant Moore makes his way down the track, dials in a 14.2. As Matt was just saying there in the VY Commodore, he's up against Anthony Fury, who's dialed in 13 seconds. Tony Fury breaking out, 11.896, 129 mile an hour. What do you do?
Oh, you could hear the roar of the commentary box. That was so fast, a full second faster than his dial-in.
The risk you take. This is the risk you take. You can do some good times, but if then this is where you got to judge your dial-in times. Isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah, that's exactly right, as you guys just mentioned there. So these guys here have got to learn the game a bit in some cases. So qualifying is a lot different to racing. You can lose a race. You're not going to lose in qualifying.
Absolutely. We see Tony List come into lane number 1 up against Dylan Wegner. Dylan Wegner's dialed in a 14.88 up against a 13.10.
Wegsy's a very consistent driver. He's relatively new to street racing down here at Hidden Valley. And of course, he's been doing pretty well over the last few meetings. Let's have a look and see who takes the win this time. Tony List, veteran to the track, 13.281, takes the win at 101.8 mile an hour.
Yeah, all 7'21" of him, as you say, Wayne. And the dial-in of a 14.88 by Dylan Wagner, he delivered a 15. So the win will go there to Tony List. at so 101 miles per hour up against Dylan Wagner with a 91 miles an hour. So that's we now move on to street bike. Move on to street bike. It looks in lane number 1, it'll be Daniel Dumsney stepping up the plate, and his dial-in is a 10.5. He's currently 3rd in the street bike championship for this qualifying so far for this championship, up at the top end.
It's on a solo pass too at the moment.
It does look like that, yes. Nice burnout he's done himself, Daniel Dumsney.
He's on the Suzuki GSX 1300, so 1,340 cc cubes of muscle between the frame of that bike down there. How's that methanol coming on down there, Matthew? Oh, he's lifting that front wheel a little bit, Matt. He, unfortunately, a little bit too quick, but that's fine. He's on a solo pass, so he does take out that 10.855 at 147.76 miles an hour. I know we've gone down to street bikes, so there's not much methanol down there for you at the moment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Street bike indeed. So they come out in qualifying order. So he was number 1 qualifier, I dare say. And we got these 2 bikes coming out now. So there's only 3 bikes this weekend in the street bike field. So not too many of them, I reckon. There's not too many.
Mary Rose Henry coming out on lane 1. Mark Taddingham coming out on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Mary Rose Henry, huge burnout. Look at all the smoke she's left behind, whereas the conservative approach the line there is Mark Taddingham.
Mark Taddingham is a seasoned racer down here at Hidden Valley, both down here at Hidden Valley Drag Strip and over at the top end mud racing track. So this guy's he keeps his racing line in wherever it is that he goes. He plays in the mud and plays on the bitumen.
Very similar dial-ins, Mark Taddingham with a 10 flat, and Mary Rose Henry. Over to you, Matty.
Well, with these guys here tonight, there's only 3 of them, so they're doing a Chicago shootout as well. So
that was a bit of a tacky
although
start
there might be a winner and loser from this particular run, they're going to all come back out again and just run against each other and score points throughout the night.
Oh, have a look at that. Mary Rose Henry, Matt Bubner, she did a 005 reaction time, but the win went to Mark Taddingham with a 10.288 at 141.8 mile an hour.
Mark Taddingham, very happy with that. Unfortunately,
yeah, and a good run indeed from both those riders. Mary Rose has performed beautifully. Taddingham's done a great job all weekend as well. So it has been good down here watching from the track side, looking at the concentration on the eyes of these motorcycle riders. Pretty easy to see.
Well, street bikes definitely done and dusted as we move across now to our modified eliminator class now. Let's go over to this way. Ooh, nice. Yeah, modified class, yep.
Yeah, the dragster up against the altered. The drags there of Chris Moore in the lane number 2, the Summit Racing Equipment lane, up against the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane. Dennis Bayliss is in. Dennis Bayliss is number 1, and Chris Moore number 3 so far in qualifying.
Let's have a look and see how these guys turn up the heat there. We got 4 cars on a track, which is a good thing. We got full 4-car field. There you go. I'm glad I haven't had a few sherbets before I tried to say that one. Craig Baker, Bradley Hicks, Dennis Bayliss, and Chris Moore. And if you have a look at that, I do believe that Bradley Hicks is the Dennis Bayliss is the quickest in the field at the moment, thanks to Kirby's Trophies and ProGrind NT in the altered. He's first fastest with a 7.27 with an 8, Matt Bubner, 184 mile an hour. Chris Moore is the 3rd quickest with a 8.23. All right, so they rev them up, lining them up. There we go. Full stage over here in lane 2.
I'll go the altered, Wayne.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Both cars are in full stage as the lights drop.
Oh! Well, Dennis Bayliss looked to turn a tyre early on, but it's a consistent run. The dragster's not doing too well.
Oh, Dennis Bayliss, well done. 7.62 with a 2, 171.93 mile an hour, Matt Bubner. Chris Moore, 8.71 at 155.8.
Yes, that was bone-shattering and bone-jarring, whatever you want to call it, as he went past me there, Bayliss entry. So, man, this is a great spot. You guys should do it sometime.
What's that?
Come out here.
Oh, okay. I've done that.
Okay, moving on. The next pair of cars coming our way. These two dragsters, one wearing a tail fin and one not. Should be both coming out together, I dare say. Yes, okay, here comes Bradley Hicks moving forward in lane 1. And the beautiful blue dragster over there in lane 2. Both these cars side by side look awesome out here in the lit up track. Can't quite see the number over there on lane 2, folks. Who's that?
Craig Baker.
Street cars and street bikes, please. Street cars and street bikes, please. Can you please make your way up to up the staging? Street cars and street bikes. Can you please make your way out? Thank you.
That is Craig Baker in lane 2, Matty. Craig Baker up against Bradley Hicks. Bradley Hicks, lane number 1. He's second in the standing so far after qualifying, and Craig Baker in 4th. In fact, it does look like Bradley Hicks is getting pushed back. That's a disappointment. So this could be a solo pass for Craig Baker. Is that what you see, Matt?
Yep, just hearing over race control. Silo pass in lane 2. Bradley Hicks getting pushed back. That's not good at all. Can you see what the problem may be down there, Matt, or not? He's concentrating. He's having a look to see what the problem is. Oh, here we go. Full stage, lane 2.
Nice launch for Craig Baker. Down the centre of the track, the shortest way home, 1,320 feet. And he goes across the stripe. He goes across the stripe with an 8.6. Sorry, no, yeah, an 8.66 at 154 kilometres per hour. And Bradley Hicks, unfortunately, didn't greet the starters' flags.
A bit of a shame, that one. Obviously, some issues. I don't know, Matt, did you see any issues here? What was the story?
No, I'm not really sure. He never got to the start line itself, so he went through a bit of a burnout, and then the car shut off, and not sure why. And then it was only one solo pass after that, so not exactly sure. A long way to come for Bradley from Adelaide to come up here and not basically take the start line. That is unfortunate in that particular pass there for him. However, looking at this here, round 1 for modified, so that's about his night done.
Well, it looks like Robert Harrison's got a couple of fans on our YouTube channel. Scotty White said, "Go, Rob." And he's also asked if that's, what's that? Is that Benny crewing for the Harley? I don't know, Scotty. I'll have to, next time I'll look that end and have a look for you. All right, now, Super Street Elimination 1. Glenn Sturgenberg and Sean Boyer. The local versus the southerner. Anyone south if you're west, east, or south?
Absolutely, yes. Southwest, I guess you'd call us.
Southwesterners. All right,
Exactly.
both cars in full stage as the lights drop. Lane 2 is off first.
Go the Rodeo, looking good, Sean Boyer.
Oh, yeah, let's have a look. The Hilux is making his way down the track. Having a look at those. We didn't get a very good reaction time out of that one there, but let's have a look and see who takes out the win. Sean Boyer.
Wow, that's a surprise. I think Glenn be quite surprised at that, or a dial-in hasn't worked out for him. But as you say, Sean Boyer, well done in lane number 2. The Northern Territory himself, well, I reckon he deserves a victory, actually.
He's done well. That's a good pass as the next two cars make their way up. Michael Bridges in the Chrysler Centura.
Yeah, got to love them. You don't see a lot of Centuras around on the roads these days. Well, you don't see many around on the roads these days, Wayne.
Well, like I said, I was saying earlier on, I some of the older cars that we used to have back in the 80s and the 90s, I don't know if you're that old.
No. I won't admit it anyway.
if we had have kept those cars instead of selling them for like $100 or $200, they'd be worth a fortune right now.
Or wrapping them around trees. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so Michael Bridges in lane number 1 with a dial of 11.79.
Matt, down to you.
Yeah, just looking at the Centura, that car cruises. He runs it through the streets of on a Friday or Saturday night, so the Centura is used a bit around the street. The Commodore over there in lane 2, though, check it out for Bruce Kim. As we said, the pretty potent 6-cylinder on board the Centura.
Red light there for Bruce Kim, disappointing with a dial in 10.9. This will immediately give the win to Michael Bridges. And Michael Bridges goes through with a lapse time of just waiting for a 9.76. No, in fact, it was 11.82 on a dial-in, a little bit quicker than that. So he takes a win. Michael Bridges now progressing. Unfortunately for Bruce Kim, he red flagged, you red lit. That's very costly for him, unfortunately.
That's very quick off there before that light went green. All right, the next two cars to make their way out. Lisa Garbellini, along with Sarah Bates, the local girl, the Western Australian and the Territorian. Sarah May Bates in that beautiful-looking green HQ.
Good to see both the ladies taking each other on. And, folks, this is just an example of drag racing is not just for the macho blokes. The ladies are taking up the blokes and beating them in many occasions. So I recommend all you ladies get into drag racing. Get the boyfriend's wallet, the husband's wallet. Go and spend some money, boys. Or drag racing car. Come out here and join us.
I'm glad my other half's not here in that one. I'm not letting her get my wallet. I'm not letting her touch me wallet. Not a bad start there from Lisa.
And we've got a pushback, unfortunately, there for Sarah May Bates. But Lisa will have a solo pass here, and she'll take the instant win.
Not a bad time for Lisa.
No, indeed, yes. Yep.
Have a look at that. That's
exactly.
Pretty impressive there. 11.56 with a 0 at 116.95 miles an hour. Sarah May Bates, unfortunately, not even getting off at the start. That is a terrible shame for the HQ Monaro, which is a bit of a shame. But it looks like we've got Alan Appleby coming out with Paul Garbellini. Now, as I said, Alan Appleby's pretty consistent with that. He's dialed in 11.17. Have a look what Paul's dialed in.
Yes, 11.83. That's quite conservative for Paul Garbellini, in my opinion. But it's, yeah, I was talking to Paul earlier on, and he said he is really, really disappointed that his wife Lisa beat him yesterday in a couple of passes, and he is determined to take it out. I said, but aren't you just being nice to the missus? He says, no, mate, not at all. He's putting his best foot forward. It just didn't work out for him. But Paul Garbellini, number one, he's the reigning Super Street champion in lane number 2. Conservative burnout there to see. Up against, beat the heat, Alan Appleby.
Alan Appleby, yeah, there, the VYSS Commodore. Matt Bubner, you can see that. You can see how good that car looks from your side.
I can see the pair of cars that are out here at the moment, and number one on the side of the WA Performance entry over there in lane 2, which means he's also the current Super Street champion. So great stuff to see so many champions out here up in Darwin tonight. And then, of course, we do have the heat over here in lane 1. That'll be the Super Street entry, the police car, fantastic car. It's a well-turned-out vehicle. Beat the heat. We used to have that in Australia at Calder. Alan Appleby.
A little bit slow off the start there, a .310 reaction time from him. Paul Garbellini with a 0.22 reaction time. That's pretty good, but let's have a look and see who takes the win.
Yeah, Paul Garbellini takes the win. A Dolan of 11.83, and he delivers a 12.011 at 100 miles an hour up against poor old Alan Appleby, who just had a bit of a snooze on the sleep line. A reaction time of a .3110. He delivered an 11.223 at 122 miles an hour. So, yeah, Paul Garbellini will take that victory.
Well, it looks like we are moving across to some street bikes now. So we're looking at some street bikes, elimination 2. Round 2 for our street bikes. Of course, Mary Rose Henry, she's doing a solo pass and dialing in a 10.3, Matt Bubner.
Yeah, these guys are running a Chicago shootout style format, so they're going to keep coming out up against each other. So you'll race someone this round, someone else the next round, and remember, the white bike had the bye in the first round. Well, this bike has a bye in the next round, and the other two will race. There's only 3 bikes, folks, so you only get 1.5 pairings with 3 bikes. So you've got to have a bye run, and then you race the other bloke or the other young lady in the other pairing, basically.
Said well. Well said. All right, here we go. Mary Rose Henry on the Suzuki Hayabusa. The Auto Smart E-Print Cyclone Motorcycle Hayabusa, the 1300 cubes. A 0.24 reaction time and a time of 10.65 with a 1 at 134.81 miles per hour.
And being a solo pass, she obviously takes the victory. This, of course, is Chicago Shootout, so they'll be back a little bit later on for Chicago Shootout round 2 and 3, I think. Yes. Yep, round 2 and 3, yes. In actual fact, there's 5 Chicago Shootouts, I notice. So they'll be coming out a little bit later on. To live to fight another day, as they say, Wayne. We've got Daniel Dumsney coming out here with a 10.5 dial-in up against Mark Tadding. Mark Tadding with a 10.04 dial-in. He's currently number 1 in the standings, and Daniel Dumsney number 3. This is after qualifying so far earlier on today.
Pretty close with the dial-in times there, so the bike in lane 1 will go first. Daniel Dumsney on the Suzuki 1300, 0.246 reaction time from Daniel Dumsney. and a 1.29 from Mark Taddingham, who will take out the win.
Yeah, Daniel gets it up on the rear wheel there just after he goes into his second gear change. We look through the replay, gets it up on one wheel, puts it down, heads towards the centre line, but keeps it straight, and the victory will go to Mark Taddingham. As you said, Wayne, yeah, you'd be pretty happy with that. Good dialed in a 10.04 and delivered a 10.176, 138 miles per hour.
Changing categories, over to you, Matt.
Indeed. So here we go, the Chicago Shootout round 2 for streetcar here as well. So they all come back out again and just race somebody else is how it's working for Chicago Shootout. So one of these cars may have indeed lost the first round, but that's okay. You don't get any points, or you might get 1 for a loss, 3 for a win, whatever the case is, how they score it up here. And you add those points together, and that's how you work out who's in the final, is the 2 highest point scorers, and then you might have a second final as well for the next 2 highest point scorers.
Dylan Wegner, Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2, dials in 14.9. Tony Fury dialing in 13-second flat. Let's see who gets to the other end of the track. Oh, look at that.
Out.
Dylan Wegner takes out the win with a 15.22 at a 0 at 90.07 mile an hour. And Tony Fury breaking out. Another 11-second pass. I think he's got to change that. 11.423 at 123.84 mile an hour. Can we get Super Sedans up, please? Super Sedans, can you make your way up, please?
All Super Sedans, the staging lanes, please. But as you said, Tony Fury, yes, by over a second and a half. Disappointing for the young man.
He'll be happy.
Yeah, young man.
He's happy with the times.
Yes.
He's happy with the fact you called him a young man too.
Yes, from
Tony
52.
List. Tony List in the XE Falcon. He's up there on the NT Electrical Group. Lane number 1, dialing in a 13.10.
Exactly. We're up to Streetcar Championship. This elimination number 2. And Grant Moore, he's dialed in a 14.2. He's 3rd so far in the standings after qualifying. And Tony List dialed in a 13.10.
Bit of smoke coming out at the back end of the Grant Morgan car there. He was obviously couldn't get some grip. He was doing more of a burnout as opposed to a decent start there. So Tony List will take out the win with a 13.599 at 96 mile an hour, Matt.
Yeah, well, there was plenty of wheel spin coming from the Commodore there in lane 2. You still see some smoke from generated from the burnout as he took off from the start line. There was lots of wheel spin coming from the Commodore tonight, and that eventuated in his 1676 at only 95 miles per hour. The top end speed wasn't too bad, but taking 16 seconds to get there, that's part of the problem.
I'll tell you what, though, I was just having a bit of a look at some of these times and some of these red lights we're getting tonight. It's going to be hard to call to see who ends up in the in our finals later on.
It's all trying very hard on the start line. I tell you, when you go to competition drag racing, everyone's trying their hardest. And no matter what you say, no matter how many times you've done it, there's got to be some nerves on board with some of these drivers on the start line. So I remember I used to race occasionally in my Gemini. I had a Gemini that did about 15 seconds, but nonetheless, my clutch foot was shaking like mad on the start line. No matter who I was up against, there was a shaking left foot. And no matter what I did, I couldn't stop my left foot and my clutch foot from shaking with the nerves I was getting. So I know how some of these guys feel on the start line, that is for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're actually watching us on our YouTube channel, of course, the Andrew YouTube channel, and via In Pit Lane, like us, click the like button and subscribe, and keep following us until round 6, where we'll end up in Perth. You know, we're going from Darwin. We're going from Darwin to Adelaide. Then we go from Adelaide to, we're going to do a bit of a side step across to
Perth. Actually, we go to Banaraby in Queensland.
Yeah, just a little side kick.
Exactly, yes. Then to Perth.
Yep.
Then to Victoria.
Yep.
And then back to Perth, March 5th and 6th.
Now, how come you guys have got 2 rounds?
Oh, well, how come you guys have got 2 rounds in the Northern Territory?
We've only got 1 round.
Oh, you're off to Alice Springs next weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He's got 2 rounds then. Fine.
Look, we're just greedy in Perth, that's all. I mean, we're so far away from the rest of the world, you've got to come and see us, and once you come and see us, you've got to come and see us twice, eh?
Oh, that's it. Look, remember to like us and subscribe on the page. Of course, give us the thumbs up. And, of course, yes, we have had the Top Door Slammers, and they'll be coming out again very soon. They're actually not far away, so if you want to watch the Top Door Slammers, they're coming out on the track very soon for those who are watching us on our YouTube channel via In Pit Lane. So make sure you like us and subscribe. I want to see these thumbs up come up. up. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yep.
Up.
Give us the thumbs up and subscribe.
That big red button that says subscribe and follow us.
Click.
All the way through to March next year, where we'll end up in Perth. Okay, yep, the Super Sedan's coming up next with Peter Kirkpatrick and Peter Zikos.
Exactly, it's elimination number 2 of 4. You're really progressing through the night here, Wayne.
I've lost Matt. Where's Matt gone? Matt.
Gone to
We've
grab
lost
some
him.
lollies to throw him into the crowd, no
he
doubt.
probably has.
Heading towards...
oh, there he is. He went for a walk. Hello, Matt. You got some more lollies? He probably has. He's probably going to try and find the lollies. As we move into our Super Sedan Elimination 2, and of course Peter Kirkpatrick and Peter Zikos moving their way up. Now have a look at this. Peter Kirkpatrick has dialed in 8.5, and Peter has dialed in an 8.89. Some of that giggle gas coming out of the Peter Kirkpatrick ute there. As Matt Bubner starts, I know what Matt was doing. He was getting closer to the giggle gas.
Understand that.
There goes Peter Zikos over here in the Tirana. Love the Tirana. There's the 1-tonner, Peter Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, another little purge coming out of the 1-tonner. Look at another purge.
I've just figured out why you want to be trackside there, Matt Bubner. That's so you can get closer to the giggle gas, isn't it? Or he can't hear me.
No, he just doesn't want to admit it.
Probably not.
Okay, so Peter Zikos with a dial in, he's in lane number 2 with a dial in of 8.89 up against Peter Kirkpatrick. With a dial in of 8.50, Peter Kirkpatrick in the Northern Territory Electoral Services lane number 1, in the 1-tonner up against the beautiful Tirana, Peter Zikos in lane number 2.
All right, here we go. Peter Kirkpatrick is in pre-stage now. Waiting for the other Peter.
Yeah, Peter Zikos very slowly creeping forward.
Peter. Both Peters are in pre-stage. Here we go. Both bikes are in full stage as the lights drop.
Nice launch by both drivers.
The boy from Paralawi with a 0.32 reaction time. Peter Kirkpatrick a 5.66. Have a look at that.
Oh, a beautiful win there for Peter Zikos with an 8.935 on the dial-in of an 8.89 at 146 miles an hour.
Matt Bubner, we got a breakout in lane 1.
Well, I tell you what, probably a pair of breakouts, was there?
No, it wasn't actually.
No, not quite. He dialed in 8.8. He did it in 8.9.
Well, there you go. Great work. I could see the reaction time wasn't too bad on the start line, probably from the green Tirana either.
He did pretty well there for that one. As we continue on with our Super Sedans, of course, coming up on the solo pass is Renee Cockrell there. I saw you had a bit of a chat with Renee, I think, was it yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning?
And Renee's dialed in a 9.07. She's currently 6th and standing after qualifying. And she'll step up to the plate. We're just waiting for her to move forward. She's just taking it easy. In fact, she's a little bit behind the staging lanes, waiting for her to move forward. Can't quite see her yet. So we might just look. I tell you what, can you see what's going on there, Maddie? Can you see Renee moving up?
Well, I can see a bit of a shuffling of the deck chairs, so we'll see which cars do come our way forward. So she may or may not have. Yeah, it looks like she has started, and she's just sneaking around the side of Mirko's Camaro. There we go. Coming out into lane 2, and looks like probably only Renee. Is that right, guys?
That is correct. It's a solo pass. Yes, Renee's dialed in a 9.07 pass, Maddie.
Okay, so Renee and Steve Cockrell, all the way from Adelaide, are out here tonight. Steve's out there turning the spanners and doing all the funny stuff, and he's up the front, about to guide Renee into the timing beam. So there you go, Steve Cockrell up the front. Renee doing the driving duties on board this Mustang. And a recent new engine combination on board the car as well. I was talking to them in the pit area earlier on. So we'll see how we go. If they run this engine at full song, which they plan to do now.
Good reaction of 0.023 there for Renee.
And looking for a time in the high 8s.
Oh, 9.142. Yes, just very close to her dial in there, Maddie.
Yeah, no, good run. Now, it's good when you get a solo pass like that, so you can, as I say, have a free hit and come out and to see what the car's going to do. It is getting cooler out here. I can feel the air temps getting a lot cooler. The track will still have plenty of warmth in it, so that's not going to be an issue anywhere near here tonight. So it's but the ambient temperature is getting nice and balmy, as they say.
Well, let me tell you, it's 27 degrees and with a relative humidity of 70%. That's why you're feeling a little bit tropical.
Well, there you go. So the sun's gone down, which takes that extra hit out of it, and the nights are so beautiful up here. You can run around starkers and not get cold.
Don't give me those visions, please. Don't give me those visions. We've actually got some listeners. We've got someone watching us from...
Yeah, Cootadera in Western Australia. Hello, my fellow West Australian. That's Terry Taff.
It's a new mine. It's a new RIO mine, new Rio mine.
Yeah, Rio Tinto, I think that would be. Rio Tinto mine. Good on you, Terry. Good to be tuning in. And Christopher Ritchie just give us the thumbs up.
He did. Good on you. I know also, too, I know that he hasn't chatted on the line yet, but I do know that my brother's listening from Roxby Downs. I've got a brother in Roxby Downs, I've got a brother in Perth, and I've got a brother in Penrith.
Well, I never. All around the country.
All around the globe.
Yes, my brother Kevin, who's tuning in from Perth. G'day, Kevin. How are you, mate? Hope you're doing well. Hope the weather's fine there. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Now that was Gary Baker, the guy who doesn't do a burnout, he does a power skip in the HR. Look at that. For a white, just a plain old white HR, it's pretty damn impressive.
Oh, they're a beautiful looking car. All the old Holdens, all the old Fords, and including the Chryslers. Just beautiful in a day. Yes, Matty?
Okay, so here we are, folks, down on the start line. Once again, Australian champion Martin Murko over in lane 2. We've got the HR Holden. Loves doing a good burnout, and that is Gary Baker. We'll check it up there on the boards. It's going to be pretty close, 9-1 to an 8-9. So there's only going to be half a yellow light on the Christmas tree for the next pairing. It's going to be very close on the start line. Not much in it at all. And we'll check it out for the Camaro. We'll leave slightly before the HR Holden. Oh, there it is!
Not a bad start there. Have a look at the reaction time from Martin Murko. 0.21 reaction time, 1.3 to the 60. 9.19 with a 2, taking the win at 140.83 miles an hour.
Exactly, beating Gary Baker and the beautiful HR, who's doled in an 8.95, and he's delivered a 9.064. Very close to his dial-in, but he's been pipped on the post, despite doing 151 miles an hour, by Marty Murko with the number 1 on the side of the car, the reigning national super sedan champion. He will progress, having dialed in a 9.16 and delivered a 9.19, 140 miles an hour.
We've got a Rob Evans fan on there on the YouTube page saying Rob Evans for the win. What a machine. I'll tell you what, I do like it. I don't mind. I like the Chryslers.
Yes, so do I.
They're a big car, though.
Yes.
I remember trying to drive one of them around Newcastle in Sydney.
Yeah. But how we can get that down there in just over 8 seconds down the quarter mile, what a magnificent effort. Such a heavy car.
That helps to have a big engine.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they were so thirsty.
Yeah.
Especially when some of them only, like, they've got 6-cylinder engines and you're trying to drive around 5.5 tonne.
Yeah, so the big 265 Pacer, the big 265 was a good engine in its day.
Oh, it certainly was. Those, what? I'm getting some really weird looks.
We are, aren't we? Yes. I think we've got a Chrysler fan, a Ford fan, and a Holden fan in here.
Yeah, what's up, Matty?
What are you, Brett?
Okay, moving on now to Junior Dragster, folks, and these are little half-scale things. They're awesome little cars, 1 cylinder per car, so that is all that's in each car, 1 little cylinder bouncing up and down around the little tiny crankshaft. So over here in lane 1, we've got the beautiful little Black Attack and a little BJD. This competitor has performed beautifully all weekend for Scarlett Sherwood, going... And looks like the engine has just stopped, actually, on board her car. And they might be pushing her backwards. So it looks like we've got Cooper Plummer over in lane 2 from South Australia, who looks like to get a solo run and move into round 2. So that is unfortunate coming out of Scarlett. But the Flamin' Aussie entry, Cooper Plummer on board. His mum and dad, his mum and dad are out there as well. That's his dad down there, Craig Plummer, looking in the cockpit. And his mum back there a little bit further. And I tell you, this little kid here, he's come a long way to get to this point.
Well, for those who are listening to us and watching us on YouTube, this is a weed whack in America. It's a weed whacker on steroids. Is what these little junior dragsters are, aren't they, Matt? A weed whacker on steroids, so to speak. All right, let's have a look at that. You're having a bit of a giggle there, aren't you?
I
Sean?
certainly was, actually, yeah. I mean, look, great pass for Cooper Plummer. Look, only a B junior dragster, so he's a very young man with a huge future, and he's just delivered a 9.423 second pass. Being a B grade junior dragster, his index is an 8.6. But what I was just giggling at is in Perth, once you go with the junior dragsters, once they go past the 8th mile, they have to come to a complete stop before they get to the quarter mile, then exit the track on the left-hand side at half track. But I see our junior dragsters down here at the beautiful Hidden Valley able to go the full length and just keep going and going. The reason why we brought the stop before the quarter mile and exit the track at halfway was because we just wanted to make sure the junior dragsters understood how to control the car, sure accelerate, but learn how to brake also. It was all about safety.
Well, for those who are interested in knowing, we got the top door slammers starting to make their way back up for this next round. Matt Bubner, this is what we like, bit of excitement with some big muscly cars to make their way down the track. Matt Abel, what do you reckon of the look of that 57 Chev?
That is gorgeous. I reckon the 57 Chev will be one of my favourite cars.
Matt Bubner, have a look at what's coming past the tower.
Yeah, it looks good from this side, actually. These track lights really shine up the staging lanes over there and looks amazing. Now, these little two junior dragsters behind the start line just fired up as well. So the second of our pairings, they do have 3 rounds. Round 1, followed by semis later on and finals. So we know one of the drivers in the semis is going to be Cooper Plummer. Now the next semi-final will be made up of one of these two next cars with us here at the moment. And it's the little Zapier, Brody Zapier from Western Australia. He was number 1 qualifier earlier on, you might remember. And does a little burnout, then locks up the brakes on the Hoosiers.
What was that little high-pitched sound?
Okay, number 1 qualifier was Brody Zapier. And moving over to that awesomely painted car in lane 2. Great stuff for Aidan Abel. So there we go, folks. Number 1 and number 2 qualifier up alongside each other. Hand it back to you guys in commentary.
Brody Zapier, Anti-Electrical Group, lane number 1. Aidan Abel and Summit Racing, lane 2. I know you had a little bit of a high-pitched oops there before... Matt, I'm not quite sure what happened. Did you step on something, or as the boys make their way onto the to the start line there? I'm not quite sure if he can hear us or not, if he realises that we're giving him a bit of a hard time down there. Must have been something he stood on.
Exactly, both with an index, of course, being A junior drags of an 8-second flat.
You got to watch out for the cane toads, Matt Bubner. All right, here we go. As we line them up into pre-stage now. Both cars are... Oh, hang on. Aidan Abel pulled back. No, now he's going into it. There we go. Aidan Abel flicking in and out of full stage here in lane 2. Now we're just waiting for Brody Zapier. There we go. Both cars in full stage. The lights go down.
Great reactive times by both drivers.
Oh, 0.24 from Brody. Yep. 0.91 from Aidan Abel.
And it looks like Brody Zapier will take this victory. He'll take this victory with an 8 flat, an 8.01 on an index, obviously an 8 flat at 82 miles an hour. And unfortunately for Aidan Abel, he didn't quite get to the checkered flag quick enough, but he will progress to the next round.
That's our junior dragsters done and dusted for their second round. Matt, we're going to get into our top sportsman elimination round number 2.
Yeah, no, pretty impressive bracket, this one here for TS, top sportsman, folks. Just take a good look at that beautiful Grand Am over there in lane 2. As he makes his way down the track at night time, you can see how hot those exhaust is, and he got flames out both sides of the car. That is one pretty impressive vehicle you guys have up here in Darwin.
We're no slouches up here in the top end, and of course, yes, we're up to elimination round 2 of our top sportsman class. And of course, once again, don't forget to like us on our YouTube page, and of course, then subscribe as well. We've got a couple more people saying hello. What have we got there?
Yeah, well, in actual fact, I want to say big cheerio to Stu Bond. Great to see you tuning in, mate. I expected no less. I know you love your drag racing. I'll just wait for the burnout. Then he said, Todd Knight doing a big burnout. Yeah, Stu Bond, I know you're a great commentator in Perth, and it's great to hear you tuning in, and thanks for your input, mate.
Also, too, we've got Sean. Saying a bit of the Uncle John rubbing off on Brody Zapier. There we go. Sorry about that, mate.
Sorry, guys. Just cutting you out there. Sorry. Both these cars running TSAA, so both of them being helped out down there, whether it's by a bit of extra nitrous oxide fed into the engine, which I think is the case on both these cars. But once again, take a look at that beautiful Grand Am over in lane 2. You've got the XF Falcon, an Australian car, in lane 1. And I can hear a couple of unusual noises coming out of this Falcon. Maybe it's not that unusual. But going over to the Grand Am, it looks like a polished machine. And we'll check it out. Both running TSAA. Here we go, folks. Top Sportsman.
Of course, we've got the top sportsman class, and of course the birthday boy over here in lane number 2 is the Falcon.
Oh, the XF's gone nowhere. The Toddy Knight, look at him burning down the quarter mile. This would be a good pass from Toddy Knight.
Yeah, I don't reckon it was sounding very good actually on the start line. I was hearing the noises. I was thinking, hang on a minute. So they're going to push it back off, and they will go and see what happens. So it was sounding a bit unusual, guys.
Yes, the Todd Knight goes through with a 6.591 at 209 miles an hour. Beautiful appearance, the car, beautiful livery of Todd Knight's car, and he'll take that victory. Unfortunately for Corey Reed, we're not quite sure what happened in the XF Falcon, but it's getting pushed back.
Now, Matt, can you see if there's anything dribbling out from underneath the XF or not? No, you can't hear me. It doesn't look like anything has come out from underneath it. All right, Matt Bubner talking to our motorsports chaplain there, Adam Bergen. Good on you, Adam. Thank you very much for coming down and your support. Now, was there anything leaking out of that Falcon there, Matt, or not?
They are mopping up a couple of things, but not sure if it's... I didn't see anything particularly from where I was standing, so hard to say. Hard to say. I couldn't say yes and I couldn't say no.
Well, the best thing is, I guess if they don't run out with bags of kitty litter and big lots of mops, then we know everything's not too bad, generally, as a rule speaking. All right, as we move on. The next 2 cars in their top sportsman Elimination 2 round will be Leon Davis and Vlado Turek coming out very shortly.
And just to our YouTube followers, Daniel Nadelotto for West Australia, thanks for tuning in, mate. He just want to say, awesome to watch from Perth. Good luck, guys, on all the racing. Go on, yeah, Daniel, thanks for tuning in, mate.
Don't forget to like us, click that thumbs up button, and, of course, subscribe to follow us for the next, how many months? We finish off in March, so what's that, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February.
Okay, boys.
About a pregnancy.
2 cars here from South Australia, Leon Davies and Vlado Turek. We'll check them out as they make their way onto the start line. Oh, yeah, we got Leon Davies on board the Slape Crash Repairs entry. Vlado Turek's been piloting this Nissan 200SX for quite some time. These guys, all the way from Adelaide, they're not going to want to get on the trailer too early in proceedings, so we'll check it out. Having a look on board the Camaro of Davies. Man, that is one beautiful interior. All the goodie bits are in there. And look at that stunning-looking Nissan 200SX of Vlado Turek. So both these cars out here for top sportsman. 810 the dial-in over in lane 1. 792 over in lane 2. So that on the Christmas tree, folks, is only half of one yellow light. Not much in it. The Camaro will get the green light first, and he'll be chased down by Vlado Turek over there on board the Nissan 200SX. So we'll check it out as both these guys fighting out here for top sportsman.
And of course, coming up after these guys, we're going to have another round of our modified bikes, and then we're going to do a track prep before we take our top door slammers down the track. Oh, look at this. Nissan chasing him down. Let's have a look and see what happens when we get to the other end. Leon Davies, he's pushed the car, and guess what? He's taken the win. 8.13 with a 4 at 168.56 miles an hour.
Absolutely, and a dial in there for Vlado Turek for 7.92. And he's gone through with a 7.939, but beaten there by Leon Davis. A dial in of an 8.10. He's gone through with an 8.134 at 168 kilometres an hour, despite Vlado having the terminal speed. A big victory there too, Leon Davies.
Back to 2 wheels, Matt Bubner. Have a look at this. We've got the modified bikes coming on track now. Alan Henry out on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, with Mark Taddingham coming out on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
And Mark Taddingham in lane number 2 has a dial in of a 9.53 second pass. And Alan Henry in lane number 1 of the Northern Territory Electrical Services Group. He's got a dial-in of an 8.65. He's currently number 1 in the standings after qualifying. And Mark Tattingham, number 3.
Right, both bikes bringing up the revs as they're in full stage. The lights drop. Lane 2 is the first one to go. 0.42 reaction time for Mark Tattingham. Al Henry with a 0.58 reaction time. This is what we like to see. 5.5 seconds to the half-track mark, and the win goes to Alan Henry. As I tell you what, there's nothing short of some good rides happening here tonight. 8.71 with a 6, 150.26 miles an hour. Alan Henry showing that he is one of the best bikes on track at the moment.
Indeed, Mark Tattingham dialed in a 9.53 and delivered a 9.626, 146 miles an hour. So he wasn't far off the pace either. But the win goes to Alan Henry as we wait for the next competitor to come up. And of course, it is the one we were speaking about earlier on, Robert Harrison, who's been had a little bit of a break from racing, come back as you can imagine. Once you get drag racing in your blood, you just want to keep getting out there. And he's returned after 3 years, and it's great to see Robbie Harrison out here. And he's dialed in a 9.6. Currently 4th in after qualifying. I wouldn't mind Robbie basically nailing this. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get so close. 9.6 full stage.
Let's have a look as he takes off. 3.32 reaction time from Rob as he makes his way down the track. 1.8 to the 60. And gets down to the other end of the track in a great time of 9.549. Breaking out, that doesn't matter. He's on a solo pass. I'll tell you what, though, 9.549 from that 9.6 dial. I'll tell you what, guys, we're going to take a short break. We're going to do some track prep, and then we're going to bring out our top door slammers. Stay watching on YouTube. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you very soon.
Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com.
Red Senators, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade, cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red Senators, September 3 to 5. Head to redsenators.com.au for tickets now.
Summit Racing can outfit your rig for off-road adventures with the parts, tools, and accessories to help you tackle the trails. From engine and suspension to wheels, tires, winches, bumpers, and more. Plus, Summit Racing carries some of the most trusted brands in off-road. And you'll get Summit Racing's world-famous customer service, expert technical advice, and super fast shipping. Summit Racing, your source for all things off-road. Order now at SummitRacing.com. You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, SummitRacing.com.
The show may be over, but the motorsport chat continues with Full Course Yellow, the In-Pit Lane After Party. We're on the In-Pit Lane YouTube channel live most Thursday nights at 9:30, straight after In-Pit Lane here on Channel 31. So, why not join us?
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Red Senators, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs September 3 to 5. There's cruising, racing, burnouts, music, and more. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass for just $50. Head to redsenators.com.au for tickets now.
What made you fall in love with your car? The chrome? The smell of gasoline and old vinyl? Whatever it was, we're glad it happened. Let Summit Racing help keep your ride on the road with performance upgrades and factory restoration parts, plus the tools and expert advice to put it all together. SummitRacing.com.
Welcome back to Hidden Valley Drags. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching us on YouTube, the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round 1 of the Summer Sportsman Series. As Matt Bubner throws some lollies and some stuff out to the crowd. The kids are all up at the fences. We fill the kids with sugar on a Saturday night, so that way the parents won't get to sleep until late tonight. But then you get to sleep in the morning. Well,
maybe not the parents. The kids will certainly sleep in.
Well, the kids won't sleep in either because they'll be still full of sugar.
Exactly.
As the tractor series currently having, here we go. Top door slammers making their way up. There we go. There's, of course, the Zapier car being pulled across by one of our local supporters up here, which is good to see some of the local businesses helping you interstate businesses as well. A big thanks to Azza and Adrian from Petters up here in Darwin, who love to support the John Zapier team in that 1971 Holden Monaro. Tell you what, 8.3 litres, 511 cubes underneath the bonnet of that car, and of course including 10 consecutive years from 2007 to 2008 to 2016 and 17, and this guy knows how to pedal the car, and I'll tell you what, his runner-up 2018 and 19. If anyone's got the experience on the track, that's this boy, and he is continuing to make his mark. And I'll tell you what, he's continuing to make his mark up here in the top end. And it's good to see that the whole family's getting involved, even the young nephew.
Absolutely, young Brody been performing very well. But what I did want to say about the John Zapier car, and that, folks, that's the 1971 Holden Monaro GTS, is it's very Australiana. In other words, it's right-hand drive. So many drag cars, especially sedans, your sedans and so on, they drive on the left-hand side. It's all about balance, but John has kept the car Australiana, and he drives from the right-hand side. Very unusual for top door slammers. I did ask him how many other cars, how many other top door slammers do you know around Australia that are right-hand drive. He said apparently Victor Bray's, one of Victor Bray's cars was right-hand drive. He believes Ben Bray's Monaro's left-hand drive. But yeah, John Zapier keeping the car in Australiana trim, right-hand drive. Love it.
Have you ever actually driven a left-hand drive car?
Actually, no, I haven't. I've been to America
it's really
a few
weird.
times.
It feels like you're going to tip over.
Yes, I can. I can well imagine it. Yeah, and I just wonder, you've got. Okay, you've got your clutch on your left foot, but your gear stick on the right side.
I know,
especially if it's a manual, a stick shift. But no, I haven't yet.
I did some driving when I went over to the States, and of course when I went over to some of the other I was over in Vanuatu.
Nice.
They also drive on the wrong side of the road over there as well.
That's why they have so many accidents, isn't it? They're driving the wrong side of the road.
Funny thing is, I was doing some work for the United Nations up here in Darwin, and a couple of the guys who I picked up, and one of the guys says, "Oh, can I drive?" And I went, "Uh-oh." And he started to veer over to the incorrect side of the road. For those who are listening to us over in the States,
yes,
he started to veer over into the right lane, and I said to him, No, stay over this side. So eventually I had to ask him to pull over, and because he kept wandering into the wrong lane. So
pull over and swap seats. Well, it's
like,
funny.
You want to get here. And then he was pretending to drive.
Yep. Well, it's funny, just coming out of Darwin Airport, you've got a road sign I've never seen before. Now, we've all got different road signs throughout Australia. I just coming on the taxi out of Darwin Airport, and you've got a sign saying, "We drive on the left-hand side of the road in Australia." I've never seen that before, but that is great advice for all our international travellers hiring a car for the first time in Australia and thinking, I know what I'm doing.
We try. As the tractors make their way on the track, we just have a comment on we do have someone asking, did the Slammers come out yet? Well, they are coming out next, Mark. So keep your eye on the thing. Even though you see a tractor on the screen at the moment, after the tractors, we will have our Top Door Slammers back on track. So don't go too far away. If you need to go to the kitchen, or need to go and get yourself a cuppa or a... Because what time is it over in the States at the moment? I think it's...
well, in New York it'd be 12 hours, or about 4 in the morning.
About
we wait about 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning? Who gets up at that? Oh, it's like, you know what, my grandmother would stay up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning just to watch tennis.
Oh, yes.
Who does that?
Geez, yeah. That's like some people stay up and watch golf. I think, how interesting is golf? You know?
Hey, golf is very interesting.
Yes, but on TV, but a slow motion replay of somebody putting a ball into a little hole, on slow mo. Oh, yeah, that's great. But no, I do like golf. I like to swing the clubs myself. In fact, I play golf about as well as I play guitar. I'm a hacker.
I could say what I call golf, but I'll tell you off the microphone later. But yes, no, the Top Door Slammers are coming up, and welcome to those who are, that's a good, welcome to those who are listening to us over in the States. I'm glad you guys are having a listen. Make sure you subscribe and you like us on the YouTube page. And because we got plenty more racing coming your way. And of course, Top Door Slammers are up next. Elimination round for these guys. I'm looking forward to seeing some of these impressive times come out of these guys at the moment. I tell you, this is what it's all about. The top end's full of great racing. We love our motorsports up here, and having a look at the crowd here tonight. Great to see such a good crowd on the hill. And of course, you can go and have a wander through the pits as well. Go back under the tunnel and head back down that way. Have a look through the pits, wander through the pits. There's also food and drinks available down there as well. Vaughan from Millie's Cafe Licious, he's out the back there. He's got a coffee. He's got great coffee.
Yeah, you had to make your own coffee yesterday, didn't you?
Oh,
and you had to pay for it.
I know,
which I
it's
thought was
terrible.
a bit rude. And you call him your mate.
Oh, here we go. Almost 7 a.m. here in New York. Good on you, Tomcat 43 Truffles.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that, Tom.
Do you go truffle hunting? I wonder if he goes truffle hunting with a name like Topcat 43 Truffles.
Well, I don't know, but the truffles are available in the southwest of Western Australia a certain time of the year. But we're just speaking about golf.
How do dogs do that? How do they go and sniff out a truffle and not eat it?
And not eat it, I know, exactly. Well trained is all I can say.
Oh, no, hang on. MGB Chuck has said almost 4 a.m. here. Lol.
Okay. Where are you? Where are you, MGB Chuck?
Where's here? He's here on one side of the States or the other side of the States?
But he is laughing out loud.
He is laughing out loud.
But Wayne, we're just talking about golf a while. I know we got off the subject before the Top Door Slammers. In fact, we won't have time to cover with that. We just got, looks like Matt Abel about to do his burnout, so we'll save that story for another day.
Matt Abel, Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2 with Kelvin Lyle. The NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. So for those who are watching on our YouTube channel, the Top Door Slammers are coming out for you right now. As you can see on the screen, this is where all the fun can happen. As the guys back their way up, they've gone almost half, 3/4 of the track this time, these guys. Some big thanks. Ian Moore saying a big thanks. He reckons we've got some great footage. Of course, we're doing our best. And of course, we've got plenty of cameras on the track. And have a look at that. Currently on screen, we see the 57 Chev Bel Air, Matt Abel, backing up in Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2. And then, of course, we've got Kelvin Lyle trying to take the line by going in front of him there, in front of the street.
Indeed, one thing I find interesting about Kelvin Lyle is he doesn't have someone to guide him up when he's reversing, so he basically reverse over his burnout Prince. But no, he knows what he's doing. I'm certainly not going to argue with him.
Well, he's a bit like, well, he's not like Mater out of cars. He doesn't need mirrors.
That's right. Now, of course, the owner-manager of the Direct Mining and Industrial, Kelvin Lyle.
All right, as the guys line them up, here we go. Have a look at this. This is what you guys come to see, the top door slammers at their best. And of course, as we are live on YouTube via the In Pit Lane, the YouTube channel. And of course, we're pumping them out here tonight as both cars go into full stage. Kelvin Lyle making his way down the track, but have a look at this. Matt Abel takes the win. 5.94 with a 6 at 229 miles per hour. What do you reckon about that one, Matt Bubner?
Oh, man, my ears are ringing. I tell you, this is the best seat in the house, and awesome stuff on Matty Abel with 5.94, 229. Nothing away from Lyle there, 6.16, 238 miles per hour. So nice one down the top end, but I tell you, on the start line, it is all serious stuff as they pilot these beautiful monsters from one end of the track to the other. Man, top door slammer, it doesn't get a lot better.
I'll tell you what, though, Kelvin Lyle, 6.168, 6.16 with the 8 at 238.22 mile an hour. He was quicker,
yeah,
but just his ET was just not quite there.
No, indeed. Wasn't pretty shabby. Not shabby at all, I should say. Very darn good. A great reaction time there by Matty Abel. And Matty Abel has helped all the racers out here since they come to the Northern Territory. A great team player he is.
Well, we're talking about this guy earlier on. His name is Daniel Gregorini.
Yes.
He's up against the Alice Springsian, Andrew Sutton.
He certainly does. Go straight to the burnout.
Well, for those who are listening to us on YouTube, that was the burnout of the Daniel Gregorini car. We got some news about Daniel.
We certainly do. And Daniel Gregorini holds the miles per hour national record of 258.47 miles per hour. Now, he backed it up. He had to do a backup within 1%, and he did that last night with a 255.92 miles per hour pass. So, in other words, folks, Daniel Gregorini holds the national miles per hour record for top door slammers of 258 miles per hour, 0.47, and he is in lane number 1, which is the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, and that is the scratcher match.
We seem to be missing
Camaro.
Andrew Sutton.
Yes, I noticed that. Yeah, that's why I wanted to wait for Daniel to do his burnout before I mentioned that he is now the national record champion for miles per hour.
Street bikes, please. Street cars and street bikes. I did see a few street cars making their way up, but can we also get street cars and street bikes up to staging, please? Street cars and street bikes. Can you make your way up to staging? How's the mojo going over there, Matty Bubnar?
This is definitely going to be a solo pass by the looks of things. Just looks like Daniel Gregorini, lane number 1, done his burnout, the national miles per hour champion.
All right, here we go as we lines him up. They're bringing him up to the pre-stage. Do you like the? I'm building up this.
Oh, absolutely! You are doing great. You are doing great, Wayne. He's at the full stage.
Wow, that was quick.
That looked nice and straight too. Nice and straight down the centre of the track.
Let's have a look at the time as he gets down to the other end of the track. Have a look at that.
5.808 at 251 miles per hour. Very impressive.
I'll tell you what, he was lining up, then all of a sudden it was just in, whack, bang, gone.
Absolute whack, bang, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, dear. Oh, there we go. I tell you what, I was going to say something else then, but I thought, no, better not. We might get into trouble.
I dropped the bomb, unfortunately.
We can have a sense of humour sometimes. Depends on how far you want to go. Hey, Matt Bubner, what did you reckon about that one? Solo pass there from Daniel.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the 580 was an awesome pass. That car there looked amazing from trackside all the way down the centre, and it was faultless. So great run, 251.6 miles per hour, and that wonderful 580 is certainly up there amongst his better times.
It certainly was, and of course, a good pass. I'm not quite sure what's happened with Andrew Sutton, unfortunately. I haven't heard anything. But now it looks like who we got coming up next?
Well, we've got John Zapier, I see, in lane number 1. I see Richard Zapier out there with his hand in the air, just guiding his younger brother, into the correct position on the track. And John's about to drop the clutch. Oh, looking good, yeah. John, speaking to John earlier today, he said he's not... Yeah, John said he's not going to hold back in this the early stages. He wants to put as much pressure on his opponents as possible. And, yeah, his opponent at this stage will be Robin Taylor. Yeah, Robin Taylor in lane number 2. In the Summit Racing Industry, Summit Racing Equipment lane, number 2 up against John Zapier.
Well, speaking of Summit Racing and of course the Summit Racing, for those who are listening to us on YouTube, of course, one of our huge supporters is the Summit Racing Racing Equipment, and we've just been on their website, and I think I've almost spent all my money.
Yeah, I can understand that. I know there's plenty of things I want.
I wonder if I should get it delivered somewhere else apart from home. Yeah, the missus will find out.
Yeah. To your brother's place in Fremantle?
Oh, yeah. No, because if I send them to him, I'll lose them. I'll never see them again.
Yes.
There's some great stuff. I'll check out the Summit Racing Equipment website, of course, summitracing.com.
Yes, I reckon if your brother built it, I'd buy it off him. The hot rod, that is.
I don't know. I just... My nephew would be the worst one because he's got his burnout car, and I know he'd use half of it on his car. I'd never see it again. Here we go. Both cars in full stage, ladies and gentlemen, as we wind them up. The lights go green. What a start. A 106 reaction time from John Zapier. A .211 from Robin Taylor, and the win goes to John Zapier. 5.84 with a 9 at 242.71 mile an hour. Matt Bubner, trackside down there. What did you think of that start?
Oh, man, fingers were in the ears that time with the Mad Professor alongside of John Zapier. Fantastic stuff by both those competitors, man. That is wonderful stuff, and it's one of the best things you can see. Rob Taylor alongside John Zapier, side by side, and great passes. Although it looks like down the bottom end, Taylor on the right-hand lane has pulled it early and run through with a 682.
Yes, I noticed, Matty, that Robin Taylor seemed to pull the chute just before the finish line there, and he's gone through with a 6.824 at 147 miles an hour. So that shows you how much he's backed it off, because at half track he was doing 181 miles an hour, and he's gone across the stripe at 147 miles an hour. So he pulled the chutes early, a little bit of an issue. But, yeah, Robin Taylor, beautiful livery on the car. But John Zapier, how about that? A 5.849 at 242 miles per hour.
All right, something happening down the other end at the moment. They're doing some stuff down there. Of course, the guys are just doing... I didn't quite hear what's going on. Race control said that there's some issues down the back end, but the guys will be figuring it. So we're just going to... No, it looks like we're all... I think we're all might be ready to go again.
Folks, I just want to mention about the incrementals there of John Zapier. The length of a cricket pitch is approximately 60 feet, and he has done the length of a cricket pitch in less than 1 second. That's right, from a standing start, less than 1 second for the length of a cricket pitch. John Zapier.
Nice.
Certainly is. Better than I can do. Gosh, obviously.
All right, let's have a look and see what we've got.
And back at you with Street Bike this time around. As we know, they're doing a Chicago shootout or a round robin type arrangement. So at the moment, a solo pass down lane 2.
Looking at the Chicago shootout, round number 3 for our street bikes, I think, if my memory serves me correct. That's the third time we've seen him. Yeah, it is. Oh! Lifting up the front wheel there a little bit as he makes his way down the track. Mark Tattingham, 10-second pass there, 10.19 with a 1, 140.5 mile an hour. Oh, no. Something not quite right with...
Andrew Sutton's car.
Yeah, not looking good there. The Alice Springsian. Is that a word?
It could well be.
It is now.
And look at the cart here for the Robin Taylor car, done in the same livery as his top door slammer, just going past our commentary box here. As you say, we're on the street bike. This is, of course, Elimination 3. I mean, factual fact, it's Chicago Shootout 3, I should say, folks. And we've got Mary Rose Henry in lane number 1. She's dialed in a 10.30, and she's up against Daniel Dumsney with a dial-in of a 10.50. So Mary Rose Henry at this stage is in second place, and Daniel Dumsney after qualifying in third place. Mary's in pre-stage. She's in full stage, waiting for Daniel to step up. Both in full stage. Oh, Mary Rose gets a red light. Disappointing for her. This punt that gives the win easily to Daniel Dumsney. This is, of course, Chicago Shootout, round 3 of Chicago Shootout. So across the stripe, Daniel Dumsney, a 10.654. at 136 miles an hour. And Mary Rose Henry, unfortunately, a red light went a little bit too early. She does a 10.668, 134 miles an hour. Bad news for Mary. She needs to sharpen that up in the future. But, yeah, Daniel, good win. Very good win from Howard Springs in the Northern Territory.
Okay, a bit of a rural man as we bring back onto streetcars now. Streetcars hitting the track for their Chicago Shootout round number 3. Anthony Fury. Tony Fury in the 2019 Chev Camaro. A red Bumblebee. What's a red bee? Tony List in the Falcon. Let's have a look. He dialed in 13.1. Tony dialed in 13 flat. So here we go. These both cars are pretty close together as they make their way down. But the win goes to Tony List again. 13.211 at 102.8 mile an hour. I told you this guy was consistent, and I'll tell you what, he proved it once again. Tony Fury in the 2019 Chev Camaro, 12.790. He's pulled it back a little bit. 104.17 mile an hour. He's not quite been able to nail it, Matt Bupner. That Chev Camaro is a nice looking car. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, nice car indeed, actually. It didn't quite sound right as it went past me down here. Maybe it's just some issue with the car, but maybe it's not. But it didn't quite sound like it's been sounding all weekend.
Well, Dylan Wegner's come back on track in the street cars alongside of his mate Grant Morga. And, of course, Dylan Wegner, one of our Australian Army soldiers, and does a fantastic job with his drag racing. And, of course, thank him for his service. This guy's a great kid. And know him quite well, so and he does well on the track. He looks like he's going to take the automatic win with this one. So too is Grant alongside of him. Some two very good races, and of course Dylan Weggs.
And these guys are running a Chicago-style shootout in streetcar. Not enough of them to run rounds, so they're running a Chicago shootout-style event where you get a certain amount of points for winning, 3 points usually for a win, 1 point for a loss, and then you work it out, and the highest point scorers go into the finals and that sort of arrangement. So it gives everyone plenty of shots at the track, and especially when you have a depleted field.
Oh, Dylan Wegner taking out the win with that one, even though he broke out 14.986 off a 15-second dial in.
Barely a bee's eyelash in it.
Certainly is. And Grant Morg, unfortunately, a little bit too quick on the throttle there, 0.106 before the light went green, 14.529. Sean Boyer, Michael Bridges in the Super Streets Elimination Round 2.
Yeah, Sean Boyer's dialed in at 11.35. He's in lane number 1. And in the Summit Racing Equipment lane, Michael Bridges has dialed in 11.78. Both very similar dial-ins.
Okay, boys and girls, we're moving along into the semi-finals now. This pairing here should be one of the pairings in semi-finals. So we got Bridges over there in lane 2. We got Slapper down here in lane 1. Check it out for the Toyota up alongside Bridges and the Centura as we tighten the field on board Super Street. Okay, once again on the start line, Bridges goes in first. Just waiting for the Toyota Hilux. Oh, there we go. And the Utes got pretty close down there to the middle line. Man, that is close, and Bridges takes the win with 11.79, 106 miles per hour. And check that out. He was taking coats of paint off those centre blocks on board the Toyota Hilux. But there we go, 11.42 at 119 miles per hour. So a good win there by Michael Bridges. And looks like he'll move himself into the finals a little later on.
Well, the Garbellinis are coming up next. Husband and wife.
Well, I spoke to him in the pits a little bit earlier on. I can assure you, Paul is keen to beat his wife this time after having had his having his socks pulled down the last couple of outings yesterday and in previous races. But yep, Paul Garbellini got the number 1 on the side of the door for the reason. He's the reigning Super Street National Champion up against his wife, Lisa Garbellini, in lane number 2, which is the Summit Racing Equipment lane, who's dialed in 11.52, and Paul himself.
Well, boys, can you imagine getting knocked out of the championship by your partner, as may be the case here? We'll check it out, eh?
I choose not to comment on the grounds of incrimination.
Okay, Australian champion over here in lane 1 with a big number 1 on the back passenger window. Let's check it out. Oh, we'll see how he does.
Paul hits the red light.
Oh, no.
So Lisa will take out the win.
Oh, no.
0.29 reaction time, and she does it in 11.477. So she breaks out as well.
Oh, they were both keen to beat each other, as we told.
There you go. That's how it's done.
I reckon he gave it away.
Oh, you reckon he gave it away, do you?
Well, while they're both down the other end and they can't hear us, yeah, I reckon he gave it away.
Rightio then. Well, she's, she's done pretty well to get herself into the finals here tonight, so she'll be coming back out a little later on to race against Michael Bridges on board the Centura, and then that's going to decide tonight's winner in the Super Street, guys.
Isn't that saying, happy wife, happy life?
Well, maybe. Except not on the drag strip, buddy. Not on the drag strip.
All's fair in love and war, you reckon?
Except on the drag strip.
Okay. Dennis Bayless and Chris Moore coming out next in our modifieds. Street cars and street bikes again, please. Street cars and street bikes again, please.
And for those of you tuning in on our YouTube feed, just want to say hello to Peter Townsend, who's watching from Perth. Peter Townsend is the starter at the Perth Motorplex. He's just watching and saying how well prepared the track is. Yeah, too right. And go Lisa, big Lisa Garbolini fan. And thanks, Pete.
Don't forget to like us, please. Jump on when you're on our YouTube channel watching us. If you're watching it, please like us and subscribe. We're getting a few comments on the page, which is really good to see. And yes, the Slammers have come back out, and they will be back out again as well. So, and if you're in Melbourne, watch In Pit Lane on, what's that say?
Every Thursday at 9 p.m. for all our local motorsport news. Very interesting.
I'll do that, just because you told me to. Thank you.
Okay, here we are, guys. We're up to the semi-finals of modified. So there's 2 pairings, 4 cars. Let's see how we go.
Oh, have a look at that. Very impressive. Chris Moore
over here in lane 1, we have got that beautiful altered of Dennis Bayless from the Northern Territory. And have a look at that stunning dragster over in lane 2. Great stuff once again for modified. And that is Chris Moore, the undercover dragster, also from Northern Territory. So both these cars and drivers are going to want to make it through to the finals here tonight. It'll be a shame to see one of the Territorians packing up early, but that's the way it's going to be. So we'll see how it happens with Bayless alongside that beautiful dragster over in lane 2. That is stunning, that beautiful, beautiful dragster belonging there to Craig Baker. Sorry, not Craig Baker, Dennis Bayless. All these bees around the place.
Alrighty, let's have a look as we get them ready to line them up. Gotta say big hi to Mitch. Mitch is out there in the crowd somewhere. How you doing, Mitch? Where are you? Give us a wave. That's right, I can't see you. Here we go, lane 2. Chris Moore taking off from the start line. Let's have a look and see who gets down to the other end of the track first. Of course, lane 2 takes the win, 8.240 at 160.38 miles per hour. Lane 2 on a 7.227 at 183.5. Chris Moore taking the win there, Matt Bubner. Not bad run.
Yeah, no, good run indeed. That altered was certainly a handful in lane 1, so that's the way the cookie crumbles, and he'll be up against one of these two competitors in the second of the semi-finals. So earlier on, we had Bradley Hicks had a couple of problems with his car, but that was during a final qualifier, so that's okay. It's just not going to be very good if he has a similar issue right about now. So going over to lane 2, we've got Craig Baker on board the rear engine dragster, and we'll check it out for Bradley Hicks.
So, Matty, Bradley Hicks has a dial-in of a 7.42, and Craig Baker in lane number 2 has a dial-in of 8.63.
Modified semi-final.
Yeah, a couple of dragsters out there, Wayne.
There is many of them. Shout out to my mama, Liz Johns, out there at the start line. Hi, mama. Hannah Johns is saying, hi, mama. Liz Johns over there on the start line. Hello, guy. Hello.
And Andrea Luda says, go Dennis.
Oh, was it like
About
Dennis?
7 or 8 S's after her Dennis.
Oh, here we go. Both cars are taking off. 049 reaction time, 047 reaction time. Bradley Hicks. Oh no, Craig Baker takes the win, 8.67 with a 2, 154 mile an hour. Bradley Hicks comes in second. That's what I was saying oh no to. 7.524, 182.4 mile an hour.
Both similar reaction times. Great launch.
Matt.
Yeah, I didn't see what was happening obviously down by the finish line there, but Hicks was coming on strong, but obviously not enough to get around Baker over there in lane 2.
I'm just having a quick look here at the times here. Reaction time from Bradley Hicks was a 0.47. He dialed in a 7.42, did the pass in a time of 7.524. Now, Craig Baker, he dialed in 8.63. He had a reaction time of 0.49 and did the pass in a time of 8.672.
Well, there you go. So Hicks had a slightly better reaction time, but Baker made that up over the track and ran closer to his dial-in down the far end. So that's the way it works. I guess you can not do so well at the front end if you can make it up by the back end.
That's it. So that's drag racing at its best, I guess. NT Electrical Group lane number 1, Bradley Hicks, getting across the line second. So there we go.
All right, if you guys want to throw to some ads for a few seconds, maybe there's safety down the bottom of the racetrack. So give a few words from some of our sponsors.
I reckon that'd be a great idea. Welcome down to... Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching us on YouTube, we will be back very soon with the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Welcome back to those who are watching us on YouTube. We've got some people in Finland. Watching.
Oh, well, Helsinki.
Finland.
Exactly, the Helsinkians.
Absolutely. Welcome aboard, guys. And of course, don't forget to like us and then hit the subscribe button. And of course, you send us a message. Make sure you send it in English so we can understand it, of course. I know quite a few Finnish people, some Finnish and some... people who live close to the border of Finland.
Quite a few of the Formula One drivers are Finnish. I know Valtteri Bottas is Finnish.
Oh, you can say that name.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, quite good with those names. And also a lot of the rally drivers, also a lot of Finland drivers. So yeah, Finland, a good place for motorsport.
All right, we're going to take another short break, but folks, we'll be back with you all very shortly. Keep your eye. We've still got plenty more racing coming your way with the round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series.
Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com.
Red Sedan, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns Returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade. Cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red Centre Nats, September 3 to 5. Head to redcentrenats.com.au for tickets now.
Summit Racing can outfit your rig for off-road adventures with the parts, tools, and accessories to help you tackle the trails. From engine and suspension to wheels, tires, winches, bumpers, and more. Plus, Summit Racing carries some of the most trusted brands in off-road. And
Blakes, what number? We got bikes on track. There we go. We got street bikes. Mary Rose Henry currently on track with Mark Tattingham. We're going to even have a break then. 10.30 dial in from Mary Rose, a 10.09 from Mark Tattingham, and of course the win goes to Mark Tattingham with a 10.27 and a 4, 140.69 mile an hour.
And Mary Rose Henry dialed in a 10.30. Her reaction time of a 0.274 was pretty darn good actually, but she nailed a 10.355 at 141 miles an hour. So the win will go to Mark Tattingham, who's currently he's been in first position with qualifying, and that was of course Chicago Shootout round 4. So they'll be back for one more Chicago Shootout before they get to the finals, which are coming up a little bit later on. But our next pairing up, well, in fact it's a solo, Daniel Dumsney, and he got the track to himself, and Daniel's dialed in a 10.50.
Could be interesting. I was just watching our TV production guys here. He's got the quickest mouse in the west, this guy. Quickest mouse in the north.
Oh, we've got a great production team here, folks, with Brett and Stuart. It's an absolute pleasure to be up here, folks. Got Brett, Stewart, and of course Wayne next to me, and Maddie on the start line.
Have a look at that. How's that for a start line there? He's dialed in 10.5, a reaction time of 3:37.
And Daniel got the bike up on one wheel on a couple of occasions, went close to the centre line and able to keep it nice and straight. And he'll obviously go through with a 10.687 on a dial in of a 10.5 at 142 miles per hour.
I think he lifted that wheel twice there as he went past the start tower. Matt Dumsney, this is what it's all about. Drag racing at its best up here in the top end.
Oh, that is for sure, guys. And that was, of course, the Chicago Shootout round for the street bike. And now we have Chicago Shootout round for the street car. And then they've got another one of these after this as well. So it's a cool way to run it. And then they have the finals. So they've got one more round after this one of Chicago Shootout. And then they'll have the top 2 point scorers will face off with each other in the finals.
Well, see, they don't have to do as much of their turnarounds. It's not as long as those of the bigger cars, because street cars, you got a radiator. You can keep it cool.
Well, that's exactly right. So these guys can turn around pretty quickly. So they've had about, that'll be 5 rounds of Chicago Shootout, and then they have the finals. Yep. So it's good to see them come out 5 times. You get good value for your money, and of course the field stays whole until the finals, guys.
Certainly is, and the crowd's still hanging around up there on the hill. Have a look at the crowd behind you there, Matt. This is what it's all about. Of course, these are our die-hard drag racing fans up here in the top end. Make sure if you see a camera come swooping past, you say hi to Mum. If you're not supposed to be here, hide your head. Whichever one comes first. I have a tendency to go, whoops, that's not me. That's my, what do they call double ganger? What do you call someone who looks like you?
Gangnam Style? I don't have a clue.
Something like that. Street cars, here we go. Oh dear, gotta love it. Tony Fury in the red 2019 Chevrolet Camaro as up against Grant Morgan in the Commodore there, 14.2 dial in. Anthony's dialed in 13 seconds again. Let's see if he can, let's see what time he does this time, because he's been doing some quick times. Maybe he just doesn't want to change his dial in time or something, I don't know. He takes the win this, lane 1 takes the win this time, 11.107. By the looks of it, no, there we go, 13.418, 98.43 mile an hour.
Yeah, I was wondering what numbers you were looking at there. Yeah, 13.41. So he was running a lot quicker than that earlier today. So I do think there's something going on with the car, and he's playing with much higher numbers during these Chicago Shootout rounds. I was looking at, our computers are a little bit behind, so maybe I'll get my binoculars and look at the big timing board down the other end. Or I should have went to that optical place. All right, Tony List, the Falcon, the 7-foot, 12-inch dude. I don't know how he's a bit like Lurch from the Addams Family. That guy is tall as, when you see him down at the pitch, you'll
you'll figure it out when you look at him. You go, oh, hi, what's the weather like up there?
What do you reckon? He's sitting on the back seat, do you?
He's getting pretty damn close. Junior dragsters, please. Junior dragsters, please. Can you make your way up? Junior dragsters, thank you. Have a look at this. What have we got? Tony List and Dylan Wegner.
Yes, a Tony List old in a 13.10. Oh, he goes through with... Yes,
Dylan
well
Wegner.
done, Dylan.
Wegsy takes the win, 15.172 off that 14.9 dialing. Good on you, Wegsy. Tony List falling behind, 13.36 with an O at 103.31 mile an hour. Love it.
Great skill by Dylan Wegner. When you look at he's only gone across the stripe at 87 miles an hour compared to Tony List at 103 miles an hour. So he's judged that perfectly.
As a camera crew swoop through the crowd there, for those who are watching us on our YouTube channel, there's the crowd here in the top end of Darwin, Northern Territory of Australia. Hope you're enjoying the live feed on YouTube. Everyone from the US to Finland to Perth.
Indeed, they're certainly
Melbourne.
all on board. Yep. Yeah, pretty much anywhere around the world is watching us, and rightly so. And we've got plenty of likes coming in. So, folks, please give us a like and subscribe to us. And, hey, we'll bring you all the action.
Okay, down here on the line, folks, we are moving into the semi-finals for Junior Dragster. And there's 4 of the little kids out here at this time around. So it's just as fierce as their larger compatriots in the full-bodied cars and also the other dragsters. So these junior dragsters, these kids, certainly this is what they live and breathe, and that holds true for these for the families. Actually, a lot of them come up through a drag racing family to start with. They're aged between 8 and 16 years of age. So 8, you can get yourself into a junior dragster and get yourself licensed and come out and have some fun. You can pick these things up from time to time, and as you can see, that young child there lad. Shoehorning himself there into the car. So there we go for Aidan Abel, I should say.
You gotta love it. Hey,
shoehorning.
Who?
Shoehorning himself. So he got going inside the car in quick time, but it looks like there's not much more room than just what he's got in there.
Somehow I don't think I'd fit in a junior dragster.
I don't think so either.
Thanks.
What's a shoehorn, Matty, for those of us that aren't quite that age?
Yeah, Matt.
Oh, if you guys wear anything but moccasins, you'll know that shoehorns are those things that you put boots on with, mate.
Nasty.
Really?
Nasty.
I'll remember that one. If you're watching us on YouTube, tell us where you're watching us from. We've got some people from Melbourne. We had someone say coming from Finland. We got some people from Perth. We've got, who else? We've got someone, I'm not quite sure where. Where's Ruben? Hey, Ruben. And then Ruben said, hey. Hi, what? Who?
Exactly. And Venezuela.
Venezuela?
Go Leon from Venezuela. How about that? And, of course, Peter Townsend, the starter from Perth, joining us again. Junior's the future of the sport. You're darn right there, Pete.
Oh, someone's watching us from Palmerston.
Palmerston, yep. Portland, Victoria. Wow, they're all coming in.
Is that Palmerston in Canberra, ACT, or is that Palmerston here in the Northern Territory?
That's a good question. I think probably
Abby?
the Northern Territory. Otherwise, they might have signified where.
Portland in Victoria, Xavier Cox.
Oh, Bridgetown, WA, a place I know very, very well. Bruce Barnett, good on you, Bruce.
Yeah, well, let's interact with all that. NT. Thank you, Abby. At least she's watching. You should have come down to the track. The ambience down here is absolutely wonderful.
The ambience, I quite agree.
Do you like that word, ambience?
I certainly do.
We got the junior drags is just about to come back. And then we got Perth again. Who we got? The Perth, Perth Ocean.
The Perth Ocean, or something like that. We'll move on anyway.
Okay, Scotty White, it's on the Sunshine Coast. We got Melbourne.
I can pronounce those.
and Melbourne, the lovely place, Melbourne.
It certainly is.
If you're reading it, you can interpret that whichever way you wish. We've got plenty of Victorians.
Actually, you're right. They've written Melbourne the hellhole. I don't know about that. And Heathcote, Victoria. What's that? Old Pop having fun. Old Pop having fun from Heathcote, Victoria. Just on the junior dragster cars, we were talking about the progression of junior drags and the seniors. One interesting thing with the junior drags is they often have to hand the car down, like hand-me-down clothes. I mean, when you start drag racing when you're 8 years of age, you might be yay tall. By the time you're 16, you're yay tall.
Maybe I should ask Jeff Dobble, who's listening to us in Victoria, how many COVID lockdowns till Christmas?
Oh, gee.
I'll let him respond. I'll see what response he comes back with.
If it's readable, yes. If we can say it.
If we're allowed to say it, as the junior dragsters make their way up.
We might have to wait till after 9:30 p.m.
I think so, yes. When we're more children friendly. Junior dragsters semi-finals.
It is after 9:30 p.m. in Victoria.
Well, it is after. Well, it's not here in Darwin.
You're right. It's 9:31 p.m. in Victoria.
How many days till Christmas? Well, I don't know, but it's probably three COVID lockdowns. Sorry, Jeff.
You're asking us some crazy questions there. How many days till Christmas?
If you don't laugh.
Well, it's July and Christmas. Christmas is July.
Well, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Depends on where you are as we get on with the junior dragsters. What's going on, Matty? I'm sorry, we're just having a little bit of fun in here.
Well, looking behind the start line area, Abel had a bit of trouble getting his car started, so down here waiting at the start line patiently and doing a very sportsman-like thing is the competitor over here in lane 1. So great stuff to see them waiting for Aidan Abel to cruise up to the start line over here in lane 2. Wonderful work out there. I do like the way these kids work. Scarlett Sherwood on board her little black dragster. So we'll see how we go up alongside Aidan Abel. What are the figures up there?
I've just got to say one thing before we continue with the joke about Melbourne. Jeff Doble said 3. What? You got to be kidding. He's probably expecting more. Weed whacker on steroids. The junior dragsters making their way down the track. Let's have a look at some of these figures. Aidan Abel dialing in at 8.06. Scarlett Sherwood dialing in at 8.85.
Unfortunately for Aidan Abel, he's jumped too early. He's got a red tree on the cherry, a red cherry on the tree. Look at that, right? And so he'll hand the win straight over to Scarlett Sherwood, who has an 8.998 on a dial-in of 8.85. Conservative dial-in at 72 miles an hour, but she takes the victory. Well done, Scarlett Sherwood.
Aidan Abel, still not a bad time though. 8.153 at 80 mile an hour. Like I said to those who are listening to us over in the US, these are little junior dragsters, weed whackers on steroids. For us Australians, that's on a whippersnipper.
And to see the next pairing out is Brody Zapier in lane number 1, which is the Northern Territory Electrical Services Group, and he's dialed in an 8.03, given that being an A junior dragster, his index is normally an 8 flat, whereas Cooper Plummer from South Australia, being a B junior dragster, his normal index would be an 8.6, but he's dialed in a 9.40, slightly conservative, but nonetheless, this would be a good pairing. Brody Zapier, Cooper Plummer.
Well, Emma Davies has just said a big shout out to Lisa and Leon Davis from Port Lincoln. Go mum, go dad. Love it.
And a little bit of advice here from the starter at the Perth Motorplex, Peter Townsend. He says, if you never red lit, it means you're not trying hard enough. Good advice, Pete. And Peter's actually got a son or a young junior who's about to come and join us at the racing of the Perth Motorplex next year. So good on you, Pete. Keep collecting those Coke cans and get your 10 cents for each and get the young lad out there, eh?
Looks like Matt's got something to say.
Okay, just the next pair of cars coming our way, you guys might have mentioned already. WA alongside of South Australia for a spot in the final. So we've got the established team of Zapier in lane 1 and doing a wonderful job out there tonight is Brody. And over in lane 2, we have got a relative youngster to his junior dragster in the form of Cooper Plummer. And they've both come a long way, roughly 3,500 kilometres each from Adelaide and Perth to fight it out up here in the top end.
All right, as the junior dragsters make their way up, of course, we're having a bit of banter happening here between Jeff down in Melbourne. He reckons it's 161 days to Christmas, so it's at least 5 lockdowns.
Oh, Jeff, lovely sense of humour, mate. Good on you. Thanks for tuning in.
Make sure you tune in. We are going to Alice Springs next weekend.
Yeah, come and join us, Jeff. Jeff Doble, come and join us in Alice Springs next weekend, mate.
Let's see if he's allowed out. All right, here we go. Both cars in full staging as the lights drop. Cooper Plummer, first one to take off. 0.97 reaction time. Brody Zapier with a 0.83 reaction time, but the win will go to Summit Racing Lane Equipment 2, 9.428 at 66.79 mile an hour. Cooper Plummer off that 9.4 dial-in.
Well, and Brody Zapier's broken out. He dialed in an 8.03 and he's delivered an 8.01 flat at 80 miles an hour. Well done, Cooper Plummer. Well done, son, yes.
Yeah, a bit of motion down here behind the start line as well. Actually, Cooper's mum and dad out there helping him get up here from Adelaide. And And they are out there, all hugs behind the start line. Zapier family and the Plummer family. So great to see, you know. There was handshaking. Of course, one side was more eager to cross over the concrete barrier than the other. But nonetheless, there was a handshake, and it's the way it goes in drag racing. So well done to Cooper.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, Matt, but Brody was actually helping Cooper fix the car up last night today to make sure he gets out there and run. The camaraderie.
Isn't that great? Yeah, that is such a good thing about drag racing at all levels is everybody pitches in. Everybody helps, tools, you name it, time. It is bloody awesome that the drag racing family helps each other out.
And we do know there's a lot of banter that goes on with drag races along the... sometimes it gets a little bit heated. Some of the guys go for sheep stations, but there's also that banter, which is what it's all about. You know what? At the end of the day, let's go racing. Let's have some fun. Alrighty, as we move into our Super Sedan Elimination round number 3, the semi-finals for our Super Sedans, as we have Renee Cockrell and Marty Mirko coming back on track, Sean.
Absolutely. Marty Mirko, the reigning Australian champion for the National Super Sedan champion, on board the tough 68 Chevy Camaro with 9.2 litres, exactly 565 cubic inches of power. And he's the reigning champion, 4-time National Super Sedan champion.
All right, as the lights drop, both cars pretty much leave at the same time. There's not much difference between them, and not much difference between those reaction times either. 0.48 from Renee, a 0.31 from Marty Mirko, who takes the win with a...
Exactly, with a 9.209, 131 miles an hour on a 9.17 dial-in. How close is that?
Well, Renee Cockrell, a 9.192 at 149.38. Gets across the line there second as Peter Zokos.
Peter Zokos.
The Tirana. Tirana's up next. He's one of your mob. Matty, how do you pronounce his name?
It's pronounced Zokos. Just forget about the T.
Okay. Well, then why have it?
All the way from Adelaide, Peter Zokos on board the Mars Civil and Construction entry. And doing a great job on board the LX Holden.
What?
Great stuff to see.
Nothing like a good old Tirana on track.
I always wanted an SLR 5000 when I was young, Wayne.
Why?
Always wanted one. Just a beautiful, beautiful vehicle.
It's the same as a normal Tirana, just different paint job. It says SLR 5000.
I wanted to show off to everyone, that was all.
2-door or a 4-door?
4.
4-door?
Yeah.
Yep. They're good cars. They were really good cars back in the day. And, of course, they still did about 10 miles a gallon.
Yeah, true.
Mind you, but back then we didn't care because fuel was cheap.
I remember it. Oh.
I remember it used to actually cost me $200 to fill up the Falcon, but I had a 200-litre tank. Lights drop. Let's have a look at this. Good reaction time. No, no, it's not. He was a little bit too quick on the pedal there. But at least he's doing a solo pass.
Got the track to himself.
Oh, 8.89 with a 3, Matt. 8.89 with a 3 at 152 mile an hour out of Mr. Zokos.
Oh, that'll take some braking down the bottom end. He kept the flat chat right out the back door, Peter Zokos. So great job out there from the South Aussie. So he had a solo run into the final. So we'll see him up against Mirko a little later on. So great stuff.
Street cars and street bikes, please. You're up again. Street cars, street bikes. Come on. There's no slouching around. Street cars and street bikes. You're up next for your final round. This is your final round. So come on, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we come to the final round of street car, street bike, Chicago-style shootout. And then it looks like, folks, we are in for a little bit of grudgies, time permitting.
Grudgies?
Grudgies.
I like the grudgies. Grudgies are fun. For those who are watching us on YouTube, if you want to watch a grudgie, let us know. Come and say grudgie. Hey, Pete. What's the name? Taryn? Taryn says, hi, Pete. Hey, Pete.
And, of course, Jeff's replied again saying, so much fun, being in Melbourne, of course.
Well, he had an LH for his first car. There you go, an LH Tirana.
Gotcha.
Mine was my first... I learnt to drive in a HG Kingswood.
Yep.
And then, of course, I had a TE Cortina.
Yes, beautiful.
Learnt to drive in the TE Cortina, 4-speed.
Yep.
It was only the 4-cylinder. It wasn't the 4.1 litre 6-cylinder.
Yep.
It was a 4-cylinder 4-speed TE Tirana.
Yep.
And then my first car, unfortunately, was a
Oh, gee.
It was a 1980 KE42 Toyota Corolla. That was my first car.
Well, my first car was a former police car, actually. It was a HZ Kingswood. And, yes, it was only a six-cylinder for a police car, but nonetheless, I absolutely loved it to bits.
Hey, Matt, what was your first car? Speaking of first cars, do you remember yours?
Yeah, I sure do. I had it for quite some time, actually. I was in the Gemini Club, so my first car was a TX Gemini 1975.
Are you serious?
Good on you, Matty.
Don't you worry about that, mate. Geminis were the thing, and a bucket load of people had Geminis for their first cars in the 1980s, I tell you now.
They did. What, was it a two-door or a four-door?
It was a little TX coupe, TX coupe, and then after that I got a TG 84 panel van. So, and then that was nuts. That was a show car. So I started off with the coupe as my first car. It was at the time I got it in 1988. It was only 13 years old. So buying a 13-year-old car in 1988 wasn't too bad back then, but a lot of fun. And then the next car after that was an 84 TG panel van, and that I went to town on that. We took it across to Sydney many times and loved life in that car, and then sold it eventually. It didn't drive it much, and now I've got a 986 VL Calais, which is a nice little car to have.
Little.
That
Calais a big car. My second car was an XF Falcon.
I did like the XF. I must say the XF was a lovely car.
So tell us, if you're watching us on our YouTube channel, tell us what was your first car. Do you think it would be a good drag car or not? We've had some Cortinas. We've got some Cortinas and some Escort drag cars up here in Australia, in the Northern Territory.
Beautiful Centura been out there today. Chrysler Centura.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a couple of Gemini drag cars as well. So
we got a HB Tirana in Perth, little HB Tirana. You a 1968 tiny little thing.
We had a Mighty Boy.
Okay. What about a Goggle-mobile?
The GG Mobile. Well,
I'm being silly.
Funny thing, there is one in Darwin. I don't know where it is, but there is one up here in the top end. So I think we're almost ready to rock for our next street cars to come on up. Tony Fury back up against Dylan Wegner. Wegsy in the Commodore up against Tony Fury in that. He hasn't changed his dial. He hasn't changed his dial in times, Matty. And Tony Fury in that red 2019 Chev Camaro. He's back up there in lane one.
Yeah, so being a Chicago shootout, you got to try and run up against somebody you haven't run up against before. So that's not quite possible with such a small field. So you're going to have a couple of double ups.
Absolutely. Oh, Tony going a little bit too far there. He's got clearance lights on the side of that. Or is that standard? Must be standard with those cars. So here we go. Both of them in full stage as the lights drop. Dylan Wegner, the first one to leave. Tony Fury a little bit slow with his reaction time. The 5:01 reaction time. Wegsy with a 0.140 reaction time as the Calais makes his way down the track. Who will take out the win? The win goes to Wegsy. 15.173, 90.29 mile an hour. Tony Fury, this breaking out again with an 11.765 at 110 mile an hour.
Well, you saw him run a 14 earlier on, actually, so I think the car's got a gremlin in it somewhere, so we're running all over the place, so I don't know how he can even do a decent dial-in with the times he's running tonight.
Very unpredictable car, that one, all thanks to Darwin Blocks and Supplies. Of course, the 2019 Chef Camaro, Tony Fury. I can tell you, he does put a bit of work into that car.
It certainly has been all over the shop today as we see Tony Luss stepping up the plate in the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane number 1. And Tony List, I meant, a dial-in of 13.2 up against Grant Mayer in the Summit Racing Equipment lane of a 14.2 dial-in.
You're interpreting for the New Zealanders, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, Tony List, he's the second one to leave as Grant takes off first. And of course, Grant dialing in at 14.2, Tony dialing in to 13.2, so 1 second difference. Let's have a look and see who gets to the other end first.
Oh, big win there to Grant Mayer. Grant Mayer goes through with a 14.599, 96 miles an hour on a dial-in of a 14.2, darn close to his dial-in, and a 13.2 dial-in there for Tony List. The 13.683 delivered 103 miles an hour, despite his 7'12" frame. Unfortunately, he's just lost this on, but this is Chicago shootout number 5, so he'll come back a little bit later on and contest for the finals.
Matt.
Okay, here we have Street Bike out here for their last Chicago shootout as well. So those three bikes have been doing the rounds and a solo pass here and a pairing there. So after this, they will move into the final a little later on as well. And after this, folks, it looks like we'll move into a small break, but there's a few cars lined up behind the start line, probably coming out for some grudges, I'd say, by now. So we must be moving on into those after the next couple of pairings.
Aha, Mary Rose Henry got the track all to herself. She's dialed in a 10.30. And she steps up to the plate in lane number 1. Here she goes. Nice slow start. Keeps it nice and square. A little bit of a hop in as she changes gears.
Let's have a look at this. A Toyo 85 reaction time from Mary Rose. Look at that pass.
Well done. Yeah, 137 miles an hour, 11.015 on a dial-in of 11.30. Reaction time, 0.285. She needs to sharpen that up a little bit when she gets the finals, but well done, Mary Rose. Mary Rose Henry, sorry.
All right, so the next two scoots to make their way out will be Daniel Dumpsney and Mark Tattingham.
Oh, this is a good pairing.
Oh, there we go. Someone's first car was an XC Falcon. Bought it in 1980 and still have it. Maurice. I can't see that. Can you read that?
Maurice Micallef. Yeah, the XC Falcon bought in 1980. Still have it. Well done. Pete Townsend, Datsun 1600 was my first car. Go on you, Pete, for being honest. And Hoon for life. An L31 was my first car.
Datsun 1600.
Yeah, exactly. They were the go, weren't they? They weren't Nissans, they were Datsun back then.
Datsun. My best mate's was a Mini.
Oh, they were brilliant.
A real Mini.
Oh, gee, look at Daniel Dumsley getting the bike up on one wheel as he changes gears. He's dialed in a 10.5. Mark Tattingham dialed in a 10.14. So they go across the stripe, and it's a win to Mark Tattingham with a 10.235 at 140 miles an hour on a dial-in of a 10.14, and unfortunately for Daniel Dumsney, a 10.50 was his dial-in, and he also delivered a 10.503 but 146 miles an hour, so the win goes to Mark Tattingham. Mind you, this is the last of the Chicago Shootout Round 4. You guessed it, street bike.
Absolutely, and of course what we're going to do is we're going to have some grudgies. Got some grudgies happening very shortly once these bikes finish up. The bikes are finished?
Yes, they certainly have.
Thank you. We're getting some sign language across there from Maddie over on the other side of the track there. Hang on, I got my binoculars on now.
Street bikes are finished, mate.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we've got some grudgies, as you said before. So these are cars coming out who are not in the finals tonight. So barring any weird things going on, these will be some grudge runs.
Nothing like a couple of grudgies to keep us all entertained. For those who are watching us on YouTube, because we've got some grudge matches happening. And of course, you can make sure you jump onto our YouTube page. There we go. And like us. Oh, EH. Des Field.
Well done, Des. A D Field. That would have been nice.
Good old EH. I had a friend of mine who had an EJ. EJ?
Very nice. EK? Yes, EJ. Yep, they were just before the EH.
Actually,
I think the EJ had the grey motor.
Getting a bit close to the wall there. I had my science teacher when I was going through school back in the 80s actually bought every Holden special.
Never.
Started from the FJ. So every year that Holden made a Holden special for that model, he bought one, and he had it in his shed. That was back in the 80s.
Gee, did he trade it in on the next special?
No, he didn't. He actually kept it.
Oh.
And he actually kept the collection in his shed.
Oh, what a garage that would be.
I would have loved to have. Nowadays, I'd love to see it. That's if he's still with us.
Yeah. Gee, I hope they've been handed down to someone who cares about and loves them as much as we do.
Absolutely. It'd be worth a fortune these days.
Absolutely. Gee.
All right, got a grudge match happening right now. That is a solo grudge match. He's grudging himself. How can you grudge yourself? That's Gary Baker.
It's all about bragging rights, really.
That's it. I beat myself.
Oh, and he red left. Oh, Gazza. I think he just came out to give us the burnout.
Look at that. 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 903. 903. 150.98 mile an hour. Good looking car. Good
Oh,
looking
it's
car. He
beautiful.
doesn't have any headlights though.
No, look at the launch, the way he gets it up on 3 wheels, the front left dangling for 60 feet. Magnificent.
And just quickly, folks, after the grudgies and while we're doing the track preparations, there's one more monkey feeding session later on tonight, and that'll be just after the grudgies. So one more big bag of monkey food to hand out over the fence, and that'll be in about probably 10 minutes' time. So stick around.
Good on you, Matty. Yeah, so we're still waiting for some more grudge competitors to step up the line, and grudge racing is all about the bragging rights. This might be a cup of coffee on the line here for the winner compared to your opponent. But yeah, it's great to see the cars coming out and doing another pass. And Gary Baker, what a beautiful burnout he did in the beautiful white HR Holden. And he's now done for the day. So thanks very much for the entertainment, Gary, over the weekend. I look forward to seeing you in Alice Springs very, very soon. So while we're just waiting for the next competitors to step up to the plate and have a grudge race, we just see one stepping forward now as we speak. Moving up into lane number 1, I think it's a Tirana. Go the Tirana. Stepping up into lane number 1, which is of course the Northern Territory Electrical Services Group. Oh, nice burnout. Very nice. Haven't got a name on the screen just yet. And hello again to Peter Townsend, tuning in from Perth, West Australia. Speaking about his Datsun 1600, his first car, and he says it wasn't a race car. It wasn't worthy of racing. Well, I can understand that, Pete. That doesn't mean that your son can't get out in the JDs and show us how it's all done in the future. Good luck with the young fella. Okay, so we still have this grudge race going on. Well, it's a solo pass. Don't have a name on the screen, folks, so sorry about that. It'll be an interesting solo pass nonetheless.
Just having a quick... hey, Matt, you've just got... What has Matty Abel just given you? Hang on, we'll wait for this car to go past first, I think, and then we'll find out what's going on. Go.
Yeah.
Matt, where have you gone? There he is. He's just hiding behind the light pole there. Matt Bubner, Matty Abel just came in and gave you something circular. It looks a bit big to be a ring. Looks like you got a bit of a tyre there. Okay, I don't think he can hear me over there at the moment.
Would that be a charger belt? Would that be a belt off a supercharger? Often we give those away in Perth, but we're not in Perth. And Pete Townsend, cheers, Sean. Yeah, cheers, Pete. Thanks for listening. Okay, folks. Well, actually, we've got another grudge car stepping up to the plate now. This would be Anthony Fury. Test and tune, I should say, not grudge, mate. Test and tune, I should say.
Yeah, well, Tony Fury hasn't been able to get this car running right, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So it's running okay, but he just can't get the times right. What's going on, Matty? You've got something circular over there, something round and rubber. That's Tony Fury. Let's have a look at that ET this time. 11.13 there, Matt Bubner. What's going on?
Well, what can you say about that? There's 11.1. What were his qualifying times? Do you know what they were from yesterday?
11th.
You don't know?
11s they were.
About that were they? Rightio. So there we go. So who knows, man? Who knows?
So Matty Abel just come past and gave you something circular and rubber.
He did. It's going to go on my VL Calais. It's a fan belt.
Ah, is it really?
Aha.
A supercharger belt.
Thanks to Matty.
All right, plenty more solo passes happening. Of course, Sean Boyer coming out in the Hilux Ute this time. And of course, you look at his number plate. Slapper.
Sean Slapper Boyer. Gotta love it.
We just had a message there from Morgs. Morgs 959. Great show. Where'd that go? Great show, guys. Wish I was there. MGB Chucky. I am a sticker shock about rebuilding the MGB.
Yes, and
Did he say an MGB?
Did actually, yes. MGB. Oh, never mind. So unfortunately, Sean Boyer red light on his own tune and test. Test and tune.
My father had an MGB.
Oh,
They're
right,
great little
gotcha.
cars. They were great. I couldn't fit in it.
No, you sit with your legs in front of you, don't you?
So don't forget to like us, subscribe and like us. And, of course, we're having an awesome night tonight. We're getting some great feedback. Love the show. Wish I was there. That's coming from Zach Laurie. And also, too, love the cars. Your show is good and everything. Everything. Excellent. I subscribe. Cool. Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Zach. Good on you, mate. We wish you were here too, mate.
We do.
We're in Alice Springs next week. Zach, come and join us, mate. That's Zach Laurie, who's tuning in on Facebook for us, or should I say on the YouTube.
Whereabouts are you, Zach? What side of the country, of the world are you? Are you in the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Eastern Hemisphere, Australia, Tasmania, maybe?
And if you're in Adelaide, we're coming to see you in October.
Or New
Come
Zealand.
and join us there.
You could be New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like a couple more passes, boys, and then we will do a bit of track prep and then go into our finals. So this is a beautiful looking car all the way from Perth.
Kim Fardella.
It sounds better. The lovely burgundy colour, that car. Kim Fardella.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, look, the Chrysler hardtop's coming back. Look, it's getting pushed.
Oh, terrific.
What, terrific that it's getting pushed?
No, that is coming out to play, coming out to give us another pass in the mid-eights for something that I think we decided weighed
Isn't that how they used to start a Chrysler?
Yeah, well, pushed up.
My father actually used to park the car on top of the hill.
I had one of those.
You had to park it on the top of the hill so he could start it every morning on his way to work.
I had one of those cars too. It was a Holden HT Ute. Yeah, I used to have to park at the top of the hill and hope that nobody parked in front of me. Otherwise, I just wouldn't get to work.
I'm sorry, I'm late for work, boss. Why? Well, the car in front of me hasn't moved, so I can't start the car.
Exactly. Oh, those are the days.
Oh, have a look at that. Not a bad reaction time. 0.491 there from Kim Fardella. 1.2 to the 60-foot mark, and then we get down to the other end of the track in a time of 8.575.
Be pretty happy with that. 159 miles an hour. Well done, Kim Fardella.
So that was the best way to start a car. Just roll it.
It is, isn't it? Yes. Saves the battery.
Shout out to Grandpa Derek, watching live from Whyalla in South Australia. It's coming from Blake Hughes. Shout out to Grandpa Derek. Hi, I'm from Whyalla.
The Chrysler Scorpion. Brad Stott. My first car was a Chrysler Scorpion. Well, Chrysler Scorpion, Chrysler Sigma, then they became Mitsubishi Sigmas and Mitsubishi Scorpions.
Brad Stott, that is really sad. That he's actually admitting to it.
Oh, you're a good, honest man, Bradley.
A friend of mine, his first car was, you ready for this one?
Yep.
Mitsubishi Starion, All-Star Ryan, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
They were a pretty weird, wonderful car back in the day.
They were indeed, yes. Got a friend in Perth who's got a Gremlin. You know what a Gremlin is? Yes, they are. They've got, like, no rear. They basically, the car is at the rear parcel shelf. Gremlin.
What brand is it?
Oh, gee, I think it might be the Generals.
A Gremlin?
Yeah, it's just type in Gremlin car. I think it's the Generals. Darren Isaac's his name. Darren, if you're listening.
Let me just have a quick look. I'm going to Google this. Here we go. Gremlin car. All right, let's have a look. Oh, my. Are you serious?
Yep, that's the Gremlin. That's it right there. Yep.
What an ugly...
Well, I wouldn't say that to Darren. He's about 8'10" and...
5.9 litre V8. Are you serious?
That's right. Yep, that's what Darren Isaac's got in the Gremlin.
Okay, boys and girls, just before we go any further, actually I'm going to hand out a bag of monkey food shortly, but I'd like to thank Matty Abel. He just ran past me and handed me a blower belt, and he's got his name on it and a 589, 254 miles per hour. So thanks, Matt, not only for getting me up here to Hidden Valley Drag Strip, putting me up for the weekend as well. Thanks, mate. I really appreciate it so much.
Well, it looks like we're doing a bit of prep now, Matty. So good time to give away the lollies, mate.
Okay, so there we go. So I can already hear them going cheap, cheap, cheap over there and carrying on eating bananas and other things.
Oh,
so
you're horrible.
it must be monkey feeding time at the Darwin Zoo.
All right,
let's
guys.
go and see if they can be appeased.
As we do some lolly runs, we're going to take a short break, and of course we will be back with you all very soon. Don't go too far away. For those who are watching us on YouTube, we're going to come back very soon. We're going to have some finals coming up for round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series here at Hidden Valley.
Red Sentinets, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade, cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red Sentinets, September 3 to 5. Head to redsentinets.com.au for tickets now.
Summit Racing can outfit your rig for off-road adventures with the parts, tools, and accessories to help you tackle the trails. From engine and suspension to wheels, tires, winches, bumpers, and more. Plus, Summit Racing carries some of the most trusted brands in off-road. And you'll get Summit Racing's world-famous customer service, expert technical advice, and super fast shipping. Summit Racing, your source for all things off-road. Order now at summitracing.com. You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
The show may be over, but the motorsport chat continues with Full Course Yellow, the In-Pit Lane After Party. We're on the In-Pit Lane YouTube channel live most Thursday nights at 9:30, straight after In-Pit Lane here on Channel 31. So, why not join us?
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. summitracing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. summitracing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media. On your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Welcome back, folks. Hidden Valley Drag Strip, and I tell you what, this is getting near the pointy end. We're right at the pointy end. We're about to start the finals, and wow, we've got some awesome matches coming up here. We've had a good look through them, and gee, Wayne, this is going to be hard to pick the winners at the end of this, and wow, what a great night of racing we've had. What a great weekend of racing we've had, and this is, of course, round one, the Australian Drag Racing Championships. We then head to, as we all said, Alice Springs next weekend. And we travel around almost the rest of the world from there on.
Well, I've just been told that we have been pronouncing Grant's name wrong for the whole entire 2 days. Matt Bubner, we've been pronouncing Grant's name wrong. His name is Grant Major.
Oh, Major. Oh, I must apologise to the Major family.
Thanks, Lynn. That's Lynn Appleby letting me know that we've been mispronouncing his name. Excellent. Thank you, Lynn. All righty. Okay. Now, I have got... Yes? Would like to request. Oh, here we go. Someone's got a request. I'll let you chat for a little bit.
Okie dokie. All right, well, while we're just waiting, we're just having a little final track preparation here, as we say. And here come the John Deere Classics as they roll up to the beams. This is on for young and old folks. Rolling start. Through they go. Get the green light. Who's going to win this, folks? Left lane or right lane? I got Andrew Sharp in the left-hand lane. He's got the lead at this stage as they go across the 60-foot mark. Oh, looks like he's been caught by lane number 2. Imagine me commentating the John Deere Classics at Hidden Valley Drag Strip. Oh, unbelievable. But yeah, a little bit of track preparation going on, and we've got the finals coming up very, very soon. Look, we're running right on time. I shouldn't jinx this because the finals are due in 2 minutes' time. It's 9:39 p.m. Adelaide. Sorry, Adelaide and Darwin time. And I'm a little bit behind on what is it where I live, about 8 p.m. where I live. But yeah, we're just looking at the John Deere Classics going on down here, Wayne. They're about to go across the stripe in about 5 minutes' time.
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing we do have to say is while we're online, and of course everyone's watching, the guys who are watching us on our YouTube channel, we've got to say a big shout out to 1320 Go. They've actually been displaying the live feed from all the data and everything from Andra. So big thanks to the guys from 1320 Go for all the support that we're getting from everybody here tonight is absolutely fantastic. And of course, we got the finals coming up. Do you want to know who's in the finals, Sean?
I certainly do.
What about you, Matt? You want to know who's in the... I don't even know where Matt's
Well,
from.
I do.
Do you? As long as you do and everyone else out there.
Please,
alrighty.
hit us with it, Wayne.
Street bikes. What a fantastic round it's been with the street bikes. Of course, Mary Rose Henry, Daniel Dumsney, and of course, Mark Taddingham. But in the final, we'll see Daniel Dumsney up against Mark Taddingham.
Well, they're both probably the best performers so far, obviously, on the stats. But yeah, it's going to be a darn good race.
Now, we were talking about this earlier on. There was a bit of touch and go with the street cars on who was going to make it into the final. Tony Fury having some huge issues with his car all night. See how tall he is? Look at that. That's Tony List.
Tony List.
As I said, he's about 7 foot 12 inches tall. Look at the size of him.
Absolutely.
He's absolutely... Matt look like a door.
I tell you, I'll have to go and check his car out a bit later on and see if he is actually sitting in the back seat steering this XE Falcon.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony List and Wegsy, Dylan Wegner, are in the finals for the street cars.
A good matchup.
As we go into this is very surprising. The junior drags to finals.
Yep, exactly.
Have a look at that.
I know.
Who do you think?
Young Scarlett Sherwood up against the South Australian Cooper Plummer.
Cooper Plummer and Scarlett Sherwood in there for that one. Now, in the Super Streets, this is the whole time, these two cars were being very strong and always very consistent. And, of course, we've got the Bridges car.
Yep.
Which, of course, is the Chrysler Centura up against Lisa.
Yes, Lisa Garbellini. I know. That's going to be a tough one. Very tough. I'm surprised Paul didn't make the final, but let the wife do it for him, I guess.
Modified bike sees Al Henry and Robert Harrison. The guy who hasn't been on the bike for over 3 years is in the final up against Al Henry. Now, this could be an exciting race. I tell you what, Alan's seasoned.
Yes, true.
Rob needs a bit of seasoning. He needs a little bit of salt and pepper.
Exactly.
Let's see how this goes. This is going to be an awesome run. I tell you, I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
I reckon the fairy tale would be for Robert to actually win that one, Robert Harrison. That'd be the fairy tale after 3 years off, to come back and win it.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one. The Super Sedans. What a fantastic night of Super Sedans we've had. Peter Kirkpatrick. We've had the Busher car.
Yes, Mark Busher.
Mark Busher car. Craig McGregor, we've had Mirko, we've had Baker, we've had Evans. But guess who's in the final?
Let me guess. I'd say Marty Mirko with number 1 on the door and Peter Zokas.
Yep, Zokas.
Peter Zokas. Wow.
The Tirana up against the Mirko car. There we go.
Yeah, it's a pity the HR isn't out there in the final to give us another massive burnout just for that.
He'll probably come out later and just say, look, can I, please? Then we move into our modified eliminator class. Chris Moore, Craig Baker.
Well, that's going to be tough.
That one will be.
That will be brilliant.
As we start getting to the pointy end, Todd Knight, the birthday boy, up against Leon Davis in the top sportsman class. And then the final pass for the night tonight, we got the final B, Matty Abel out on a bye run, which means the final pairing for A in our top door slammers tonight will be the guy who's managed to actually kick up with the fastest time on the track.
That's right. Yep.
Daniel Gregorini up against John Zappia.
Oh, a couple of West Australians. They're both good mates. That's going to be on for young and old, that one.
Well, got to remember Daniel Gregorini. What did he do?
Exactly. Well, he's the national champion.
National champion now.
Yes, exactly. He holds the miles per hour national record of 258.47 miles per hour, and he backed it up yesterday with the 255. But 258.47 miles per hour national miles per hour champion record holder is Daniel Gregorini from West Australia, and I reckon John's going to have his work cut out to match that and beat that. It's going to be a great final. I just can't wait for that. And it's a shame Matty Abel's by himself, but it'll be great to see Matty Abel out there doing a pass in the B final for Top Door Slammers.
So the final's coming up very, very soon, folks, as our tractors do their part for mankind. And we're just about to... I'm getting weird sign language from the guys next to us. This is fun. Here we go, the John Deere. Oh,
I think they're about to do another pass.
What are they? Oh, there we go. Yep, there we go.
Yep, the John Deere National's about to do another pass.
This is synchronised tractor driving.
It is. Yes.
Look at them go. I'll tell you what, these tractors have been an absolute godsend. We got 2 of the John Deeres down here at Hidden Valley, and it's great to see these guys at work. Scraping up the track, making sure everything's going all right. Look at that. Guys on the YouTube screen at the moment, and of course...
there's a picture of Sharpie. He'd be proud with that. Quite happy with that. Andrew Sharp.
Hello, Jill Frost from Mum. There we go. And Ian Moore is saying his first car was a what?
An Anglia. Ford Anglia. Well, never. Absolutely brilliant. From memory, the folks brought me home from hospital about 21 years ago in a Ford Anglia when I was born. Okay, 51 years ago.
It's great to have the interaction on our YouTube page, and of course we've got lots of live chatting happening, and of course live timing. Big thanks to the guys from 1320go.com who have been taking all the data and everything from our Andrew page. There's so much integration and all sorts of stuff happening on here tonight. And of course, I want to say once again, we've got to say big thanks. Come on, Darwin, I want a big round of applause for all the officials and volunteers here tonight. Give them a big round of applause. Without their help and without them being down here giving us a hand, it'd be very hard to do what we do. And I want to say big thanks to Matt Bubner from South Australia, who's come up and given us a hand in the commentary team. Thank you, take a bow. And also to Sean. Thank you, Sean, from Western Australia for a fantastic commentary this whole entire weekend. And of course, got to say big thanks to our production crew who have been doing an awesome job as well. Thanks, guys. We've got Brett and Stuart.
And a huge thank you to Wayne Cottle, who's basically, oh man, you've been the cornerstone, the backbone of the commentary team. You've done a magnificent job, along with Matty Bubner. Thank you very much, Wayne Cottle.
No worries, thank you. Pleasure's all ours. And welcome to the top. Sorry, did I squirt you in the face with my COVID icicle?
No, but I'm going to roll an advert if you guys want to take a break.
Oh, we could do that too. All right, folks, we'll be back very shortly. We'll take
the
a
most
couple of
powerful
breaks.
tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
The Ultimate Car and Bike Festival returns to Alice Springs September 3 to 5. There's cruising, racing, burnouts, music and more. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass for just $50. Head to redcentenats.com.au for tickets now.
Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Welcome back to Hidden Valley as we get ready to get underway with our finals here tonight. Round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series. We have got an awesome finals run coming for you right now as we get the final touches done to the track up here. Sharpie's got his little thingy and he's spraying the weeds.
Yeah, a bit of track bite out there, laying it down.
He's not spraying for weeds. He's actually putting what we call VHT down just to help it come and last a little bit more stickier.
Absolutely. Get your thong stuck in there, lose the plug of your thong. But, Pete Townsend from Perth just wrote in to say, and a big thank you to Ray Treasure and, of course, Andrew Sharp out there, one of the track staff, to all the track staff, not just Sharpie, but thank you very much. And, of course, to our boss and my boss from the Perth Motorplex, Ray Treasure, thank you so much for the job you've done. You put on an excellent circus for us all, and I know we appreciate it so much.
Did you say circus?
Yes, I did say circus, yes. I believe we are a travelling circus. We go to 6 different not 6 different destinations, but we have 6 rounds of the Android Drag Racing Association Championships, and can't wait to be at them all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to almost ready to kick off. Now, of course, we got Matt Bubner. Where are you, Matt? Can you see me? I can see you. You're hiding behind the thingo there. We got the finals coming up in a very short moment. What's the crowd like? Are they excited yet?
Well, I tell you, it's thinned out a little bit, and people going a bit early, but a lot of the majority, probably 90%, have stayed, which is fantastic to watch the finals. I was down there having a chat with some of the competitors, and nice as pie until in about a few seconds they won't be as nice as pie. They'll be they'll be against each other very shortly to find out who wins our event. But it's interesting talking to some of these drivers, and the guy in the Falcon, the yellow one, has a beautiful car, and as you said, he's about 65 feet tall, and gentle guy, but he gave me a bit of a story about the car, and it's a factory turbo Falcon, a factory issue, so that's a pretty rare one.
Hey, Matt, he actually bought it from South Australia and drove the car up from South Australia.
That's a Ford, they do that.
Absolutely, and you can just drive it on the track and drive it on the street at the same time.
And the guy in the bike, the street bike on the white one, the turbo, has never been on a drag strip until last night.
That's correct.
So there we go. So he is out here for the first time, and he's out here in the final after the little Chicago shootout. And we'll check it out. Hand it back to you.
All right, here we go as we get underway with the finals tonight. Here we go. Coming out on the track on the street bikes on lane 1, Daniel Dumsney from Howard Springs in the Northern Territory on the Suzuki GSX 1300 up against the other local boy, Mark Tattingham, on the Honda CBR 1000. Daniel's dialed in 10.5. Mark Tattingham has dialed in 10.18.
All right, into pre-stage. Straight away, Daniel Dumsney not mucking around. They're both in pre-stage. Full stage. Here we go. First the finals. Oh, Daniel Dumsney bogs it down, then gets a little high on one wheel. Nice launch there. Lovely reaction time there for Mark Tadium, a .068, and he'll go across the stripe. Oh, they both broke out. In fact, so a 10.18 for Mark Tadium. He'll take the win with a 10.160, 137 miles an hour, but he will take the victory. So it's a double breakout, but Mark Tadium will take that. And Daniel Dumsley doled in a 10.50, and he's delivered a 10.452, 142 miles an hour.
That was a good pairing
doled.
indeed. Sorry, guys. As you said, they're a good pairing indeed, but both of them were trying way hard to get down to the finish line first after leaving the start line fairly simultaneously.
They certainly were. That was a great race. Both so keen to get on with it, and both broke out, but Mark Tadium will take the victory.
Well, the next two pairs to come on out for the finals for the street cars tonight. If you remember, if you recall, Matt, we were talking about these two earlier. I was actually talking about all four of these cars, and I wasn't quite sure who it was going to be. But I tell you what a surprise. Tony List and Dylan Wegner in the finals for our street cars here tonight.
You beauty. Tony List, about 7'12" tall, as Wayne says. You're darn right, the look of him sitting in the back seat in lane number 1. Dylan Wagner doled in a 14.95. His reaction time a .065 up against Tony List with a 13.29 he's doled in. As they go across the stripe, looking pretty close, very close. A double breakout by both of them, but the win goes to Dylan Wagner with a 14.79 on a dial-in of a 14.95 at 91 miles an hour, and a 13.29 dial-in for Tony List. Delivered a 13.117 at 104 miles an hour. Great race. See, and we've got some great callers coming in on our Facebook Live. We've got Megs85 who says, "Go Lisa Garbellini, well done." And Ray Treasure's brother, Daryl Treasure's written in saying, "Sitting here enjoying the racing while my wife shouts at me, why aren't we racing the car in Darwin?" Thanks to all our listeners and viewers who are basically replying to us. Also, Daryl Treasure also says, maybe next year for us and John. Well, that's great.
Okay, here we are, boys and girls. The junior drags the final down here behind the start line. And it's going to be the young lady, Scarlett Sherwood, over here in lane 1, up alongside Cooper Plummer in lane 2. So great to see this pair coming our way. Northern Territory alongside South Australia. Now, Scarlett has performed beautifully throughout the night and also last night in qualifying. She is on a mission. We'll check it out with Cooper Plummer over in lane 2 as well. They've come all the way from Adelaide. They're not going to want to go home with second place tonight. Looking down there on the board, 885, the dial-in for Scarlett, 940, the dial-in for Cooper. So he'll get to leave the line first. And by just more than one light on the yellow light. So we'll see Cooper. If all goes well, he should leave the line first. And then Scarlett's going to have to look at the back of his dragster for a while and then make her way down the track. So these families, it's all going to start in around about 20 seconds. The families can do no more at the moment. It's up to the two drivers going forwards from here. Young Scarlett on board her little black dragster. Cooper on board his B Junior dragster over in lane 2. We'll check it out. The family members guiding their proteges up to the start line area. And we can see the visors being brought down. I can see Scarlett's eyes. They are fixed firmly forward. She brings her visor down. Cooper's already set up in board his little dragster. These little engines are sounding awesome out here tonight. Little single cylinders. And there we go, Cooper. Awesome launch.
And the victory goes to Cooper Plummer, the B Junior Drags, the young man himself from Campbelltown in South Australia. He wins with a 9.438 on a dial-in of a 9.40. How accurate is that? At 64 miles an hour and with a dial-in of 8.85, Scarlett Sherwood, a 9.150 at 73 miles an hour. Well done, Cooper Plummer. Well done to the Plummer family from South Australia. Takes home the Junior Dragsters victory. Well done. What a great race. And these are the future of Australian drag racing here in here in Australia. It's great to see. Well done, Cooper Plummer. Well done, the Plummer family. Okay, so now we move on to our next final, which is Super Street. Now, this will be where bringing up. So we've got to change the timing system because, as I say, the junior dragsters run over an 8th mile track, which is 1 furlong or about 201 feet. And so now we'll change the timing to the full quarter mile for the Super Street, which is about to come out. And I believe Lisa Garbellini will be taking on the Chrysler Centura. And we've all been having a little bit of banter about the Chrysler Centura in this commentary box. I see Stuart likes the Chryslers. Wayne sort of, not too sure. Me, I like them also. But Chrysler Centura up against the VZ Commodore of Lisa Garbellini.
Have you driven one?
No, I haven't driven a Chrysler Centura, but I certainly have driven many a Holden, as you can understand. So Lisa Garbellini, the Summit Racing Industries Equipment, lane number 2. She's doing 11.45, and Michael Bridges in the beautiful Centura. He's in lane number 1, which is the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, doled in at 11.77.
All right, as the cars go into full stage, Lisa's in full stage. We're just waiting for Bridges. Come on, just a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit more.
Yeah, he's just creeping in over here in lane 2, guys, and I've got his eyes fixed on the Christmas tree. There he is. Let's check it out.
The Centura's off to a great start. Lisa's trying to catch him.
You good thing, little Centura racing his way down to the finish line.
Oh, so close, Matty.
Congratulations goes over there to the Garbellini team, and they have done a great job. Now, what are those times? They must be so close.
Absolutely. 11.476 was Lisa's time on a dial-in of 11.45. Just perfect. 112 miles per hour. And Michael Bridges, a dial-in of 11.77, also delivered an 11.779, 109 kilometres an hour. But the win goes to Lisa Garbellini from Aurelia in Western Australia. And huge thanks to WA Performance and the VZ Holden Commodore.
Yeah, good stuff. What a final. That's exactly what you want to see, close racing in the final. So that's certainly delivered so far, boys.
Absolutely, Matty. Oh, this is just great stuff. And now we move on to modified bike, the final. And modified bike, we see in lane number 1, we have Alan Henry. And lane number 2, Robert Harrison. I know, Wayne, you were saying a little bit earlier on that is it the experience? Well, they're both experienced, but the one who's continually racing. Oh, let me get my words out. Or Robbie Harrison, who's had 3 years off and come back because it's all in his veins.
Oh, it's in his blood, all right. And of course, Alan Henry, seasoned rider down here. Well, so's Rob Harrison, but Robert's had some time off. But Alan Henry's been belting this track, and he's also been belting mud racing as well, so he hasn't stopped for the last 3 years. Rob Harrison's had a bit of a break and decided, you know, what the hell, let's do it. So he's back on track. I'm looking forward to see who does take out the win. Robert Harrison's dialed in 9.60 dial-in, and the dial-in for Alan Henry is an 8.65.
I'll tell you what, guys, these bikes look amazing down here. The amount of workmanship that's gone into both of them. This black bike is simply incredible. It's about 1.5 times as long as it started off in the factory. And going over to the blue bike, it's more of its regular length. Both these bikes similar in types of engines, etc. So we'll check it out as they make their way down the track. As we can see, around about a second difference will go over to the blue bike. That'll get to leave the lines first. So blue bike, 9.6, will leave the line around about a second ahead of the black one over here, AMB 565. Let's check it out.
Oh, the victory goes to Alan Henry. How about that, Matty? Alan Henry goes through with an 8.679, 152 miles an hour on a dial-in of an 8.65. How accurate is that? And unfortunately, a breakout there. Robbie Harrison has broken out with a 9.272, 148 kilometres an hour on a dial-in of a 9.6. So Alan Henry, congratulations. The Auto Smart East Print Cyclone team there with the Suzuki Hayabusa all the way from Berry Springs, the Northern Territory, defeating the lad from Queensland, Robert Harrison, a former Darwinian himself.
I tell you what, though, Rob won't be disappointed with that. I tell you what, he has been pulling some very, very good times this weekend, and I tell you what, he will not be disappointed with that. That is a fantastic pass. 9.272. Well done, Rob Harrison, but of course, well done to Al Henry. 8.679 at 152.
Exactly. Now we move on to Super Sedan. Peter Zockets in lane number 1, which is the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, and in lane number 2, the Summit Racing Equipment lane, is the number 1 on the door, Marty Mirko from Western Australia. So Marty Mirko's got his work cut out here. Marty Mirko's got a dial-in of a 9.16, and Peter Zockets with a dial-in of an 8.88.
That's an interesting dial-in time, 8.88.
Yes, indeed. What do you call it? 3 fat ladies? 888? 888 Racing? Something else?
Let's go with 888 Racing.
Okay, we'll go with 888 Racing. Okay, so this is Pete Zockers up against Marty Mirko. Pete Zockers, lane number 1, the beautiful Holden Tirana, up against the tough 68 Chevy Camaro, Marty Mirko. Lane number 2. South Australia versus Western Australia. Pete Zockers from South Australia, Marty Mirko, West Australia. Both in pre-stage. Here's the game. This is the head game. Both staying in pre-stage. Who will jump in a full stage first? This is exciting, folks. I love this. This is all about getting inside your competitor's head. Eventually the track staff will say, come on, move forward. How do you see it, Matty? No one's budged yet. Nobody's blinked.
Matt's concentrating on what's going on down the trackside there. They're staring at each other. Here we go.
Marty Mirko, full stage. Come on, Pete. Get in full stage. Get the race going. Pete Zockers from South Australia. He's Fox and he's playing Fox. Both in full stage. Great launch. Both drivers. Great launch. Good reaction times. Let's see who goes across the stripe. In fact, we'll be who can win this. And the win will go to Marty Mirko from Western Australia, carrying the number 1 door, the number 1 on the side of the door, and he goes with a 9.218 at 130 miles per hour and a dial-in of a 9.16. And unfortunately for Peter Zockers from South Australia, a dial-in of a 888, as I said earlier, landed an 8.933 at 152 miles an hour. So that's a win for Marty Mirko. So that number 1 will stay on the door for at least another round. In fact, it'll stay on the door for the rest of the series. But nonetheless, Marty Mirko takes the victory there from Bibra Lake in Western Australia over Peter Zockers. So that was the end of Super Sedan. We now move on to Modified.
Okay, next pair of cars coming up our way, a couple of dragsters. And of course, over here in lane 1, we have got Craig Baker on board the blue dragster. Now, he'll have a dial-in of an 865. Going over to lane number 2, we have that beautiful dragster, the beautiful blue and black, red and black dragster. Entry number 6044, which is Chris Moore. So we'll check him out, the undercover dragster. Man, that is one beautifully presented car. Now he's going to have a dial in there of an 822. So around about 0.4 of a second head start to the blue dragster. And all going well, we'll have to see the King's Motorsport entry chase him down before the finish line. So let's check it out. Both these dragsters, awesome stuff to see them out here in the final here tonight. And from Northern Territory over here in lane 2. And from Victoria in lane 1.
Oh, red light straight away. Chris Moore's handed the victory to Craig Baker with a red light. Oh, a little bit too keen off the tree. And the win goes to Craig Baker with an 8.660 at 155 miles per hour on a dial-in of an 8.65. And unfortunately, a red light there for Chris Moore with an 8.22. Oh, disappointing. Very disappointing for Chris Moore. So the victory goes to Craig Baker. Who have we got coming up next, Matty? I believe we've got Top Sportsman.
Yeah, that is right. Looking down behind the start line area, we have that beautiful Grand Am, the one I've liked all weekend. Your mate here from Darwin, Todd Knight.
Yep.
So awesome looking car. He'll be in lane 2. And the Slapes entry over in lane 1, the Camaro of Leon Davies from South Australia. So it's good to see a couple of different states here in the finals. So SA versus Northern Territory. So we'll see how these guys, they're starting both engines and they'll move forward hopefully very, very shortly. Just looking on the track and seeing if there's any issues. We've got a gentleman running down the left-hand lane. It looks like he'll jump a wall very shortly. And looks like we can go forwards with the final of Top Sportsman.
As you say, Matty, Leon Davies dialed in an 8.10 up against Todd Knight. Todd Knight dialed in a 6.56. If I can put my money on anyone, it'd be Todd Knight, although I'm not a gambling man. Oh, thumping burnout by both competitors there, Matty. Which one would you say was the better burnout? That was sensational. Todd Knight went first, followed by Leon Davies second. Couple of really good burnouts there, folks. It'll take them half an hour to reverse back up. Large discrepancy in dial-ins here. Todd Knight with a 6.56. He'll leave basically a second and a half before Leon Davies with a dial-in of 8.10. This, of course, being Group 3 racing, folks, which is dial your own handicap. Really does make it good, even racing. And straight after this, we'll be on to Group 1, which is the top door slammers, which was the Pro Tree heads-up racing. But here we have the dial-in. First in a pre-stage, Leon Davies. And full stage. Here we go. Oh, that seemed like an eternity to wait there for Todd Knight. And he's catching Leon. I think Leon might have this to go across the stripe. It is a win to Leon Davies. A Leon Davies an 8.104 at 168 kilometres now of a dial-in of 8.10. How accurate is that? Absolutely magnificent and very close. Was Todd Knight with a dial-in of a 6.56, delivered a 6.588 at 210 miles per hour. Gee, Todd Knight seemed like he had an eternity to wait. How is it, Matt?
Oh, man, that was a good run indeed. As you said there, we had Davies right on his dial-in, which was going to be damn hard to beat. But I'll tell you, that Grand Am was awesome and performed beautifully there for Todd Knight. And commiserations to him from the Northern Territory. But I guess the South Australians pretty happy to be taking home that one.
Darn right. That was a great race. And, yeah, poor old Todd had to wait an eternity. But he bit his tongue and did very well. But, yeah, Leon Davies, take that victory.
Okay, I'll tell you, folks, we're down to the top door slammers, and the way the points has worked out tonight, there's a B final followed by an A final to work out first, second, third, and fourth in this round, basically. So there's 4 cars out here tonight. The B final first, followed by the A final, based on their qualifying and points scored in the rounds.
All right, so in the B final, we'll see Matty Abel out on his own on a bye run. And then, of course, the main A final will be Daniel Gregorini up against John Zapier. That is going to be a fair...
It's absolutely the crescendo. What did you reckon, Matty? What's going on out there, mate?
Well, there you go. If you've got Abel up there on his own in the B final by himself, that means whoever was next to him didn't front. So he looks like he'll take out third in tonight's proceedings. And then, of course, we decide first and second with the A final shortly after that. And it looks like Rob Taylor is one of those two. So good stuff, folks. Hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves out there. Thanks for staying right through to the end of the night. Have you guys enjoyed yourselves? And they're all awake still. So great stuff. Thank you so much for joining us out here tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure cruising up here from Adelaide. We've got a couple of door slammers to come your way. And then please drive safely out there on the roads. And we'll see you again next time.
Matt Abel making his way up to the start line.
There's Robin Taylor's out there in lane number 2 with Matty Abel in lane number 1. So Matty Abel on board the 57 Chevys. He reversed it up. He went right down to half track and now reversed it up with Robin Taylor in lane number 2, which is, of course, the Summit Racing Equipment lane. And he's reversing back. Good. I'm afraid we were going to have a solo pass there, but it looks like we're going to have a 2 cars, which would be good. It's what we want to see. We all come to see some good side-by-side top door slammer racing. This is absolutely ideal, Wayne.
It certainly is, and this is what it's all about. And of course, having both cars on the track is always a good thing. At least guys not going out on his own.
No, well, that's what we want to see. We want to see 2 cars go across the stripe, side by side. Who can pick it? That's what we want to see. And I know that's what we're going to get here with Kelvin Lyle in lane number 1. And, of course, Robin Taylor in lane number 2. Beautiful livery on both cars. Obviously, the Kelvin Lyle car, black Mustang, up against, look at that. I just reckon the livery on the Robin Taylor car is just absolutely gorgeous in lane number 2. Here we go. Heads up racing. Pro Tree. One flash in the amber and then green. Well, Robin Taylor definitely got the best start. Throws the chutes a little bit early.
Oh, what do you reckon about that, ladies and gentlemen? Man, that is awesome. That certainly wakes up the eardrums. Oh, that is makes the hairs on your arms stand up like not much else on earth. What are the numbers over there, guys?
Okay, Matty, well, Kelvin Lyle went through with a 5.830 at 253 miles an hour, and Robin Taylor, I should say, went through with a 6.716, 155 miles an hour. So that is, of course, a win to Kelvin Lyle.
Nothing much sounds much sweeter or smells much sweeter than these things. And I tell you, the noise, the absolute ground-shaking noise that comes out of those 2 things side by side is just unbelievable. You guys can feel it. You can certainly see it, but when you feel it, that's another thing. Okay, what's coming up our way, guys? What have you got on your screens?
Yeah, gee, Matty, that was absolutely brilliant. As we now move towards the A final of Top Door Slammers, and folks, this is what we're here for. This is the pinnacle, the crescendo of the night. And of course, as well as 2 West Australians by chance, we've got Daniel Gregorini in the Scratch and Match Camaro up against John Zapier.
No, this is the B final. This is Matty Abel. This is the B final. Let's just having a quick look there. I think these Kelvin Lyle and Robin Taylor went down for a grudge match. We're now into the B finals. All right, don't stress. Matt Abel on the he's coming out for the B final. So he's coming out on a bye.
Sorry about that, folks. I muddled that up.
Okay, so that last pair was just a pairing, and this is going to be the B final coming our way in a moment, yeah?
I believe that to be correct, yes, by my sheet I have here in front of me, yes.
Oh, that was like a free hit. We got to see 2 more cars for nothing.
That's what we're here for, mate. That's what we're here for. Exactly.
Okay. That means we got 3 more coming our way.
That's correct.
Fantastic. Well, once again, folks, we hope you've enjoyed yourselves out here. We have a few sponsors to thank for the running of this event. That, of course, is summitracing.com. Thank you very much, guys, to Summit. They've been with us through thick and thin. Thanks to Andra. Also, Crocams, Coles Motors, Tourism Northern Territory.
All right, here he comes. Matt Abel on the B final. Warms up the tyres.
I'll tell you, there's something big and sinister about a black 57 Chevrolet Bel Air. And this thing here looks like it'd chew your legs off standing still. Have a look at it. It is so well set up. The big fin on the back, the low chopped front end, the 8 exhaust pipes out the side, and it's got all the rivets holding the windows in. It looks absolutely awesome. And I tell you, these Chevrolet cars are certainly a wonderful door slammer body to use. And Matty Abel, president of the Hidden Valley Drag Club, this time around in the B final for tonight.
Matt, over to you.
Well, I will say there's a bit of metal over there in lane 2. Looks like the end of an exhaust pipe just came off, so they'll jump over. Don't pick it up too quickly. Matty's just crossed over to lane 2 at the moment down the bottom end, just rolling through. So not sure if a blower belt's gone south or what's happened there, but that metal bit might be a little bit on the warm side. So we'll find out in a second. Kick it. There we go. So it looks like the end cap off an exhaust header. So there we go. So don't know much more than that. I know exactly what you guys know. So shook a few things on the start line and might have sent a blower belt. I've got a spare one down here for him now. I got one over here.
Good on you, Matty. Nice souvenir from tonight. Oh, folks, that didn't go according to plan with Matty Abel there, unfortunately. And we must apologise when we said that Robin Taylor and Kelvin Lyle was the B final. It wasn't. That was a grudge match, and it's great to. We just got an extra pass from both drivers, so must apologise for muddling that up. But that was Matty Abel going down there for the B final, and he won it obviously as he just crosses the stripe. We're now coming up to the A final. We'll just take a little while just to make sure the track is all clear. We've got a couple of track staff out there just making sure everything's okay. So please bear with us if you can.
All right, just hearing over race control. Unfortunately, Zaps. Not going to make it.
No, unfortunately, John Zapier is in the pits in the 1971 Holden Monaro GTS, changing an engine. In his last pass, he's had an issue, although it was still a good pass. But, yeah, some little gremlin's gone on, and unfortunately the team had changed the engine as we speak, and he just may not be able to get out there for the final. He's still in the pits as we speak, and that's why, fortunately, the team of Daniel Gregorini are being very patient, just waiting for to see if John can make it.
Hey guys, I just saw go past me in this gentleman's hand is actually a blower snout pulley. Oh. So I guess without a pulley on the front of your blower, the thing's not going to spin so well.
No, it won't.
So I think Matt was also just rolling off the very end of the track actually, so he's obviously rolled his all the way down around the corner. But yeah, it's got grooves around it. It looks like a blower pulley snout.
Well, the thing will still spin, but it won't. The belt won't grab.
That's true. There we go. That's what's happened. So, as you've said before, John Zapier is over there in the pit area, and we are moving on here to Gregorini. He has performed beautifully all weekend so far, Daniel Gregorini. Man, this is one beautiful car, boys.
Certainly is. I'm looking forward to see the pass that's coming out of the Daniel Gregorini car. Let's have a look as he rolls up to the burnout pad. Come on, Darwin, for one last time here tonight.
Nice burnout by the scratch and match Chevy Camaro, right down a half track, and he'll now reverse it up and have his solo pass there. Very disappointing for the West Australian John Zapier not to make it out here, but Daniel Gregorini, one of his great mates really, out here to put on a good pass for us all to wrap up what has been a magnificent evening, a magnificent weekend here for round 1 of the Australian Drag Racing Championships.
Round 2 happening in Alice Springs next weekend from Friday, once again a 2 double header, Friday night and a Saturday night. Qualifying on Friday night, and then of course the start of the finishing of the qualifying, and then into racing on the Saturday evening down at Inline Dragway down here in Alice Springs. All right, as Daniel Gregorini backs that gorgeous looking car back up to the start line. I believe he too would be a bit disappointed he's doesn't have a playmate out there on the track.
He certainly will. Very good mates with John Zapier and Kelvin Lyle. They're all just great mates, and yeah, be devastated that they're not out there to race each other. I know that's, and I know the drivers, they want to race someone.
One of the good things I'd like to just mention is that some of the volunteers we've got down here. One of the guys in the background there you'll see on the YouTube screen is actually the vice president of Terra, which is the.
Oh, Daniel Gregory had a little bit of a pedal, didn't he, Matt? He had a little bit of a pedal, but he goes through the stripe, completes the quarter mile. How'd you see it, Matty?
Well, I saw it all right. Looks like the right header bank might have hit the ground out here as well. A couple of sparkies out there as well. So he looked like a rock and roll towards the middle a bit, but he got back off it and cruised on down through the finish line just like a regular Saturday night venture, I reckon.
Sounds really good. Tell you what, it's been an absolutely awesome weekend. What I'd like to do is say a really big thank you to my commentary team that I've had here with me this evening. Matt Bubner, all the way from South Australia.
Thank you very much for having me up here in your awesome neck of the woods. I look forward to being back here at some stage. Thank you for having me big time, guys.
Absolute pleasure is all ours. A big thank you to Sean McKay from Western Australia. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much, Wayne. It's been an absolute pleasure. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here in beautiful Northern Territory. Support Australian drag racing because it is enormous. Thank you very much. Good night, guys.
What I'd also like to do is I want to say a big thank you to all the volunteers and all the officials. G'day, guys. We're here in the box. Have a look at that on the screen. You'll see me and you in the box. There we are. Look at that. Hi.
Couple of handsome roosters.
What I'd like to say is a big thanks to all our volunteers. Now, some of these volunteers are actually, we've cross-pollinated from different genres. I just noticed that we had the Vice President of Terra, which is the Territory Road Racing Association. That's the two-wheel, the bikes who run around the track. I just saw Phil Rynan over there as well. So all those volunteers and all the officials who have been down here helping us out this weekend, a big thank you to everybody. And what I'd like to say is a big thanks to the whole entire Hidden Valley Drag Racing Association on behalf of us commentary team. Guys have done a fantastic job. A big thanks to our production crew. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have been watching us on YouTube, a big thank you. Don't forget, this is the end of round one, but it is not the end of the series. This is just round one. Next weekend in Alice Springs, we're going to be doing it all over again, so make sure you jump online. Check out our YouTube page, of course, via Inline Lane, because we're going to be back. We're going to be doing it all over again. And on behalf of us all here at Hidden Valley, we'll see you all very soon. Very, very soon. Round two. Until next time, this is us saying bye for now.
Good night, folks.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media. On your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
This live and free stream from the 2021 Top End Nationals at Darwin's Hidden Valley is proudly brought to you by ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, Summit Racing Equipment, Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory.